Yeah. What's up?
Oh, relax.
Hello. Sorry. I did not get a single message in my ear, so we're going live. My bad. Hello, welcome to the NLC, everybody. How are we doing today? My name is Hitbrain, and I'm joined by Blockset and Skipper. How are you guys doing? You all right?
Good,
Yeah.
good. Super excited to be back.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
same.
Well, Skipper, as our guest here on the show today, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? Who are you? Introduce yourself to everyone.
Yeah, of course. Well, my name is Skipper. I am a caster in the Norwegian League, and I also like to try to help out wherever I can. And I used to be a manager for Bitfix Gaming and Bitfix Rich Gang for a little bit. So yeah, looking forward to cover some of the Norwegian League here and help you guys out whatever you might need.
Lovely. Well, I'm sure we'll take all the help. Well, I know we'll take all the help we can get. Bloxer, I think is this our first time ever working together? I can't remember if we have.
It is. I think we might have done one desk back in the old days of the NLC, but nothing beyond that.
Yes, I do remember actually appeared on the NLC briefly back in the day. Well, now part of the main deal, and for the final time as well, the final season of the NLC before we split apart and go all our separate ways. So today here on the show we have a couple of games coming up. There are 4 games well, there were meant to be 4 games happening. We have scrapped one of those games. We've got 2 games happening on stream. We'll be opening with the Ruddy versus Rich Gang game here in a best of 3, and then later we'll have the Leo versus Vest game going on as Volda Esport, but Vest is their title. Here on stream, the DMG versus EA game is just straight up not happening because DMG couldn't put a team together in time. I don't know. That's his own beast. And then Deer versus TM is going to be happening off stream, but it will be happening on co-stream. So if you want to see the outcome of those games, if you want to see them happen in the heat of the moment, there will be links, I believe, on our Twitter to those particular games. But here we go, guys. This is the Swiss bracket for the tournament. As you can see, we're on day number 2. Any thoughts on day number 1, Bloxer?
Day number 1 was really exciting. Obviously, of the games that we watched, we finally got to see somebody pick themselves up a win from the ERLs. Coming in, obviously, there's been a real feeling that, right, the NLC teams, they're going to be on top. The ERL teams maybe aren't going to have such a fun time overall. You saw on our tier list that we had out on the Twitter that people were not happy about. We had a lot of the ERL teams quite a lot lower down, but hey, Broad, they were able to pick themselves up a win versus Bulldog. Now, did Bulldog kind of sprint it? Yeah, absolutely, Bulldog sprinted it in that game. If you haven't watched that one, it's worth going back. But I was really happy to see Broad pick themselves up a win. Obviously, big up to the UKL teams right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's classic Bulldog, in it. Really, they are a team who they're so hit or miss, and I'm such a Bulldog advocate. But like, man, being a Bulldog fan can be a emotional roller coaster at times. So Skipper, as our new guy here, is there any teams maybe today or even in general who you've really got your eyes on?
I mean, first off, I definitely want to give it to Norway a little bit. I'm a little bit biased. I'm looking forward to seeing both Rich Gang and Volda Esports do a good job today. So those are going to be some fun matches to look forward to.
Yeah, lovely. Well, so hold on, I've lost all my stuff on my computer. Wow. Okay. Cool. Whatever. We're gonna fly by the seat of our pants apparently because all of my tabs have gone mad and I've lost where I was at. So obviously on to day number 2. I'm going to actually throw a similar question to you, Bloxer. Who are we looking out for today? Even though the team's not playing on stream, obviously only 6 teams instead of the full 8 we were expecting.
Yeah.
Who are your eyes on and why, really, today?
I think my eyes kind of go in 2 different directions right here. First of all, on that stream game that we're not watching, I'm going to be really interested to see what it is that Deer are going to be able to get up to, right? A little bit of a changed up roster from what they had previously, but we were really impressed with what they were able to do in the previous split, and it'd be great to see if they're able to replicate that going on forwards, if they're going to be able to do something similar, because coming 3rd last time around was a real sort of maybe not necessarily an overperformance. They were really good players coming in, but it was still really good. And if this organization can really get its feet under it, I think that's very fun. Over on the other side of things, right, I'm really, really interested to see how our second match that we're going to be covering here today is going to go. Leo is a roster that people have been looking at and not been super impressed with this time around. And at the same time, VES also seem to have a really good roster for themselves. Obviously, number 1 coming out of Norway have done really well for themselves getting to this point. Basically the same roster that they had from that run to win the league there. And so if they're going to be able to replicate that, I think this is a really nice ease into this NLC split for them. And I think really of any of the matchups, any of the teams where you're looking at maybe they're going to be able to potentially pick themselves up a win over one of the NLC teams, this could be potential for an upset.
Yeah, no, I think it's really exciting actually seeing some of these kind of new faces, new teams showing up. Some with some faces that maybe we've seen here and there kicking around over the years. But it's going to be genuinely really cool to see how how they actually fare versus some of the more mainstay and staple teams here in the league. So I think it's time to have a little bit of a look at some of the teams and maybe deep dive a little bit more into game number 1, which is going to be the Ruddy versus Rich Gang game. I'm going to throw it first over to you, Skipper. Who are you favouring? What are you thinking? Obviously, it's a best of 3, so it's not just that best of 1. There's a bit more to kind of play around. What are your expectations coming into this first match of the day?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that at least for Rich Gang, they kind of have a revamped team per se, so a lot can definitely happen there. It has Helander and Lifetime, Ronix, Betner, and Red Strike, though I do believe Akranto is going to be playing today. So that's going to be interesting. Lifetime, obviously, a player that was highlighted yesterday, which I do believe is going to be fun to watch as well with his Rek'Sai play. And yeah, just looking forward to seeing what they can do here. But I think it might be favorable towards the other side a little bit.
Do
you agree, Bloxer? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say so, right? I think that Ruddy are coming in with some pretty high expectations on their back, and I think that overall their roster just look really strong, right? Maybe not quite as strong as Verdant overall, but still looking like they're going to be in a really good spot. And you can see it right here. Robocop, Anno, Nano, Freebie, and Jerky. Names that you will have known from all around the league. Totally new as well to Ruddy, right? Ruddy completely revamping their roster coming into this split, but doing what I can only think to be a really good job of it. They basically 100% taken the roster from CITA Kaizen, which was a Czech Academy IT team, right? Playing a lot during the Hit Point Masters, won the Hit Point Masters, I think, 2026 spring. And so this is a team that knows how to play together, has done a lot of stuff as an overall unit, but even beyond that Hit Point Masters team, these players have been around for a very long time, and it's really exciting to get to watch them here in the NLC this split.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll take a little bit more of a deep dive into their play styles and kind of champ pools and things we're really expecting coming into this game, but I think the one thing I really want to underline for Ruddy is what they've been chasing, because I've been fortunate to follow them for quite a while. This team have always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. They've constantly been chasing that first place, and it felt like we've had a few seasons over the years where it looks like they're getting close to grabbing that title, and then it kind of just crumbles away from them in the playoffs. Again, I think they were runners-up last season, if I remember correct, or third. Oh God, I can't remember now. But they again. Yeah, lost to Verdant. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, it's been one of those runs where they get so close and then it just slips away from them. Last year, I think it was spring last year where they made it into that top 4. They made it into the arena, got to play on stage in front of the crowd, and then dropped that series. Didn't make it to the finals to play Los Ratones, and they've always been chasing that gold and never been able to get it. And this is the last chance. I mean, I assume we might see Ruddy in some capacity and whatever follows over in the UK side, but this is their last chance for the NLC to take that title for them. So I'm going to throw it back to you again, Bloxer. What are we expecting from them going into this game? Are we going to see a hyper-aggressive team who play for early picks and try and control the tempo of the game? Or are they more of a sit-back and scaly team who play for late-game team fights? What are our expectations for them coming into this one?
I'm expecting a more early game focus coming through out of this team. I think they're going to be looking to try to keep the pace of the game as high as possible, and I think that's exactly as you should be doing when you're in these, slightly mismatched matchups, let's say, where you are expected to be the better team. You don't have to sit back and watch what your opponents do. You can take it to them. I think they're going to be looking to win in their lanes, win through their jungle pathing as well, and then just keep the pace of the game high. They should be able to smash this opponent, and it's very much going to be on their opponents to find answers to this high aggressive playstyle. It's also kind of just the Ruddy way. Even with different players, different rosters in previous splits, this team doesn't want to sit around. They don't want to do boring things. What is sitting and farming for 30 minutes? No, they're going to be taking it to their opponents here today.
Skipper, on the other side, what are you expecting from Rich Gang? Are we expecting, them to try and match that early aggression, or are they going to try and take some L's in the early game and translate that into maybe a later power game, late game? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that they'll try to be aggressive as well. I guess it all comes down to what's being banned in the early parts of the draft. I wouldn't mind seeing some Rek'Sai there for Lifetime or some Graves. It would be really interesting. So it wouldn't be surprising if they would try to scrap it out a little bit. Like you can see the champs here for Lifetime that he likes to play. So definitely looking forward to a scrappy team, or a scrappy play, I guess, and also seeing what they can really cook up here today.
Mate, I'd honestly love to see some Graves. I love me some Graves. It's so much fun to watch and also play. Okay, cool. So that's what we're expecting. Let's turn it a little bit into the Champ Select then. Where are we looking in Champ Select? What are we expecting to see early? What are we expecting to see kind of, maybe even banned out or target banned out? I'm going to keep this going, so throw it over to you once again, Skipper. Outside of the jungle, any other kind of big things you're expecting here in this first Champ Select?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they would try to ban away maybe some AD carries or maybe even supports here to keep that bot lane down that Rich Gang has here. They do seem to be pretty strong, and I also know that Becknet has a good voice in this team, so he can really like maneuver the team around and find the ways. So yeah, just looking for a good game. Not completely sure exactly to what they would want to ban out first, though.
Okay. Any thoughts from you, Bloxer, on the old Champ Select? What you expect to be seeing being picked up, banned out?
I'm very much expecting to see kind of the standard bans coming through early on. The Jace we saw on Monday completely banned out. 7 games were banned away. Nobody ended up picking that champion up. So I'm not expecting that one to be allowed during this situation either. And again, I think we're going to get quite a lot of focus onto the solo lanes as well. The top lane specifically is a lane I'm going to be looking at. Robocop, a very aggressive player, likes to take it to his opponents quite a lot. And if you're Hellendir, you don't want to get overrun in this situation. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they're going to be trying to do that by either picking him a champion nice and early, something plenty safe. There are lots of very good tanks in the meta at the moment that you can take and just sit back with. But as Skipper was saying, if we're expecting this team to step up to their opponents, try to play aggressive, then I wouldn't mind him picking something up quite early on. I'm expecting top laners early, I'm expecting junglers early.
Okay. That's what we're expecting. That's crazy as well to expect top laners early, because typically that's always been saved as the counter pick.
Save as the counter. And hey, you can. I'm not disagreeing with taking it as the counter right here, but I also think in this situation, if you can get yourself a matchup that you can establish early on and then not worry too much about it through top and then potentially play around your mid, around your bot, that could also be a really interesting strategy.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. That's quite cool actually. I'd like to see a bit of a shake up in the Champ Select, because I think for a very long time we've been very reliant on seeing top lane counter picks showing up a little bit later, so it would be cool to see. Now I believe we got a little bit until we go into draft. Ruddy are on red side, they got to select. I believe we actually had some quotes. I don't know how many quotes we have. Skipper, did you get these quotes?
Yeah, I was getting him one from Rich Gang here, from Becknet himself, talking about how let's bring it up, talking about how they would go, and basically saying on paper they look quite strong, but competitive is a different game. Regardless of solo queue rank, I'm confident we can beat them. To our enemies, we might all be randoms, but they are just as random as us. Should be an easy 2-0 clap. Okay, yeah, some confidence coming out there from Rich Gang.
Serious confidence. I mean, we're saying about how they're coming in as underdogs, but nah, Rich Gang do not believe that. They think they are here to play, and I love to see it.
That's crazy, actually. I love that. That's some real confidence as well. Being like, yeah, we might be quite a little bit lower on the old LP front, but we're still going to 2-0 them is wild. I believe we have a second quote as well, just before we get into this Champ Select. Hopefully we can bring that one up. Who is this from?
That one is from Nikolai, the head coach of Volda Esports. And there it is. We want to go to the furthest out of all the Norwegian teams in the tournament. So they want to go far. They definitely want to beat the other Norwegian tournament teams here in the tournament.
That's cool. That's very good to see. Well, good job going and get those quotes. I'm always terrible at that. I'm just really bad at sliding into people's DMs and be like, yo, can you tell me about this game? I'm awful for that one. Okay, cool. Wow. I think we actually smashed through a lot of this early very quick there, which is classic me, going a bit too quick on that one. So, obviously, Champ Select coming up fairly soon. Expectations have been set. Also, a couple of kind of bold things said by the players, but also from Bloxer said we might see some early top picks, which I think would be genuinely very fun. We've got some really aggressive junglers to keep our eyes on as well. Things like the Graves, it could be very good. What if we're seeing our Graves, what are we expecting as like a counter pick to that? What are we expecting to see as an answer to the Graves? Because it's been a little while since, at least in the LLC, we've seen our Graves.
I do wonder if we're going to get to see any sort of specific counters at all, or if you're just going to go, okay, sure, you're playing the Graves, you're going to play aggressive. I don't care. I'm going to ignore what it is that you are overall trying to do and just try to play my lanes, play my style. One of my favorite pickups into it is just the Jarvan. You know, as much as, the Graves can play super aggressive and play into those lanes, you can counter gank really effectively with the Jarvan. If you catch a Graves out when he's trying to get too aggressive, you can counter that very easily. So we're just popping a baby cage down. Yeah, the Graves can get away from it, but if you're playing it aggressively and he's pushing backwards, so much of the team damage will be moved away from you in that situation. I do think that the Graves could be really fun though, and I would love to see it. Again, I worry about things being banned away. A lot of these top tier picks that we've been talking about potentially seeing. I'm not sure that we're actually going to get this one on the Rift.
Yeah, it would be cool to see, but obviously, like you said, it's one of the ones that we're recognizing as something that could show up. So you're damn straight they're also going to have an idea that Graves is going to be showing up. Are there any other players we're looking at? Because I feel like we haven't really talked too much about the bot lanes. So Skipper, give me a little breakdown. What are we thinking bot lane wise? Like how we faring these bot lane matchups and the players?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they would try to potentially play a little bit slower there, maybe try to scale. Maybe we get to see something like an Ezreal in the bot side or something similar to that, just to be a little bit aggressive if they want to have the prior for the jungler. But that again depends also on what the jungler of the opposing team ends up going for. If they go for an aggressive jungler, then we just have to wait and see. But I'm really interested, in how the 2v2 is going to go between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Benner as well has also been playing a couple of different mages in the bot lane as well. Has been playing some Seraphines, right? Has even been playing some Talia's ADC as well. So we could potentially see something like that. And I mean, I think that's really exciting. As much as people, kind of hate to see mages down in the bottom lane, I'm quite a big fan of it. I think the Ziggs has been really interesting recently. I've watched some people pull the Mel out bot lane and just wreck house. So if you're looking for a potential way to sort of shake things up, make Ruddy uncomfortable, having yourself some sort of mage in the bot lane could be a great way of doing that.
I mean, I'm all for a bot lane suffering. I think ADCs, it's their time. They deserve it. Right, into Champ Select we go. We'll see what the bans are going to be. Remember, this series is fearless as well, so stuff that gets played in this game will be removed for game number 2, potentially game 3 if we can get there. Although Rich Gang, they're claiming a 2-0, so maybe we won't make it. The Lee Sin, first thing off the board. Aggressive jungler banned away. Makes sense. It's what we were expecting to see. As there goes the Rek'Sai in answer. So a lot of jungle focus early.
Yeah, not majorly surprising at this point, as we've been talking about, right? There's that top tier of junglers, but these guys are not so interested in that specifically. They want to take it to their opponents. Wouldn't be surprised if you end up seeing something again like the Jarvan, maybe even the Nocturne taken away off of the board, but you've still got plenty of aggressive pickups to move to after that.
All right, well, there goes the Bards. I think actually could be fairly aggressive in lane, getting that double range bot lane. Potentially online, someone who also can be very mobile around the map and back up junglers for invades and mid lane ganks and stuff like that. Ziggs getting banned away as a most likely bot lane target ban there, being denied away from Rich Gang. So final ban over to Rich Gang. More at this point, I'm now starting to think what's actually been left open going into this first pick as the Akali gets banned.
Ooh. First thing when I saw the Akali, I was also thinking maybe, Orianna, yeah. Interesting to see what they're going to be choosing for the first champion here, Rich Gang. A lot of things are up.
Oh, it's the lock.
Straight up. Insta-lock. Okay.
I assume that's jungle, or are we seeing lock getting played elsewhere? I've been a little under the radar with lock, to be honest. That's an instant lock-in from Ruddy. I really like this combination here. First of all, Nocturne's very good at kind of post-6 finding lanes to go to, but the Camille gives serious setup, actually. You can even go early with the Nocturne. You don't have to rely on the ult because you can get the hook shot into the fear. You can find some early kills through that lane and start to maybe snowball it out of control. The only concern with the Camille is she's more than anything a split pusher, which means you're not going to be looking to group. You do have some team fighting with that Hextech ultimatum, but you are looking for the isolated split push in the late game. Leona's going to be the answer here for Rich Gang, so locking in someone who can really set up for play picks. You got that non-committal ultimate to commit then into a kill, providing whether or not you land it. See what the last pickup's going to be.
On the question of where is that lock's going to be, we saw it twice, and we got one in the top lane, we got one in the mid lane. Obviously, it can go into the jungle as well, so you're keeping things quite open at this point. It'll be interesting to see where it's actually going to end up. Hasn't done particularly well so far. I think players still kind of getting to grips with these champions a little bit, but with the Leona, with the Sejuani right here, I mean, you are fully set up to just make sure your lock is in a good spot. Whichever lane it does end up going into, be that top lane, be that mid lane at the moment. The amount of lockdown CC that Rich Gang have for themselves, if you catch somebody in a bad situation jumping on into you, they are just dead.
I mean, that's such a gorgeous pick, right? Into a very melee-focused team. Cassiopeia, it doesn't need to say any more. Right, moving into the next ban phase. Jungler junglers picked, because, I mean, it's going to be this edge or the lock, really, going in the jungle. I expected a bit of an ADC ban coming out through this. And by the way, Bloxy, sorry, you were right. This is double top lane have been locked pretty much off this. So early top lane picks, you're on the money.
Entirely possible that we are actually going to see this lock go into the top lane. We will have to see. Right now, it looks like Ruddy actually thinking that is going to end up into the jungle, but sorry, into the mid lane instead, and playing into this Cassiopeia. But yeah, I mean, I'm not super surprised. As Robocop, you want to take it to your opponents, although I wouldn't jump the gun too much. We've been seeing quite a lot of Camille support recently in the UKL, so hey, maybe Ruddy have decided to play something completely wild.
What is going on the UKL to see Cassiopeia?
Always the question. Always
Sorry, was it Camille
question.
or Cass support? Either way.
Camille.
Okay, Camille's slightly better, but that's still that is it's a bit wild over there at times. Now, last two bans coming up, the Set and the Rumble being banned away. So we're actually still looking at top lane bans here, which means we are seeing some potential for flexibility. Remember, you could be a true degenerate and you can flex this Cass around. Like, you can technically take her top lane. Not sure you want to be doing that, but there is a world as the Darius gets banned out. The more I see these bans coming out, the more I do worry that they are looking to put that Camille elsewhere and move the Cass around.
Yeah, I mean, they could also potentially move the Cass towards the bot side if they want to do that. Cass, Camille could be a deadly combo. Really hard to get out when that miasma comes down, especially when they have such a melee-focused team here, Rich Gang. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what they will do next.
Wow, we are really focusing in onto the top lane pickup. So yeah, absolutely, it is looking like these champions are going to be moving around into other lanes. It will be the Camille elsewhere. It may well be the Camille support, as we were talking about. Clearly, we've got some profits in the UKL, unless you're moving your Renekton, which I'd be very, very surprised by.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised by the Renekton as the pickup here. I mean, I guess they're expecting something like this lock, or they have like Renekton tech for it up on the top side, but Rich Gang, they're saying no to that. They're going to be looking to move stuff around themselves here. Shouldn't really talk hovers, but there it is. The Olaf gets locked in. So I'm assuming it's going to be the Olaf top, lock maybe mid, and then Sejuani jungle, but there is a bit of kind of stacking and changing around. Still very flexible. We're going to see what this final pick is. The only thing I can say with confidence is Leona is going support. That's my only thing I can confidently predict here. Looks like they're going to go for a more traditional ADC, though.
You've got to have some survivability right here. I was going to say, you are either picking yourself up the Ezreal, or you're going to pick up the Xayah, because if you have any immobile ADC, you do not get to play League of Legends right here. Makes a lot of sense for Benna to just pick himself up this champion. You do have a pretty strong 2v2 now if you really want to take it to your opponents, although of course the Xayah can really struggle with getting outranged, so it'd be interesting to see if this is going to be an actual ADC pickup right here, or if we are just going to get that Cassiopeia down in the bot lane. Okay, it is going to be a traditional ADC. It's going to be the Zeri right here. Zeri and Camille? Yes.
I mean, like, so, what else are you running down there, man?
Big shout out to Jamsu over in the UKL. Absolute troll of a guy. Love him so much. And he has been a pioneer over in that over in that league for just playing as much of the Camille support as possible. Now, his team may be second to bottom in our league, but he's spamming it. You know, he's playing it as much as possible. So let's see if Ruddy are going to be able to maybe get a bit more success out of this champion.
Yeah, hopefully so. I'm interested actually for what we're expecting to see as the game plan for these comps. So I'm gonna throw to you, Skipper. How are we playing? I'll give you Ruddy. You can pick Ruddy. What is the game plan with this Ruddy comp?
Yeah, the first thing that I see is with the Camille being there as a support, and also the Seri there who can play sort of safe around these walls. I'm guessing they're probably going to be looking to roam a lot in the early game, kind of like what we've seen in pro play a lot already. And I guess that kind of just makes it so that Rich Gang has to follow. Leona has to roam around as well and see where they can find pressure points, like maybe around the mid lane, maybe around the top side, trying to burn some flashes early. That's what I'm thinking of. Go
on, Bloxer. Tell me, what you thinking of Rich Gang here?
Of Rich Gang, I mean, they're going to have to get this Olaf rolling very early on, otherwise you really are going to have a struggle to play around. You could try to play around the lock as well, but into the Cassiopeia, that's going to be really tough. I think Ruddy are just going to be able to overrun Rich Gang here.
Well, looks like we're getting ourselves locked and loaded to go into our first game of the day, so thank you very much for joining us, Skipper. It's over to me and you now, Bloxer, to go into this first game. I have some thoughts, though, about this Cassiopeia lane. Cassiopeia Zeri, the big thing that I'm noticing is an actual lack of control early. Like, Cassiopeia will jump forwards and get insta-stunned, locked down by the Leona. So the scrapping becomes quite hard. Xayah, naturally very, very good at pushing waves, right? Like, that's what she does, especially, you know, once you got that first item online, but even early, very good at pushing lanes. So I worry that Jerky's going to struggle to rotate around the map, because the game plan, I think Skipper was on the money. I think he just wants to get out of lane and play with Anno as quick as possible. I think Rich Gang have the tools to deny that in the bot side.
They very much do. Obviously, it's going to take this bot lane playing incredibly carefully. And yeah, I mean, straight away going straight to the top lane.
All right, see if he can make or break it here. Anno just jumps back, make sure he's not going to get caught. And yep, that's rough for him early, but he is a Olaf, so he has some sustain built in there. And this means that Afrobi now just has to kind of sit back and not touch the wave for a little while off that. So I don't know if that was all in all that worth it.
I think this is a really good situation right here, because Robocop was going to have a struggle lane. I mean, why not? Do you really need to be bot lane right now to help out? This will be a tough dive, and this could go super wrong.
He's still got that flash. If he can get it off, it's going to be big. There goes the Ignite, and that should just be enough to secure the kill.
Beautiful.
I think a massive lack of the flash was a big problem for topside, but what started rough, they managed to recover.
Gorgeous. I think even in that situation, right, if you don't get the kill, you just get a big chunk of damage out of Hellendir in the top lane. It still puts you in a really good spot overall, because this was going to be a tough lane. The Renekton doesn't have a particularly good time in this lane. You try to just survive it, try to out-sustain in certain situations, but that's really tough versus an Olaf, of course. But now you've been able to pick up that kill. Look at the CS difference as well. Making things a lot easier. Nano, he's a bit surrounded.
He's in some real trouble now. There's the lockdown. Quick follow-up from the jungle roam there from Red Strike. And they 3v1 topside, midside. Even well, topside, a little bit more action breaking out. Robocop actually did get pretty heavily chunked there. Akrantor still on Olaf early, so still has fairly decent fighting capabilities, as Jerky still hasn't been bot lane, and he is level 1.
Yeah, he's going to be really squishy, putting himself in a very bad spot, but looking to help out the rest of the team, of course. So far, both of the supports getting involved, trying to help their teams out, and it's working out so far. Anno, again, potentially going to look top lane, and this is getting camped.
Yeah, this is just a hard camp lane. He's going to throw the shield with the W, but it's not going to be enough. Anno secures the kill, accelerates a little bit closer towards that level 6 off the back of that. And yeah, nice little roam. Renekton needs to kind of get going early, and they're trying to play towards that condition. Benner here, though, Brenner has struggled somewhat off the fact that he has been, you know, in a solo lane, not in a solo lane, in a 1v2 lane, so he's down on XP. And honestly, Afrobi done a good job of staying equal in farm. Like, hasn't lost that much farm, considering his jungler, his support, is still level 1. Very susceptible to getting caught, though.
Yeah, very, very much so. But at the same time, the fact that you've been able to just sustain yourself through this, you've been able to fully get the top lane into a good spot for you overall from Ruddy. I really like this game plan. We talked about how they could potentially look to just overrun their opponents, constantly looking to jump forwards into them, make as much damage as possible. Well, the fact they've been able to stabilize top early is going to give them this extra bit of survivability down in the bot lane as well, because you can now keep your jungler around in this area a little bit more. We'll see if Anno wants to get involved in that lane. Obviously, going to be looking to get up to level 6 first. As you highlighted though, right, you don't have to just wait with a Nocturne, and the fact that he already found a gank early on is really nice to see.
Yeah, it's definitely you've got a lot of setup for the early Nocturne ganks. He's a champ who, you know, even post or pre-6 genuinely does a lot of damage. You need to be very careful. Oh, they found a nice little lockdown here. Good chunk out of Afrobi. Not enough to secure anything major. Don't even get a summoner spell out, but a bit of early pressure can get a reset off here as Grantor taking a fight versus Robocop. There's the slice.
Ooh.
And they're supposed to follow, but not enough to find a kill. No level 6 available. Agrantor desperate to hit that 6. Once you've got that ability to not get caught, but Nano in the mid lane. While all that was going on, Zeronix is able to get the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of just what this champion does at this point, and now 2-0 on the lock. We said previously, you know, hadn't been going so well for others. Lifetime looking at a potential gank right here. Robocop, he's staying super far forwards. He is, again, going to be dead. Can he get someone off the back, though?
Oh, they found the lockdown with the
No.
permafrost, and they're going to try.
Oh, what are you doing? No!
And that just gave them the kill. RoboCop, he's got lifetime
Wait, has he got
very
another
low here.
slice?
They're going to find the lockdown, and there's the shutdown in response. They greeded to get the kill onto their top, and they paid the ultimate price.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good right here out of Rich Gang. Flash gonna come out of Benner, so he's going to be able to keep himself alive. Jerky, nice little gank into his own lane. A top lane that is devastating, though. Again, we keep talking about it, how you're really just looking to get something going on to this Olaf. That's one of your key places to try to win through in this game. The fact that you give this extra kill over to Robocop could potentially be devastating. Yes, you managed to get the kill back in the end, but it should have been a nice, easy kill with no trade.
I always really like to look at like individual lane matchups and see how they go. This game has thrown all of that out of the window. It is literally just been team fights and brawling constantly as they're looking for Brenner. His shield's not even going to get used. They will look to try and get a kill onto Anna in response. Zeronix is very fed at this point, not going to get caught by the stun, and he secures himself a killing spree onto Anno, so they answer out. Lifetime, no level 6. So everyone's just going to back off that. It's a 1-for-1 on the bot lane.
Oh, the amount of damage that can come through from this log as well is kind of disgusting. 3-0-0 right now. Obviously, leaving this mid lane alone, and has done so enough that there is a significant CS lead beginning to form. Also going to be Lifetime beginning to start up this Drake right here, potentially, but he is fully on vision, is 100% spotted in this situation, and Anno has returned back to the map. Not going to be able to do anything about this one, though. So, the early Drake will go in favor of Rich Gang.
Very, very nice. 7 minutes on the clock. First Dragon is going to go over to Lifetime. He'll be picking that up for his team. Chemtech to open it up on. Curious to see what the next Drake is going to be. No contest coming through. Got a little bit of time till the grubs come up. It's going to be an Ocean Drake as our next Drake on the objective, and the ping's going down. Ruddy have put a lot of attention into this top side, and now they have a lot of pressure which they can translate into the grubs when they spawn up.
See how much they really want to play around this top side once again, as it's been pretty interesting lane. Again, Jerky sat here in the top lane, level 4 to the level 7 of Robocop 6. Akinator, we'll see if he's going to be able to get something done, but I mean, at this point, you really are just all about trying to facilitate the rest of the team. Freebie needs to be careful. He's pretty low, and Lifetime coming in does have that Glacial Prison available.
Yep, that might be just a dead Zeri, to be honest. Goes for the W instead of the ult, and
Wow.
yeah, that's just going to be that. It was. I think the plan was get W proc stun into ult stun, but no, not going to be the case.
Just with the ulti, that most likely would have been a kill, right? You're very squishy right now as a freebie. You don't have yourself flash, you don't have cleanse or anything, right?
This is a hard dive. That's an Olaf with ult. I think this is a very hard dive. Here comes the TP, instantly ulted out, and yeah. They get the ult, I guess, is their response, and a teleport.
And the TP, yeah, this is huge. As much as you don't pick yourself up the kill right here, the fact that you also chunk this Olaf out massively right before you're potentially looking to play around these grubs is going to be huge here. Red Strike caught out.
Yep. Okay, tries to turn it around. Instead, they just look for the kill on to Jerky. That's him taken down. Red Strike will fall in response, but there's a very, very fed lock on the chase. Dashes forward, catches a couple onto Nano, will get hit by the fear. In comes Robocop with the slice and the lock
he's
down.
caught!
And that's going to be Zeronix going down. Robocop secures the kill. And it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Ruddy.
As much as you are able to pick up that kill onto Jerky as Zeronix, it does take his Purgatory to be able to do so. It's a pretty big team fighting ultimate to just be losing out on, and all of these grubs will go over to Ruddy as well. Things are beginning to get better and better for them, right? Only about a 1,400 gold lead, so nothing too extreme. But for a composition that really spikes at that first item, they just really need to pull that last little bit of gold back together. We'll have a look back at what it was that happened, but there's no real surprise in this situation. The Jerky ends up dying. The fact he's able to get that ulti out of the lock is kind of everything. But this is just over-aggression from Rich Gang, not recognizing that they are in a weak position, that Robocop has rotated his way down, that they don't actually have the support of their top laner, and they just needed to back off.
Man, this is it's a bit of a Fiesta game, to be honest. It's
I mean,
kinda
it's
crazy.
Ruddy.
I love it. A lot
It's
of kills.
Ruddy. Were we really expecting anything but some kind of Fiesta?
Yeah, true. I was expecting some level of kind of control, but no, these guys are just brawling. And you guys on the desk expected to see a pretty aggressive early game. And yeah, both teams happy just to go blow for blow on fights. And gold lead still significantly in the favor of Ruddy. 19,000 to 17,000 gold up there for Ruddy. They've got all of the grubs as well, which can then translate into dragons. As Benner takes a little bit of damage. Red Strike's making its way over. Solar Flare's available. They need to land it before Brenner gets in danger.
Oh, missed!
They missed the Glacial Prison. They missed the stun from the ultimate from the Leona. And yeah, they get the 2 kills, but that was close to being bad there for Rich Gang. Teleport's coming in. Robocop flashes with the slice and dice, secures the kill. Don't think he's going to be able to get much more out of that, but nice little answer there from Ruddy.
I mean, the Glacial Prison missing was pretty bad, but not going to say anything wrong about Red Strike. He puts that Solar Flare kind of exactly where he needed to, forces his opponents to walk back into him, and they're able to pick up a couple of kills. And as much as we keep praising what Ruddy are doing, and I do think they are in a little bit of control in this game, it's not like Rich Gang are having things just fall away from them. Their top lane hasn't gone well. That's going to cost them during the team fights later on. But this bot side has been able to restabilize, get back into a good spot. The thing is, top lane hasn't gone brilliantly, and there's a really, really big CS gap in the mid lane, which is stopping what should be a massive advantage right here for Zeronix.
Yeah, Zeronix, those 4 kills, doing a lot of heavy lifting to make up for the farm deficit. Zeronix is just going to have to dash away to safety. Nano takes half his health in response. Because we are going to see Grantor and FREB having a fight as they're going to try and chase forward. Everything lands in. He's able to jump over the wall to safety, and that's going to be Grantor going down. And Lifetime forced the cleanse out from FREB, but that is going to be him on the kill. Double kill going over Anno. Real overreach considering you're 0-3 on Olaf at the time.
We've seen it a couple of times at this point, right? I mean, why are you 0-3 at this point here as Akronator? Well, because he kept stepping up too far, not recognizing that he was potentially in a priority position for Ruddy to try to get kills onto. The first one going down to Jerky, not necessarily gonna be the massive deal, right? You're not expecting necessarily to have the Camille in your lane, although you could potentially predict it. What else are you bringing the Camille in for other than this kind of uber-aggressive style? But the fact that he then died again to Anno ganking onto this lane, that level of over-aggression, if this is something that he's going to keep replicating in further matches, it's something that could really cost Rich Gang.
I think the big mistake here has really stemmed from the bot lane, if you ask me. But hold on, found a good lockdown. Nano's getting heavily chunked out, and that's just going to be Jerky going down.
No, I mean, you cannot miss that jump in right there, otherwise you are just going to fall, and exactly what Jerky does. That's really going to cost his team, because this is just as the Drake is something teams are looking to fight for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Copium take is Jerky's only level 5, so he doesn't have ult. So the level of impact in a team fight is slightly lesser, but I mean, being down a whole body is definitely going to make it hard. Anno's still hanging about, though. He's thinking about trying to see if a steal's on the cards. Not going to be the case. So going to just limp away to safety. Jerky's made his way over. Bennett taking so much damage. There's going to be the ultimate out. Forces the barrier as well, as they're going to force in the ultimate. There it is! Kill goes through. Answered out by Anno. But Bennett, nicely played from them, to be honest.
I mean, at that point, right, you are just in a slightly stronger overall position. As Zeronix going to be caught here again, and he's grounded. He's just going to get taken down instantly. Jerky with a nice little catch right there, feeding more kills into the back pocket of Nano, just getting as much gold as possible for him. I'm just going to pick up this bot lane tower, and as much as things were pretty even, pretty back and forth with the gold, all of a sudden, the gold lead going to explode out to about 4,000.
Well, this is going to be a very hard fight here.
07?
For Akrantor to win. Yep, there he goes. Down he goes. 5 kills over to Robocop. I mean, Akrantor just doesn't have any items yet. It is not a doable thing for him.
No. Highlighting the items is exactly right. He is at least just now going to be able to complete that Stride Breaker. Has done a decent job of actually keeping within touching distance of CS. Yes, he's down by 30, but considering how much time he's spent in Grey Screen Simulator this game, I think that's still a decent amount, but the amount of power that you've been able to now pump right here into Robocop, and Robocop's a big part of this team fight force that you have. All of the other champions you have leaping in are going to be very squishy when they go in for these fights. All of your sustain is going to be coming through from Robocop, and the fact that he's ahead is going to make that a heck of a lot easier.
Nano and Zeronix going toe-to-toe. Ultimate was thrown out there by Zeronix.
Oh,
Nano
good
goes
flash!
for the flash over the Q. He's got him low, and they're both just going to make their way out here, but Jerky jumps in onto Red Strike. Going to get the W slow, just dodged out by Red Strike there. No one goes down, but they do get a nice chunk out from the Leona. As here we go, ultimate connects onto Zeronix. And the thing is we're 15 minutes in, and there's multiple very fed people in this game. So people will just be getting deleted because they're so low level, but they're able to do a lot of damage. That was a bit of a criminal miss, but there's the follow-up. They find the solar flare. Jerky able to buffer the hook shot, though, to safety and gets away. Meanwhile, Anno now looks for Red Strike, gets himself off the stride breaker, but they don't commit for the fight. It's a little bit too risky. They're just going to back off.
No, there's no reason to be fighting right there. As much as Anno is strong, it's really going to be Robocop and Nano who have the majority of your team damage at this point, really able to pump it out. That's going to be 2 full items right now completed for Anno. He's put himself in an excellent spot, and with the Rift Herald up and available, looks like that's what Rich Gang will be moving on towards. Anno is here, though. No ulti, does have flash, though, and with TPs coming in as well, all the TPs coming in, Ruddy, they are looking to fight.
It's team fight time, baby. Well, I say team fight. It's 2v5. Lifetime, Brun jumping away. Brunner able to get himself a flash over the wall. Has to use the ultimate. The stride breaker slow is just really messing him up. Lifetime needs to start blocking. Red Strike needs to make his way over. There's going to be another slow. Misses on the E again.
Wow.
Red Strike, I'm not sure this is your champion, buddy. Some really weird misses on the E's all game.
A lot. Yeah, a lot of misses right there. Still, it does its job right here for Ruddy. They do blow a lot to be able to push Rich Gang away from this objective, and they don't really gain too much from it. Bot lane as well, turret going to go down. The push was established in the mid lane, and overall, you got to be pretty happy as Rich Gang that you get away alive. Be interesting to see what it is that Ruddy are able to do with this Rift Herald, though. If they're able to at least knock down mid lane tier 1 tower, things will be a bit more even.
Honestly, the fact that they got a tower bot side onto the Olaf, it kind of just equalizes out whatever you'll get with the Rift Herald. Like, you now have to get 2 towers of Rift Herald for it to that whole thing to be worth it.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, bit of a mistake, to be honest.
Just slightly over-aggressive. I mean, look at where the teleports were coming in, right? Right alongside the red pit in that top quadrant. That's really far away from where everybody was sat, and you don't necessarily have that same level of lockdown CC.
No barrier. Oh, sorry, barrier, but no flash or ultimate. They're just too fed. Yeah, that's a 2-item level 12 Nocturne at 17 minutes. There is absolutely no way Isaiah without flash or ult surviving that one.
Stormbreaker Runans as well, pumping straight on into you. Yeah, that was always going to be pretty rough. And it does very much feel like Ruddy are in control of this one, looking to just close this one out overall. The first 2 drakes did go over to Rich Gang, so they don't have that to play around. Akronator going to run away, and this is just going to be this bot lane tier 2 tower conceded. All those grubs helping out.
Yeah, nice play there from Macron. Able to just recognise for once that they were getting a lot of attention put onto them. Zeronix and Nano still finding it up here on the top side. Nano 30 CS up, so he has been able to remain up in the farm front. And normally this is kind of getting towards the point of the game where I start to take stock of where people are coming online, but it's been such a topsy-turvy game that people are way too far ahead from where they should be. And some people, like Rantor, I'm looking at you here, buddy, are way too far behind at this point in the game.
Yeah.
You know, 155 CS. So he has done somewhat of a good job to stay relevant, but it's going to be a hard ask because they do find the lockdown. Robocop commits the ultimate, and it looks like Jerky's coming in. Another Zenith Blade miss comes out, though, as a great intra-petrifying gaze. Ruddy find the opening they need. Zeronix is going down. 2 down already, and Lifetime has to flash the wall. That's the power of the Cassiopeia. Such a heavy melee team, just getting absolutely rolled for it. And Red Strike, he's going down. Hits the Zenith Blade finally, but comes at the cost of his life. Afribi securing the kill.
The big good thing right here, the saving grace for Rich Gang, is that happened at 18 minutes and 45 seconds into the game, and so there's no Baron to play around. Akronator likely going to go down, even with the ulti right here. He's just so squishy at this point in the game. Might just about be able to get himself back out alive, but that's still going to be this tier 2 tower in the mid lane taken down, and you can pick up the Drake on the back off as well for Ruddy. They have exploded out into control of this game. As you said, it's been a topsy-turvy one, but this from Rich Gang, way too aggressive. There's no way you're picking up Robocop kill that quickly that you weren't going to get collapsed upon.
Yeah, that was, I guess it was kind of more than anything just a real lack of vision. Actually, no, they had good vision as well. That was just a disrespect.
Didn't expect their opponents to punish them, which, I mean, they're playing Camille Nocturne. I don't know how you think they won't punish you in this situation. And this is kind of how it has been for a lot of these lower level teams, right? The ERL teams coming on in. Do it again. Do it again. Please don't.
All right, they don't know Nano's there. I mean, they have an idea, but the pink ward is blocking vision. So, yeah. This time, playing a little bit more respect. The problem is it's going to resolve in a bot lane tower going down, and maybe even their ADC. They do have the ultimate, gets the flash off, needs to try and get away from the fear as he's caught him underneath the tower. The fear's coming through. Red strikes with the solar flare, doesn't make the connection. Zenith Blade goes wide. This is starting to tilt me. Anno is able to flash away to safety as Benner is going down. They find the lockdown. He's able to survive, but he loses his support, and now it is lifetime on his lonesome. Akrantor trying his hardest to try and stay up here, as well as the Ronix. He's going to throw the ultimate down for the slow, getting as much of those Qs off as Afri B is so low, but he's able to survive. Lifetime gets turned back around onto, and that's a dead Sejuani. There's the ultimate from the Olaf. Can he get his first kill of the game? The shutdown, the revenge onto Robocop, and he limps away to safety. The miasma comes through as well. Brendan's been able to fully heal up. Nano taking a lot of damage, but they find the lockdown there from Jerky, but Jerky's low. Can they find the follow-up onto him? Zoronic dashes forwards, and they get the answer out kill, but Akrantor is low. He gets the slow onto Afri B, but he's still going solo. The poison tick will be enough as Afri B secures another in response.
It's going to be a couple of kills going back over to Rich Gang. They get some much needed injections of gold right here, but you have to think the way that Ruddy were playing that team fight, just disrespectful. They know they're stronger than their opponents right now. They know they're in a better position in terms of item, in terms of just raw power, and they still come out with enough of the kills there, and they're going to turn it into their first Drake of the game as well. As much as Rich Gang gets something back, Ruddy still in firm control.
That was a couple of good kills. I just, honestly, Red Strike, it's starting to be a bit unforgivable. Unfortunately, there's a lot of missed abilities that could genuinely turn the course of these fights.
It could have done. It really could have done, and this one was really close. But again, keep in mind that this is Ruddy playing way further up than they have any real right to. There's a Drake that they could be playing around right now, but instead they can just sit as far forward as possible. I really like the way that Nano plays this one. He's really good right here, just playing around the vision of the bush, constantly stepping back behind walls to make sure he's going to be safe enough right here, knowing exactly when to turn tail and run as well. Just about keeping himself alive, which is great for a zero-kill Cassiopeia. Right now he's not been able to actually secure any kills, still pumping the damage for his team.
Rich Gang just giving this one up, unfortunately. Didn't really have the ability to fight it. They placed a ward down, but the Nocturne turns the lights off and makes that very hard to do. I think the problem is Akrantor just lost so hard so early that he's kind of just on farming duty and trying to play catch up. And, yeah, he's 2 levels down. He's an entire item down at this point. You know, Robocop's on components for his 3rd item. Where Akrantor's still not got his 2nd, so...
You're an Olaf. You have to get ahead early. You have to get ahead early right here. And it's exactly correct from Ruddy to recognize that. Go top lane. I mean, what have we really felt in this game? Have we felt the fact that Akinator's been down in terms of kills, down in terms of items, hasn't been making a big impact? Or have we felt the fact that Jerky's been down in terms of levels? We haven't felt that. That second one has not been important. It is really good as a read right here from Jerky and the rest of Ruddy to recognize that we can afford to sacrifice this Camille away. We can make sure that things happen for us on the rest of the map, and it's now put them in such a strong position overall. I mean, you can see the gaps in terms of the gold. 3,000 for the ADCs. Another big chunk coming through in the top lane and in the jungle, just all across the board here for Ruddy.
Well, big group towards the bot side. Looks like they're going to try and use the pressure from that Rift Herald. But it did to the tower early to translate it into an easy crack on the base with the super minions. No cannon on this wave, so it'll be a little bit harder. But Burner, unfortunately, not really got that much damage at this point. Oh, good solar flare, finally. But unfortunately, quickly cleansed out. Makes life a little bit harder. Anno with a GA. It's just so miserable now. They got to kill him twice.
Yep.
And I think the good news is if you can kill Afri B and Nano, you're getting some nice gold. There's a 700 gold shutdown onto Afri B. So it's 1k. If they can get onto Benner or maybe even Akrantor, give him the ability to kind of slingshot himself somewhat back into this game. Zenith Blade goes wide again. Fights breaking out regardless, though. They do find the lockdown, and Robocop's able to secure the kill in response. 2 members are down. In comes the teleport, and they're just going to flash forwards. Benner able to flash away to safety, but that's not going to be enough. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra kill. Absolutely beautiful coming in, and there it goes. Ruddy Gonna take game number 1 of this series.
In convincing fashion, we'll call it Hit
Yep.
Brain. That was a very convincing game overall. Early game, there were a couple of moments back and forth where you're thinking, okay, you know, maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's something that you can do right here if you are Rich Gang to make things work. But Ruddy, they had themselves a composition that just wanted to keep running forwards, wanted to get aggressive, and massive praise right here to Jerky for what he was able to do. Early game, really nice pathing to just get into the top lane, make so Acronated wasn't able to do his thing, and then through the rest of the game, the fact he was able to survive with so little health available to him in the majority of situations, and when he died, it was good deaths pretty much the entire way down. Really impressive right here from the support for Ruddy.
Yeah, no, honestly, that was Bruddy just, they had a really, really bizarre game plan, which was send support level 1 top and just shut down that Olaf before they could really get going. So all in all, very, very impressive game 1 here from Ruddy. Obviously, it is best of 3, so there's room to come back. But, you know, Rich Gang, I think they're going to have to look to try and find a way to match that aggression from Ruddy early if they want to bring this back. But we're going to throw ourselves over to a cheeky break, and we're back with game number 2 of the series in a moment. See you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. I'm not looking at my phone this time. Right, I think we're just let's start addressing this circus. I'm gonna welcome Skipper back. What are you thinking about that game, mate? What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, it was definitely really quick and bloody of a game. Roaming seemed to be like the big thing here, especially from the early parts of the game. And yeah, I guess that kind of spelled it.
Way to keep it professional, man. I was that was messy. There's, I was saying in break, I feel like, Ruddy, that like top lane dive is the reason you don't see supports do that is if you're versus a team who are kind of thinking about what that really means, they're able to translate that into a position where the game then becomes unplayable and you just kind of coin flip the game on a level 1 dive. Luckily for Ruddy, Rich Gang kind of got a bit dizzy and they tried to find ways to answer it instead of just saying, we'll just play through bot lane and kind of right off top, which ended up writing off all the lanes.
Yeah.
I mean, Bloxy, you were there. What are your thoughts on this game, man?
I think you're right with that one. I don't even necessarily dislike it out of Ruddy. I think in this situation, the Olaf is your big problem in the game. If you get the Olaf rolling, that ruins a lot of the plans that you have with this composition that wants to go flying in, that wants to get into melee range with your opponents. So I do just fundamentally agree with them trying to put the Olaf behind, but it wasn't just put the Olaf behind once and then, now you need to go deal with whatever it is that has sparked bot lane. Instead, they got to just keep it rolling up in that top lane. The fact that you go for one dive, it goes well, and then you just get to go again with Anno this time up into the top lane and get that initial kill onto the Nocturne is massive. We talk a lot about Nocturnes and how that first paranoia is everything. If you get a kill out of it, then you're good. If you don't, you can fall behind. It can be a really tough game. Well, the fact he gets that first kill before that first paranoia comes on in sets him up for success as well. And you highlighted it beautifully. The bot lane, a freebie, able to just keep himself safe. Sat back under the tower, didn't get froze on, was able to do exactly what he needed to do to stay on pace, and later on in the game he was rolling so much damage available to the team from this Zeri. Overall, just a really nice team win from Ruddy, and exactly what I was really expecting from one of these lower level ERL teams coming in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of those ones where I actually do see that had this been a more traditional game, I think we actually could have had a really close one, because the one thing I will give Rich Gang is they actually didn't do a bad job of, like, outside of the kills, like, when it came to, like, farm and lane state, they actually did hold on somewhat. It was just the kills started to snowball the gold lead to a position where they were just really falling behind. And I think the way that Ruddy were kind of really aggressively just deathballing around the map left Rich Gang very dizzy, and I don't think they were prepared for that. So they found themselves just, super lost going into that one. So I'm going to throw it back to you, Skipper. What are your expectations? Well, not expectations. What do you want to see changed if Rich Gang are going to be able to pull this back and equalize the score at the end of this game? What needs to happen here?
Yeah, I think basically they just need to think back on what happened and try to reframe a little bit, go for some comfort, try to find better ways to play around the map. Maybe not be as aggressive against the aggressiveness of Ruddy, because we saw that didn't necessarily work this time around. And yeah, just play more around the team, I feel like would be a good thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to play around the team when one of them is 0-6, to be fair. Like, it does make life significantly harder.
Safe, they said.
Right, one little thing. Rich Gang are red side for this game. So, Bloxer, does this change anything going into Champ Select for this game? Do we think this is going to change it? Or do you think all the traditional kind of like side selection and all of that goes out the window because this is just a kind of a bit of a fiesta series?
I think a little bit of both, a little bit of one, a little bit of the other. Specifically, I think the being on red side right here for Rich Gang is brilliant because it now means you can give yourself something to play around in the top lane. You can give over that counter. We are talking earlier about how, maybe we'll get some early pickups from the top lane. I think that's still fine, potentially, over on the side of Ruddy. Not from Rich Gang. I want to see them grab something nice and easy up in the top lane to play around that you aren't putting quite so much force into, because as much as we're talking about how there were other places that things were going wrong, maybe you should have punished more onto the bottom side of the map. Very clearly the top lane was the problem. It was an identified weakness, and whether or not that was just about the specific draft that you had in the previous game, or whether it's a player weakness that Ruddy have looked at, I think you need to give that extra level of protection up to the top lane, because bot side was doing fine. Mid lane was actually looking really good overall. We really had to just sort of blast past it because the rest of the map was falling to pieces so much, but Zeronix on that champion, on the new champion Locke, right, who he clearly hasn't had that much practice on because it's only been out for a little while so far, was able to play incredibly well. I think if you've got a more stable overall game state, Zeronix is going to be in a potential position to try to carry, so you need to just put a little bit of a band-aid over the top lane and make sure that's not going to fall behind and drag the rest of your team down with you.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, it really was reminiscent of a solo queue game, not just because of the chaos, but like for Zeronix's perspective. Anyone who's played mid is like, wow, I'm doing really good at mid, and then the whole map is on fire around you, and you're like, this is unwinnable. Like that was top the true solo queue experience.
Bot lane has just had the support out for 20 minutes. Yeah.
The one was like, why is my bot lane losing? They're 2v1. What is going on down there? But that was, I feel as a mid laner, I do feel for Zeronix, to be honest. That was a bit of a painful one to watch. But, he genuinely had a really, really good game. So, if you're to take any takeaways from this is maybe look at how you're going to try and play around that. And, I think putting topside on a more stable pick up there is probably a really solid idea as well. You can go just the classic, I'm just going to play level 6 engage tank, or someone who can just absorb pressure and not really worry too much. Because remember, that Olaf was a counter pick to the Renekton. They opted into that matchup and pretty heavily paid the price. Now, I will say they probably weren't expecting a Camille support gank at level 1, but now they have kind of had a game under their belt. It is a best of 3. You have time to learn and adapt. They're going to be a little bit more aware that, Ruddy aren't scared to pull some pretty coin flippy cheese out in the game and see if they can translate it into a win. Because I actually do think there were some really good tools put together in that comp. From Rich Gang. I do also think Ruddy had a really good kind of anti-melee team as well. Yeah. I think a lot of the kind of macro element of the game just went out the window because it turned into a bit of a fiesta. So I think we looked a little bit at the top side. Skipper, let's talk a little bit about the bot side because I've hinted a little bit, but I'm not happy with that. What went wrong? What went wrong bot side?
I mean, first off, we could talk about the Senate Blades, but in general, I just feel like they had a little bit rough and they fell a little bit behind in tempo, and it felt like Jerky was just able to find these roams way quicker than what they were able to do here, Rich Gang. So I don't know. I feel like maybe he should just go for something like a Nautilus, a Karma, a Shen, potentially something a little bit better there for engage. And maybe easier to hit, and maybe you see, I don't know, an Ezreal or something along those lines to just farm and then can play their own roam game, essentially.
So what you're saying is you just no more skill shots, just point and click with the depth charge.
I worry about that as the answer here potentially, because that's not really what Red Strike likes to play, right? He's a big hook champion enjoyer. He loves himself things like the Thresh, like the Nautilus, like the Leona. Like you said, at least you've got depth charge right on the Nautilus. You hit your hook maybe, but at least you're going to be able to hit that depth charge. But I don't know that they're going to back off of this quite aggressive style potentially, because if that's what you really like to play, I don't think it's correct to step away from your best look right here. It could be just a little bit of nerves. Of course, you're playing here on the NLC. It's a big stage, right? And you're playing against a very good team. As much as we've been talking about Ruddy as, second fiddle in a lot of situations, always looking towards the top but not quite being there. They are a really good squad. They've got some really good players this time around. They've got high expectations, and you're finding yourself in the way of all of that. It's understandable for game 1 nerves. Let's hope he's able to, put those back down, get those out during the first game, and really be able to step up for the second one.
Well, I do think you're on the money there, because it's one of those things where, nerves are obviously a thing, and as much as Ruddy haven't really got any big titles under their name, they have always, most seasons have been the odd ones. They're most seasons at least kind of been on the top end of the table and have been one of the teams to watch. So we'll have to see if they can change things up as we're getting ourselves ready to go into game number 2. Ruddy now on that blue side as Rich Gang selected red. But their backs to the wall. Rich Gang have to fix it in this game, or it is unfortunately going to be their undoing. There goes the Rek'Sai from Ruddy as ban number 1. What are we going to see for ban number 2, guys? Wait, did they just skip a ban?
Oh, was that a skipped ban?
Oh, they did. Oh, no, they're leasing. Okay.
Okay.
Just
Good,
playing up.
good.
Just playing up.
Yeah, we get the audio of it a few seconds before we get the actual pull through. So far, looking exactly the same as what we had previously, going for all of the same bans. We'll see if it is going to continue on, and it is at this point, right? These teams clearly knowing exactly what it is that they were not particularly interested in dealing with. We'll see if Rich Gang can ban away the Bard that they did previously, looking at the Aurora instead. So this would be a step away from what they banned in the previous round. Previously, they took away the Bard and the Akali. Still going to take out that Akali, so they are a little bit worried of what it is that Nano could potentially do to them.
Alrighty, well, last game, actually, the Graves stayed open, which is one we talked about. We even did show a graphic. The fact that the Graves is something that's been picked up. Obviously, no Nocturnes to worry about, no Camille's or anything like that to worry about. There goes the... Well, oh. The Silas audio just played in my ear. That was a bit weird. There goes the Bard as the final ban coming through. So, over to Ruddy now. What are they going to be looking to first pick?
Yeah, the Ori.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah,
safe.
the Oriana.
Absolutely go towards the Oriana right now. When that's not going to be banned away. They banned it out previously because they were on red. So now you're on blue side. Take that one straight away. We already saw just how good Zeronix can be. So taking yourself the Oriana, nice and safe. Nothing too much that you're going to be super worried about in the individual laning phase. Really nice there.
Alrighty, well, what is the answer going to be from the side of Rich Gang? Looking towards stuff that they can play off the back of. Hovering the Ari. Okay, so there's some old school matchups here. I say old school. Something we saw quite a lot last year was like the Ari Xin Zhao or like the Ari Vi, where you can set up off each other. So there is worlds where you could just go for that. They're both fairly safe picks as well. You may hold the jungle pick here and see what gets shown. Maybe if there's something like an Ezreal, the Vi shoots up a little bit more than the Xin Zhao in the priority. But no, they're hovering some jungle options here. At least for Lifetime. There it is, yeah. The Ari Vi. Classic, that one.
Yeah, I like seeing that. Definitely a good old combo of the Ari Vi. We've seen it. It's like just like the old times. Wondering what they're going to be going for the other side, though. Maybe we do see that Xin Zhao come in. Or Pantheon, actually. Okay.
Classic answer as well. And there goes the Ambessa getting picked up. Robocop just throwing the gauntlet down a little bit here.
Yeah.
Now, this forces the side of Rich Gang to either counterpick top here and play something that can answer into that Ambessa. I mean, honestly, things like the Poppy's actually really high value into this. You can shut down with the Steadfast Presence on all the dashes. Same with the Pantheon as well. Or they could look to pick up something elsewhere, get like a powerful support here and look to counter ban out that in response. Just going to go for the Cassante as the answer for the Ambessa. So a bit more of a meat shield like we were talking about in the pregame. So I think this is pretty valuable here from Matt Grantor.
I'm happy. I'm really happy right here from Macronator. I think that in this situation, right, as much as there are things you could take to the Ambessa, there's no point. We've seen previously that when trying to fight him in this situation, Ruddy are more than happy to send members up. They're happy to get involved too much. And I really like the Cassante in the rest of this composition, because you've already got a bunch of champions that have been flinging themselves forwards. You get to do that as well, be a meat shield as well for whatever ADC is going to be behind them. And that's good, because Ruddy, they've also got themselves a composition that's looking to jump into the back line. Be interesting to see if the Ezreal's allowed to go through here, because I think both teams in this situation could take some extra mobility, and the fact that you've already lost out onto that Xayah could hurt a little bit.
Poppy. I'm surprised to see the Poppy coming out. Oh, no, of course. No, it is Rich Gang who should be playing the Poppy. No, that's actually a good ban from Ruddy. Like we said, you know, you got Ari, you got Vi, you got Cassante. I mean, Poppy actually value into both teams, to be fair. So, Sud take it away. Alistair also getting banned out. A lot of engage angles being taken away here. Final ban coming in from Ruddy. Now, you did talk that Red Stripe likes to play things like a Thresh. I'm not sure how much I like the Thresh into this, though. Not a major fan, but then looking at like what your answers are, we'll have to see. They do just ban the Thresh away, though. Don't want to give it over. No hook chance coming out. So just going to be the Rel. Rich Gang, they got themselves a lot of team fighting capability here. Ruddy just going to lock in that Callista. as a
Yeah,
so nasty.
Renata. So good.
That's
Beautiful.
so nasty.
Chef's kiss right there to that one. I would have also really liked the Rel over on the Ruddy side as well. Obviously, a great ball delivery system, works very well alongside the Pantheon and the Ambessa, but at the point at which that one's taken away, I really like this combo in the bot lane. Very aggressive and just such good anti-engage. All of that dive potential that Rich Gang had previously. If you're good with the hostile takeover, you get to just stop that one straight up. Interesting that it is going to be the Talia as the final pickup right here. That will be the Talia ADC, well, APC in this situation, I should say. Something we highlighted as a potential option for Rich Gang earlier. And it's different, it changes things up, and it actually gives you that little bit of extra range that you need in this bot lane matchup to not get pushed around too badly by a very aggressive duo.
I think also the big thing is as well as when you get to the team fight, it makes Kallista's life harder, it makes the Ambessa, it makes the Pantheon's life all harder with the Unraveled Earth.
Yeah.
I like this as a final pickup. Obviously, Merc Treads shoot up in value this game because there's a lot of AP threats. But Skipper, while we've only got you for a little bit, pick a team. Tell me why you think they're going to win.
I mean, so far I do feel like Ruddy has had the upper hand, so I would say I'm probably going to be on their side. For the side of Rich Gang, though, they just have to try to survive the Unibot side against the Renata and the Kalista. What about you guys?
Go on, Bloxer.
Well, when asked earlier about how we thought it was that Ruddy were going to play, we said aggressive, only going forwards, and it's exactly the same with this composition right here. I'm going to be fascinated to see what the Pantheon pathing is, where we're heading.
Yeah, well, I have to admit, I like the way Rich Gang drafted in this game. I worry about some of the macro stuff I saw in that previous game. I think there were a lot of mistakes, a lot of kind of not respecting and kind of just making these big mistakes, but they have got lots of good tools. And remember, while that game was a total fiesta, Zeronix had a fantastic game on the lock. He's now on the Ahri. He's got one of the best junglers you can pair with that Ahri. So I would like to see Rich Gang try and play through this Ahri, try and play through this mid lane and set up off that. But Ruddy have given himself a whole heap of tools to work with to try and shut it down. So the value in the Renata into such a heavy melee team. I mean, your only real range is Benna on that Talia.
It is, and as much as we're talking about Talia range as quite a big threat, and it is, I don't know that you want it as the only big piece of range you can do. Obviously, a lot in this game is going to be on sniping people out by Zeronix. If you're able to hit a lot of those big charms, that could be really nice. And Anno starting super aggressive right here. He's just going to be able to take these chickens straight away. We talked about early pathing, and this is something that the Pantheon can do. In the straight up 1v1 early on versus the Vi, he should be okay. Does need to be careful about not stepping too far up, getting himself caught out, but he should step up here, see that the red buff is available, and kind of just take this one away. I don't know what Lifetime's really going to be able to do, because he's going to jump back over the wall right here.
I mean, they're both level 2. Anno's going to be losing a little bit of HP to the red buff while this whole thing is going on.
Yeah, but it's just taken away. It's just smited him out.
Just revealed himself. No, he smited too early.
What?
Is going to be able to find it. Lifetime, I think he got a little bit dizzy there. Gets hit up by the Q. Waiting for that stun to come off cooldown. It's 3 seconds off, so Lifetime should get to safety. Oh, that was a little bit risky. I think Lifetime should have just accepted it.
That was misplayed by Anno. At the point at which he looks to smite early to try take it away, you've just got to sit in the bush. You cannot reveal yourself in that situation. And the fact that he did, drew Lifetime in, could potentially have gotten there, smote it out, and that would have put him in a really bad spot. Instead, it's just going to be a couple of camps stolen away. Now, what will Lifetime do about this? Because can he actually skip out onto any camps and move down into the bottom side jungle and steal things away? I think the answer's most likely going to be no. You can already see Jerky moving over to cover off any potential entrances, see where it is that Lifetime is at, and the reset, if you can get down into the bottom lane right here from Anno and keep all of these bot lane camps, an early 2-camp lead is massive.
Yeah. Losing a buff early is horrible as well, but I think the big thing and why this has happened in this sense is Anno, great read on the invade, but also, you know, Talia as a mage is not going to have as much like early pressure from that kind of 1 to 2 as you're going to see from something like the Kalista. So they were able to get an early shove with the double range bot lane into Rich Gang, which then means that the invade just becomes very hard because, like you said, Jerky's able to move over earlier, set up the vision, scout out for the potential invade, and Lifetime just recognized, even with the fact that Zeronix had a push, he didn't have enough power on the bot side of the map to be able to translate it into anything. So he just has to lose out on those early objectives. And is going to be able to cross map into the blue side. So it's double blue. So he'll be down 1 camp instead of the 2 off this.
Yeah, it makes things just slightly better overall. Still, the reason this is so important is because level 6s are massive to both of these champions. As much as the Vi and the Pantheon can both gank without that level 6 available, especially the Vi, it takes what is a pretty good gank setup to an almost guaranteed to at least blow a flash out of your opponents, and you want to be getting that as quickly as possible, as Red Strike takes a huge chunk of damage right here.
Yeah, lovely use, though, of the Unraveled Earth. Afrobeat actually forced to use the barrier. They're going to go for the kill onto Red Strike, and that should just be it. First blood over to Jerky. Brenner, honestly, he played that as good as could be. He really set it up so they could shut that down, and it was just answered out.
He hit everything, but it's just a fundamental misread of the point at which you are strong. Yes, it is a cull right here onto Freebie, so he's not as strong as imagined, but he's still going to be in a good spot, and Brenner now potentially going to get taken down as well, does get hit, and he's just gone.
Good shuffle back. Anno, though, is going to be able to survive that one. So another kill. It again goes over to Jerky. So you're not actually accelerating the Callista quite as much as you would like, but he's happy. He's got the gold lead. He's got the farm lead. Farm being denied underneath the tower as well. Didn't crash this wave, though, at least. Or most of that wave.
Is just about able to get enough of it underneath the tower. Doesn't immediately give away some sort of freeze. Freebie going to take a little bit longer to get back out onto the map, but I'm not even mad about it here, Bring. You know, I think Jerky getting a couple of extra kills early on is going to put you in a really nice spot. A lot of this game, a lot of this composition is resting on the hostile takeover coming on through, so for Jerky to be in an even stronger position could potentially be quite fun.
Yeah, it's the right start for them. Gets the pickaxe as well off the back versus No Lost Chapters. Oronix, though, looking to potentially get ganked. Has got Red Strike hanging about, so Red Strike... Last game, I think the big criticism was they were always a step behind on the rotations. This time actually read that very well. Made their way over. Lifetime's doing the dragon while this is going on. And Rich Gang, 100% first dragon.
Yep.
In this entire series. Been very, very good at securing those early dragons. Ruddy, more focused on lane pressure than just straight up map pressure. So not actually getting as many early objectives.
So far, been working out for them just fine. Looking to get towards those first item breakpoints. And the first item breakpoint is going to be massive for both of these teams. Whoever's able to get that first item onto their jungle specifically is going to put themselves in a really good spot. Right now, looking pretty even, as Zoronix could potentially be ganked onto. Is just going to have to blow that ulti to try to get away. That's great to get out this early on, especially with the shockwave advantage now for Nano. If we get some sort of skirmish coming on through, you're going to be in a great spot for Ruddy.
Yeah, it's going to make their life a little bit harder, but Spirit Rush is on a irritatingly short cooldown, even at level 6. So you have a very small window to go for a punish. There's the charm from Zoronix, but Nano did get the command dissonance off as well, so pretty equal fight off that one. Zoronix, no ultimate, so this is a perfect window to go for that punish as they're looking for the lockdown. Lifetime forced to flash away. Anno puts up the invulnerability, does get hit by the charm though, and a bit of a follow-up damage. There's going to be the all-out thrown down from Agrantor as Zoronix. He's going to be answered in response. No Spirit Rush. They find the pressure. Agrantor jumps underneath the tower. They answer out 1-for-1 on that play.
Gonna be, like you said, a 1-for-1 is top laners as well, picking up both of the kills. Brenner's dead again.
Jerky gets the kill.
Oh, Jerky. Okay, and we keep going as well as a Lifetime. Just about going to be able to get himself back away. Lots of explosivity all of a sudden, but things coming up Ruddy right now. 4 kills to 1. More importantly, about a 2,500 gold lead. Pretty good for this point in the game, although it'd be fascinating to see just how much of that is sat on Jerky right now.
Yeah, Jerky, pretty substantial lead off that one. Is that Rantel? Ooh. Taking a fight here versus Robocop. Misses the knockback from the Q3. So I'm just going to walk away from each other off the back of that one. Zoronix. Nice little punish onto them. Forcing out that Spirit Rush and not being able to really find much more. Everyone else kind of on reset. And if you have a look at the minimap, Jerky, he's hovering with the idea of actually moving around the map here. They've got Grub spawning up in the next 3 minutes. It's a little bit early on the Grub rotation, but wants to move in position. Robocop, nice sidestep on the Q3 as well there from Agrantor. And yeah, they're just setting up and getting the pressure applied in preparation for the potential Grub take here for the side of Ruddy.
And as much as we'd be talking about how it would be nice if Jerky wasn't taking all of the kills early Mikhail's coming on through and into a composition where you've got this Ahri to be dealing with, I really like that. I think that could potentially be huge. You have got 2 champions, very squishy, a lot of damage to be pumping out in the Orianna. and the Callista, and the fact that you can now give them that little bit of extra survivability, little bit of extra safety will be really nice. As we talked about, it is going to be the Grubs picking up right here for Ruddy. No real response at all. Lifetime instead heading to the bottom lane and just grabbing himself a few more camps. Really not been able to get himself any kind of lead, but hasn't fallen too far behind after the early pathing.
I misspoke as well. I said it was like 2 minutes until Grubs. I got baited by the overlay there. It's been a while for me. Forgetting when Grubs spawn. Ano's actually not finishing up the Grubs. Doesn't want to set the global announcement off on where they are on the map. There it goes. Yep. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, it times out anyway, yeah. So it announces. Of course, forgot. Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it, apparently, for me. But, yeah, they know where he is. But although he's already starting his clear downwards, so... And with the Grand Starfall, it's actually quite hard to go for a dive onto this bot lane, even with Lifetime's ultimate. Just recognizing that this Pantheon has the ability to just pull that trigger. Robocop's going to force a tower. Well, a minion wave under that tower there. Meanwhile, Ruddy going to be able to translate this into a couple of tower plates.
And there's just so very little that you can do. This is one of the problems with falling behind in one of these AP matchups in the bottom lane. It does just get really, really rough. Right now, Lifetime potentially looking for some sort of lane gank, and Nano is stood quite far forwards. Does have the flash available to him, though, so doesn't need to be too careful overall, and Lifetime will back away. Robocop will pick up this remaining Grub as well.
I really like that.
Going over. I
really like that because they were able to kind of, while there was a lull in the top lane, Robocop goes and finishes the Grubs, and this means that the downtime on Ano's clear is actually significantly reduced because he doesn't have to deal with that last Grub.
It's literally perfect. The Grub has just respawned. He's heading back to base right now. Will be back out to go and pick these camps up once again and just gets to keep the money train rolling.
Yeah, that was a really, really heads-up play by Ruddy. Very, very smartly done, as they are going to secure themselves some vision control of their red side. Nice little visual glitch there with when the wards get taken. I noticed that in the last game where it doesn't fully understand how much wards are worth at the moment, so just gives you an uncertain amount. So it looks like Rich Gang, they want to go for a play here onto Nano. Nano is going to get caught by the wall. Does have the flash. There's the Magnet Storm out. They do get the shove back. There's Lifetime jumping in. Nano, can he survive? I don't think he can. 4-man dive onto the mid lane. And there's not really much they can get in response. There's only 3 minions left on the wave, and Afrobi is just getting free time with the Grub buff onto this tower bot side. So I don't know how much I rate that. I mean, they are going to try and translate it into a dragon, but Afrobi's big. They've got the Grand Starfall, and that is going to be one dead rail. The flank from Jerky is huge. Brenner's coming over as well, as they're going to look for turn it onto Lifetime. Lifetime will be falling. Double kill onto Afrobi. Dragon denied. Ano gets the kill onto Brenner, and down goes the Ronix. It's a triple kill for Afrobi, and no casualties there for the side of Ruddy. Genuinely fantastic answer.
There we go. Those are the kills onto a freebie that he was looking for. Going to be able to pick himself up all of those turret plays as well. And a freebie plays so aggressive right here. I mean, he jumped straight over onto the pit. Could potentially have gotten taken down by Lifetime, but just recognizes Lifetime not in a position to actually do that much damage. And a freebie is rolling at this point. 3 kills into his back pocket. 3 kills onto his support as well. And this bot lane is truly taking over the game here.
That's a very fair Callista.
Yes.
10 stacks left on that cull as well, so another cash-in's coming in soon. Static Shift finished up to Lost Chapter on Brenner. Ruddy, not as chaotic as a game, but I'm actually happy to see this. Because my concern was, are Ruddy just going to be one of those total chaos teams who can only play when the game is in a bizarre position for them? The answer is no.
Nope.
They're able to, play a much more measured game. And yes, this is maybe a slightly bigger lead than you would expect typically. As Ano, his blast comes in, gets caught by the Magnet Storm, has the W to not get caught off by too much here. Nano now overstepping. Lifetime, no ultimate available, but they're going to go for the Charm Spirit Rush combo there onto Nano. There's the flash! And Nano, big overreach.
Yep. And at this point, right, as much as we could be heaping a lot of praise right onto Ruddy in the way that they played in these past 2 games, the mid lane has been the problem. Nano has been getting taken to task a little bit by Zoronix, by just everybody over on the other side of Rich Gang, and I do wonder what that means overall. We'll obviously see as we get further on into Swiss. Is this that Nano is just a particularly weak link for Ruddy, or is Zeronix just playing out of his mind so far in this game? We'll have to wait and see, obviously, very early on in the split so far, but it means that you do at least have some sort of bright spark right here for Rich Gang, when everything else has been feeling just a little bit down.
Honestly, Zeronix has really impressed me today.
Oh yeah, agreed.
It's honestly been a pretty dire circumstance game or series for him, but consistently putting up. And yes, this game he's only 1 and 2, but like genuinely been playing very well. So cool to see from the mid laner of a team who, you know, having a bit of a rougher go of it. Robocop is potentially diveable here. They're going to look for it. Ranton losing a little bit of HP. They're trying to go for the bait. Robocop just going to back away nicely. Jerky was also in the wings in case with the bailout ready to go. Very smartly read there. They look for the answer.
Here.
Anno finds the stun. Jerky looks for the handshake. Rantor very low, but not going down yet. There it is. Jerky, 4 kills in. Still the most fed person on his team. As Lifetime will finally go down. And that's the kill for Robocop.
And again, just over-aggressive from Rich Gang, not recognizing that their opponents have a Pantheon, and there is a Grand Starfall up and available, thinking they can potentially get a kill onto Robocop, and Anno reads that, rotates up onto the map once again, picking kills up, putting them into, at least one of them, into a key position right here. And Ruddy continue to expand this gold lead out for themselves. About 8,000 gold is their advantage at this point in the game. And you can really see it beginning to reflect in these items. First items just about scraped together for the members of Rich Gang, whereas Ruddy, they are rolling in it. Second items coming through.
Yeah, got nice leads here, but teleport's coming in. Zeronix is the target. He has got that Spirit Rush. Robocop going the long way around. If he can catch him with the public execution, Zeronix is absolutely cut. There's going to be the ultimate. And Robocop one-shots him. Voltaic and Serpent's Fang on board. Lethality and better. One-shotting people as Brenner incredibly low. Jerky, can he look for the kill? Public execution forwards. Brenner's not going to get caught. He has the Unraveled Earth. He needs to go for it. Robocop, very squishy. There's going to be the ultimate. Brenner is going low, but he doesn't go down to his own support. Very nicely played by Ruddy, but weren't able to translate it into anything more.
Well, they're not able to translate it into any more kills, but they're going to grab themselves this mid lane at tier 1 tower, and potentially even the tier 2 down on the bottom side of the map as well, trading it for some plating, going over to Agronator on the top side of the map. Just every single one of their players getting them more and more gold injected into those back pockets. However, bit over-aggressive, we can call it, up in the top side. Robocop kind of feeling himself just a little bit more as... Boy, Freebie does a disgusting amount of damage right now. I don't think that barrier was even going to save Brenner.
Oh, so crazy. Brenner was so low. Great escape, to be honest, but ultimately, pressure still sitting very comfortably in Ruddy's favor.
Yeah.
Does look like Rich Gang, though, want to turn their attention towards this Rift Herald and try and find a way to answer on the map somewhat with some more towers, but... not being given that opportunity. Robocop has found Zeronix, and Zeronix has forced the Spirit Rush away. Barely touched Robocop in that fight. There goes the Rift Herald. And that now just means we're going to see probably a tier 2 tower go down off the back of that.
Absolutely, and so we've now really got to start talking about what it is that Rich Gang can do to get themselves back into this game, because they don't have a composition where you could go, it's fine, 20 minutes later will be useful. That's not going to be the case. In fact, for the Vi, the kind of peak of your power has already passed. For the Ahri, you really wanted to be getting rolling at this point in the game with 2 items ready to go play, and that hasn't happened either. So instead, I think they're going to have to move away from trying to fight their opponents straight up right here. Instead, you've got some great pick potential between the charm and just everything that a Vi gives you, the movement around the map that you have from Brenner as well on this Talia. Finding isolated members and finding kills that way is going to be critical. The problem is that Ruddy has recognized this really well so far and is keeping the pace of the game high. It's not allowing Rich Gang to settle and try to find ways back in, and if this continues to be the case, Ruddy, they could be on pace for another very fast game.
Yeah, it could be. I feel like actually more than the last game, Ruddy just had more control because they haven't been matched as much in the chaos. Unraveled Earth has gone down. There's the stun, and it looks like Brenner this time will fall. A Freebie able to get his kill. Lovely played by him. Does look like there's going to be some level of answer onto Robocop. Remember, he does a lot of damage. Incredibly squishy. Going to clear the wave out. Does get caught by the all-out. Robocop
nothing
cleared the
here.
wave out though, so they can't answer. And this means Ruddy will be able to take tier 2
There's no defense.
in the mid side. They're even going to answer with a potential inhibitor. Smart move not to go for the
bot.
inhibitor. It's a bit too early. Meanwhile, Zeronix is looking for the kill onto Nano. Nano has just accepted they are the sacrificial lamb this game.
Oh,
Spirit
have they?
Rush is going to be enough to chase this one up. No way Nano survives that one. Genuinely, I think... Oh, Anno? Okay. Other than that from Anno, really, really well played. They got 3 towers with that Rift Herald.
I really like that bit of drifting right there to not go for the inhibitor, like you said, instead picking up that bot lane tier 2 tower. It's now only the tower in the top lane that survives. Now, Red Strike.
Oh, Red Strike.
Oh, Red Strike.
I don't think he struck at all there. Ultimate actually doesn't really hit onto too many people. They had to bail out onto Afrobi, though, so they're going to be able to try and save their life. It's not going to be enough. But the public execution does come out from Robocop, and he answers with 2 kills. That is an incredibly fed M-Bessa, one-shotting people, teleport to safety. They answer out beautifully.
They do indeed. That's once again just going to be a bunch more kills coming over for Ruddy. They do lose out onto a freebie. That's going to be his first death of the game. But still, things looking good for them. 1 minute now until we get the Baron available. That's kind of the next piece that you really need right here for Ruddy to be able to close this game out. And boy, there's not been a lot of hit abilities so far coming through from Red Strike. Just unfortunate to watch. What's fun to watch, though, is the amount of damage that Robocop does. Holy, as you were saying, right? Cyclo Sword, Serpents, Cyrilda's coming in as well. I mean, yeah, not looking to be tanky, but who cares? If you've one-shot your opponents, they can't do any damage to you.
The easiest way to tank is to kill. Can't take damage if they're dead.
Yep, exactly.
It is funny that you were talking in the pregame, but Red Strike is a bit more of a hook champion because they are missing a lot of abilities.
Unfortunately. Hey, at least as well, when you miss something and you jump in, you can Magnet Storm, and if you miss that too, I don't know what to tell you, right? I don't expect that to be happening too often. It's just a really tough game as well, though. As much as we are, laughing a little bit, there's a bunch of just anti-engage available from this Ruddy composition.
Yeah.
And when you do get close enough to actually deal your damage, that means you have put yourself in the fire line of Nano and a freebie, and I think more importantly in the game, Robocop.
I think also, which is what's most crazy about this, is like there's a lot of anti-engage available to Ruddy, but the guy on your screen right now, Nano, hasn't actually been there for any of that. Like, you add the shockwave into that, it gets even dicier. Oh, Brenner goes down. Lovely stun from Anno. And that probably could just be Baron, to be honest, at this point. I think they're too weak.
Be Baron. I don't know that you can do anything about it, especially when you've got a Callisto over on the other side of things. Going to make that smite secure that much easier to play around. Let's see if Lifetime can make a miracle happen, because with the Baron going over right here to Ruddy, that could well spell the end.
Well, remember, Anno is actually very squishy. Could get caught here. Baron obviously shredding those resistances as Lifetime gets hit by the shockwave. Nano pulls that trigger. Red Strike throws down the Magnet Storm. Anno looking for it, but they do get a great hostile takeover, which is going to answer it out as Red Strike will fall. Anno secures the kill. Zeronix has got the Spirit Rush on as they're trying to jump to safety. Baron has been thwarted as that Rantor has been able to get in, but Zeronix goes for the Flash Charm. Afrobi secures the kill, and it is straight back to business. Down goes Baron here from Ruddy. And honestly, I don't know what Rich Can do.
There's very, very little available to them, especially at the point at which you've just not got the support of your Cassante, deciding against playing this one around. Really nice hostile takeover. You highlighted it beautifully, right? It tags just across the key members and buys enough time for Ruddy to be able to get the kill nice and quickly onto Lifetime, and then just keep playing through the rest of the team fight. From Zeronix, I mean, I get it, right? Like, if you get the shutdown here, it's worth it, even for your life, even for the Baron. You're looking for something, some desperate injection of gold at this point in the game, but unfortunately, there's not even that available to them. Rich Gang just getting routed in this one.
Yeah, it's one of those games where, honestly, it's over. Like, this has to be the throw of the century here for them to lose this one. Lifetime, speed up comes in from Anno. There's the stun. And yeah, that's a dead Vi. That's a very, very dead Vi. One quick E. Not actually even going to be necessary. Queued out by Anno. But yeah, this is one where it's like, I think your only real win condition is turn to religion and hope that your god comes through for you.
Absolutely.
You're not winning this through mechanics.
I'd pick several in this situation, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket, as going forwards once again for Ruddy. They might be able to lose a couple members.
Okay, a bit of a throw, but the answer out. There's going to be enough for a kill. Afrobi, though, is just dancing around the edge of this fight. Secures himself a kill in response. Shutdown goes on to Zeronix. Big shield. Oh, flash from Red Strike. Secure himself the shutdown, but another inhibitor tower goes down. Nano's got no mana to really protect Robocop here, so they're going for the Spirit Rush Charm combo. Misses. Robocop's going to be able to turn away, and it's just the reset coming in. I think the big problem right now is when you're picking a mage bot lane, you're picking it for the early pressure it can build,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
like,
exactly.
obviously, there's great scaling with the fact that a mage gets a 6th item and all that extra AP is huge. You're not seeing that 6th item from Brenner. They are 2.5 items in, and they've not been able to get any real early pressure. They lost out heavily. And Afrobi has heavily scaled, so you've got so much consistent damage coming in. And actually, pure respect there from Afrobi. I really like this from them. Gone the Jack Show as their 4th item.
Why not? At this point, you're already dealing more than enough damage. You are overscaled compared to your opponents. The only real threat to you is just getting bursted down. So goes Jack Show to get that little bit of extra survivability coming on through. Works really well as well with just this full on hit. I'm running straight into your personal space kind of build that they've got. They've also, of course, got all of that extra help from Jerky. 4, 1, and 10 at this point. An incredible performance from him. And now Ruddy, with just the last little bits of the Baron buff available to them, looking to crack open the final remaining towers outside of the Nexus ones, and already they've got some super minions beginning to pour in through the mid lane.
So Nano's pretty scaled up, doing a fair amount of damage. Nice shuffle back onto 2 members into the charm. Robocop's going to get caught there by the ultimate, but a quick turnaround with the hostile takeover sends the berserk. In comes the Grand Starfall, and a freebie jumps over the wall. He dodges everything Red Strike throws at him, and he finds himself so much damage, turns it into a kill, makes it a double. The all-out is not going to be enough here from a Grand Tour as he gets the triple. There's going to be the shutdown coming in from Nano. It's a clean ace for Ruddy, and game 2, that was a convincing win. A very, very convincing win.
It was a little bit slower during the early couple of minutes than the previous one. It was less of a mess overall. It very much felt like Ruddy knew their game plan and knew how to play it. But that's not to say it was slow. There was no slow pace in this game. Ruddy are going to be the aggressive team that we had expected them to be. And this is really, really nice. I'm not particularly surprised that they have hit the ground running with this squad. Obviously, as we were talking about, they pretty much brought themselves an entire Hit Point Masters team over 100% CITA system. And they're just rolling. At this point, really nice look from Ruddy to start things out. Exactly what they want, and they're going to go 1-0 in Swiss. They'll face off one of our other 1-0 teams, and that's probably going to be an incredibly explosive matchup.
Really good to see there from Ruddy. Really, really impressive stuff. And yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, what they've got going forwards, because my big concern after game 1 was like, okay, they're just a chaos team. There's no kind of like hero there. They're just gonna play chaotically and try and catch you with cheese. No. Game 2, I think it's fair to say that there was a pretty big skill gap between the two teams, but they played a much cleaner game, a much more kind of like, all right, we recognize our win condition of how this team's played, and then we play with it. Yes, they had a substantial gold lead, which does make the game a bit easier, but genuinely, that was a much cleaner game from a macro sense, and, you know, they just controlled the map, and they did not give just an inch for Rich Gang. They're just unable to breathe at all in that game. So really, really clean stuff coming in from the side of Ruddy in that series for them, and a great opener to this season as well. So great to see. Genuinely great to see.
In our overall tier list, the amalgamation of the tier list that we had Rich Gang as the bottom team. They were at the bottom of our D tier, unfortunately for them, and in the way they were beaten right here by Ruddy, we have not necessarily found any evidence to the contrary. I would, however, like to highlight Zeronix, who had 2 pretty dang good games from himself right here. And if Nano's a good player, which we expect, and he was able to take Nano to task in all of these games, that is something you could potentially be playing around. I think if we're going to see any big wins coming out of Rich Gang, it's going to be because of this mid lane. And hey, mid lane's in a pretty good spot to be able to carry through at this point in the meta.
Honestly, I feel like, you know, regardless of what happens at all to the side of Rich Gang, I think Zeronix is definitely a name that eyes should be kept on going forwards, because I feel like with the right team, with the right support staff, that's a pretty clean mid laner who could genuinely do some really good stuff. So, yeah, I think Zeronix should be proud of himself for this game. I think game 1 obviously was a little bit better for them, but maybe Locke's just a bit broken. Game 2, score wasn't quite as clean, but the map was a lot more weighted against them. You know, once you start to lose those outer towers, your line of scrimmage gets pushed back so far, and they went so early that the jungle difference just grew further and further, because it became so hard to go into your own jungle because there could be anyone from Ruddy there waiting for you, and it just made that game so hard for them. So yeah. I mean, Ruddy looking very good. We are preparing an interview, so hopefully we'll have that ready fairly soon. I don't know who it's going to be. I'm sure I'll get a name in a moment. But that's why we're just yapping a little bit more. But yeah. It's a freebie. Lovely. Good to see the ADC coming in. I'll wait until we actually get them ready before I introduce them into the interview. But yeah, genuinely, really, really good game there from Ruddy. Yeah. I'm interested to see how they do versus some of the better teams. I know their eyes very much are going to be on Verdant right now. Verdant denied them. Anyway, I hear that an interview's ready. So let's bring Skipper back in, and he can be joined by our interview guest here, a freebie. Welcome in, guys. Let's see him. Any moment now. Oh, hello, a freebie. No camera, I guess, then. Oh, no camera!
Look, I have so many plushies as well.
I know, look at that. I was actually about to hit on those.
They're not
like
mine, but it's fine.
Actually, the Piplup slaps right on the shelf, like him having a lie down. How you doing after that win? A 2-0?
I mean, I'm good. Wait, I need to do this fast. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. Was a bit harder than I expected. Thought we would stomp harder and not make as many mistakes, but it's okay, I guess.
I mean, game 2 was clean, man. Game 2 was clean. Game 1 was a bit of a circus, but I do want to ask a little bit about game 1, because I think that was a bizarre game. You know, sending the support top side for an early gank. What was the call on that? Because that's a risky play. If that goes wrong, the game is in a pretty horrendous state.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie, you know, like it goes with his name. He just jerk offs the top lane, and I don't know, like he does some crazy stuff. He like messes with the jungler, goes to dive. Like I'm just chilling in bot lane, you know, trying not to lose XP. I mean, it's just the Ruddy way, you know. That's how we play. So.
Yeah, I mean, man, I just brain farted on any questions there. That was... yeah, I've been doing this job for 10 years, and my brain is just not functioning.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh, you got one?
Plenty to ask. Of course. With that first game, you're being left alone in this matchup, right? Obviously, on the Zeri, not exactly something you want to be completely left alone with. Not the most survivability of all champions, although a decent amount. What's kind of going through your head in that situation for trying to keep yourself safe and make sure that you don't have your bot lane go wrong when everything is going oh so right up in the top lane?
Yeah, well, to begin off, right, I warded the first Bush all one. They didn't play Oracle, so it made it a bit easier. They couldn't like pull the wave and freeze it on me, right, or make it push into me. Other than that, I just need like one person on the crash, and then I should be chilling. Like I will try to get as much XP as I can, but yeah, it should not be that hard of a like situation to play out, I guess.
Yeah, well, I also want to ask, how did it feel to play up against Zero there in the mid lane? Did you feel like it made the team fights more difficult, or was there anything like how did the matchup feel like when you play the team fights?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Oh, like how was it to play up against Zero? And at least in the first game, he got fairly fed on the lock. How did that matchup end up going, or how do you feel like it went?
Yeah, I mean, we have a view of luck. I don't know if I should share, but like we don't think it's that great, right? But this game it looked pretty strong, so maybe we should like reconsider. Or, I mean, I kind of griefed Nano as well, to be honest. Like I didn't tell him about the Leona move, so the first that was Loki on me. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like this champ is a bit weird. Like sometimes it feels so strong, and sometimes it feels like it like doesn't do much.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really hard to say. I don't know.
People figuring out what the champion's doing is always going to be like that. So far, it looks like it might be pretty strong, and you guys were doing pretty well to be able to overcome how strong it was. Obviously, as you said, coming in, you were expecting to beat Rich Gang. That's what we were expecting too. We didn't necessarily have Rich Gang as one of the highest looking ERL teams. Of the other ERL teams, do you have any that you are particularly worried about? Obviously, Broad, they were able to take themselves a victory over Bulldog. Of those ERL teams, which ones are you looking at as potentially your biggest threats?
I mean, for us, our goal is to do a perfect split, so
Okay.
in that sense, I don't think we should be too scared of anyone, but I think Verdant is probably the best competition. I mean, we played them at EMEA, but they had a bit of a different roster. We beat them, so I can see why we couldn't do it again.
Okay, my last question for you then is going to be one that's somewhat tied to that as well. Do you find there's any ADC that maybe you consider like a rival or like the ADC or even a bot lane combo that you see as the lane to beat?
I mean, like I said, like Verdant's bot lane, I'm kind of friends with Mishi. I know Gugu for a long time as well. I had a good impression of him before he even joined Verdant, when he wasn't like that known, I guess. And we're considering joining the same team as well. So I guess playing them would be fun.
I mean, they do slap. They're a good bot lane. I'm really excited to see you guys show up versus them because obviously, you know, bit of organizational history there being denied. Yeah. So see if this is the season. Freebeat, thank you very much for joining us, buddy, for the interview. Congratulations on the 2-0 and good luck with your games coming up.
Yep. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
And I don't know if we're going to end it. Oh, no, there we are. Cool. We're going to come back to us. So lovely. And for you guys at home, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break. And then we're done with this game, with this break. We'll be back with game number 2, series number 2. So make sure you stick around. We'll see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into match number 2 of the day, and this is going to be Leo taking on Volder. Right, who do I throw to? I'm going to throw in a block, sir. Volder. I don't know anything about these guys. I'm going to be real with you. Who are they? What's the deal?
Well, they are going to be the number 1 squad coming out of the Norwegian League, right? So we just saw Rich Gang, who were the number 2 squad. This is going to be the number 1 seed, and I'll be honest, they look a heck of a lot better. This is a team with some really interesting pieces available to them. A team that I think is going to be really fun to play around, potentially around the bottom lane. I think we've also got some really interesting looks in the jungle. I am really excited to watch this team up against Leo, but, I mean, obviously in this situation, I'm not the expert on this team.
Yeah. Let's ask our expert, Skipper. What's the deal with Volder?
Yeah, to me, Volda is a really cool team. They were like so dominant in their split.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they went 20-4, only four singular games lost, and 1 game lost in the finals. They do have a different jungler and support now, though, in NLC Kamel as well as Sundax. So that's going to be interesting. NLC Kamel is also has some interesting picks. I don't know if he have them ready to show, but basically he loves playing things like the Mordekaiser, like the Udyr, like the Hecarim. So quite a bit different from what we see from a lot of other junglers.
Very, very bizarre jungle pool actually coming in from them. How the hell do I say that name before we get into game? Because I'm gonna be real, man. There's ain't no way I'm gonna say that right first time.
You could just probably just say Camel.
Camel. Okay, cool. I'm so
just make it easier.
I'm so good. How do you actually say the name though? Like the proper full name?
Sige Kamel.
Okay,
It's technically Danish.
There's, of course,
The
always.
Sige, that's
Always.
Danish, you know?
Years of
You're like, Norway's.
years of Goldborg forcing that propaganda down my throat. Anyway, moving on to the other side, their team who they're going to be playing into, Leo. Bloxer, do you want to introduce me to Leo? What are we expecting? Who are these guys?
So this is a totally new roster from what Leo had previously. They have completely overhauled it, brought in a bunch of new lots. A couple that have played a little bit together. The bot lane specifically, W and Buddy Beast have played together, so that is a little bit of prior chemistry available to them. The majority of this roster is coming out of the Prime League's 3rd division, though. Various teams across the Prime League's 3rd division, but that's not necessarily the sort of level that we would have overall been expecting out of one of the NLC teams. Yeah, I mean, sure. The Prime League are better than us, but Prime League, 3 to NLC's 1 here, I think that's going to be a little bit of a gap, and that's why, as a group, we've been not super thrilled by the idea of this Leo squad. We think that if any of these NLC teams are going to potentially be taken down by some of these ERLs, this could be one of them, and Leo were not coming off of the back of a particularly good-looking split previously anyway.
Yeah, they definitely struggled a little bit last season. I guess the real question is how do their styles match up? How are they stylistically? Last game we looked at the Ruddy roster that were incredibly aggressive, and we saw 2 playstyles out of them. We saw kind of hyper aggressive with a like a sprinkling of cheese in the top lane ganks and stuff like that, and then we saw a very controlled aggressive early game. Skipper, you're the expert here on the side of Volder. What do they do early? What is their game plan? Are they early focused? Are they a scaling team? Are they kind of more mid game focused, objective focused? What is their play style? What are we expecting?
I definitely feel like Volda Esports is a team that loves to have their bot lane be a little bit more scaly. They use things like, but they also have, I feel like they play a bit of both actually, because they also have Caitlyn in their arsenal, they've got Senna, they got Ezreal and Varus, but they also have mage bot lanes, and everyone's been talking about, Nomi playing the signature pick in the Swain, which is something you can never really forget to mention, essentially. So he's going to be good at playing these mage bot lanes as well, which means that you will be able to essentially make your support get to roam. So that could also be something to look forward to.
Always back to the mage bot lanes. Always back to the mage bot lanes. Obviously, we don't have too much on Leo because, obviously, like you say, Bloxer, it is a new roster. So it's going to be hard to say whether or not, unless you know something I don't know, what their playstyle is going to be like. This is very much an enlightening experience for us, right?
Yeah, very much so. I think overall, right, I'm mainly looking at this team playing around the bottom side of the map. That's where they have got the bit of prior chemistry available to them. And then I'm also going to be really interested by what 1334 Matt is going to be getting up to, because again, a very aggressive looking champion pools, likes things like the Neferi, likes things like the Ambessa in the jungle even too. But Ethan has been playing a couple of different Zyra games as well in prep for this split, so we could get something potentially explosive coming out of that jungle. And I think jungle bot lane being the focus of both of these teams could end up being a very interesting look for us.
Well, here we are into the picks and bans, taking away junglers. We're seeing ADCs getting banned out. Obviously, that's Swain, bit of a flex pick. Can go around the map a little bit, support ADC. Technically mid as well. Jarvan and Aphelios getting banned up by Volder, though. So they have taken away one of the scaling options in the ADC pool, as Lock is Leo's second ban. Very, very quick lock-ins from Leo on their bans. They came into this series knowing exactly what to be targeting here. So we'll see what their third and final ban from Volder is going to be. There goes the Nautilus, almost. Almost. Don't talk others.
They're too tempting. They're too tempting to come on out. It is indeed going to be that Nautilus band away. Now, it'd be really interesting to see if Leo are going to take away the Orianna. No, instead, they think that the Syndra's going to be a bit of a bigger threat. So in terms of just the first pick on blue side that people tend to go for, be surprised if we don't see the Orianna picked up right here. If we don't, that's going to kind of tell us the Valiant just doesn't really want it, doesn't really want to be playing it.
All right, well, Syndra getting banned away. Bit of a mid and a bot lane ban off the back of that one. Karma's coming out as the first lock-in for Volder. To me, that's screaming like a Karma Ezreal or something like that in the bot side. You know, very, very early lock-in. So Leo could play Denial here and look to lock in, you know, some kind of answer to that. Obviously, you could just hand the Karma over for like a Kai'Sa if you don't lock in the Ezreal here. So and Kai'Sa's also a very good matchup into the Ez. So they may just change it up and go for a bot lane mage here, locking in the Ziggs, and that'd be a bizarre pick. Don't get too ahead of ourselves. There goes the Pantheon. Again, technically a flex pick. Can go jungle, can go into the bot lane.
Ooh, and there is the Udyr that we were also talking about. Not sure if that's going to be locked in, but it would be fun, or maybe see something like a Mordekaiser. Just looking forward to seeing it. But yeah, like you were saying, Matt there and the Caplica both having both champions that, or the Ziggs and the Pantheon being both champs that could potentially be flexed. And it's going to be the Udyr.
It is indeed. The Udyr has been kind of like rising in priority recently. Something, as you said, you can move it around. I'd really like to see it into the jungle. I really think that it would be fun to just take it to your opponents. But if you get behind on this one, we've been saying a lot about these early aggressive junglers. Can go pretty wrong for them. If you don't pick yourself up the Ezreal right here, you are just not getting it. It will absolutely be banned away. And as you said, Hitbrain is the primary pairing alongside this Karma. I really like it as well into the Ziggs. If that Ziggs does end up down in the bottom lane, you can poke it out. You can sit far enough back that you're not going to end up getting overrun by this champion.
Yeah, it's one of the things about the Ziggs where, as a champion in bot lane, or even in mid, but mostly in bot lane, you know, he's very Lost Chapter dependent. Like, once the Lost Chapter comes online, raids do start to get cleared. Ludens is the big spike there. That is a kill lane getting locked in. Obviously, early, I think Leo are really going to struggle bot lane. Once that chapter comes online, they're going to have a lot of wave clear, which will then opens up the Pyke to rotate and roam around the map. But Karma Ezreal early, this can be a rough one for Leo down there, so they're going to have to hang on for dear life. Moving into our second ban phase here, there goes the Anivia ban from the side of Leo. Don't want to be looking towards that onto Valiant. We'll see what the next band's going to be coming in. Looking towards some of those top lane bands. Obviously, expecting Leo to probably counterpick top side with that last pick. Is it? Is Udyr? Sorry, is it AP? Is it tank? Is it AD? Is it like lethality Udyr? What does he play when he plays Udyr?
Oof, it's been a long time since I've seen Udyr, because they usually just ban it away, either that or the Mordekaiser in the split. It's been like a thing for a long while.
I swear in pro it's always a boring one. It's always the boring. You don't get like the lethality.
It should be AD, although we'll see in this situation, right? I think that there's a chance to go a little bit more aggressive with it, potentially. We'll see what the remaining champions are going to be. Right now, I think you do want some extra tankiness, to be honest, in your build. I don't think you can go full lethality, because versus these champions out of Leo, things are likely to go quite wrong. A lot of focus now into the top lane. A lot of the more split-push focused champions are being banned away. It still leaves us with plenty of those early aggressive pickups, potentially, and all of the tanks and the Jace that we had talked about a little bit earlier on will be locked in right here. That should be Jace up into the top lane, although of course things still can move around technically.
Yeah, it's still a world of flexibility, but I feel like blind picking the Jace here in top. Well, I mean, you can run it into mid. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do go for. Obviously, leaving that flexibility open. Volder just going to lock in a bit of frontline here in that Scion. I mean, there's a world where it's like a tank Udyr as well, and you just have a big meat shield in front of you. But you are heavily reliant on the Ezreal poke damage, and whatever gets locked in mid here for Valiant. Trying to rack my brain on what's actually up and available right now mid side. Obviously, with the lock ban, the Syndra's banned out. And they are lacking quite heavily in the AP department, so they do need to find an AP mid here as an answer. And it is a very long-range team on Leo. They're poke-heavy with the Jace, with the Ziggs. Team fights and objectives are going to be hard to walk into when you've got the threat of the Pike. My favorite champion, my main's getting locked in here. The gauntlet is thrown down. And I think that makes it a bit harder for this Jace to go mid, actually.
Agreed. I also just really like something AP aggressive right here. I was going to say, you really need to pick yourself up. It is still going to be Jace mid. You still needed to pick yourself up some sort of assassin to make this composition work. So, taking a look at these more holistically, right, I really like what Volva have for themselves. Plenty of poke available to them, but some tanky meat shields to put in front of everybody. Make sure that they're going to be in a sustainable enough spot once we get to these team fights. And that's going to put a lot of pressure right here on Leo to set themselves up around these objectives early. The war over vision is going to be incredibly important, but luckily for Leo, with the Pike, that's pretty easy to do. With a lot of mobility, a lot of sneaking around that he can do. And I think the Pike is going to be the main thing I'm looking at right here for Leo, for keeping them in this game once we get to these team fights.
I think that Pike is a real make or break. I do think the LeBlanc makes it a lot harder to go for the potential gank onto. You know, Distortion and Mimic as well gives you so much range to get away. Also have, you know, some giga kill threat. But what I will say and what I really like about Leo is they have tools to, if they can get on objectives first, they can set up and turtle. And LeBlanc wants to be playing from vision. Like, she wants to jump into Fog of War, kind of find a flank angle and explode you. It's almost like an Akali in that sense, where, you know, there's so many windows where Leo can kind of just set up and turtle. While we still got your skipper, briefly, give me a rundown on who you think's winning this game and why.
I mean, I'm putting my money on Volda Esports here. Last time I saw Valiant play on LeBlanc, he did really, really well. There might be some Norwegian bias in there, but still, I really like this lineup, and they're looking really strong, at least from the splits. And Leo is technically a question mark.
Yeah, they are a question mark indeed. I mean, what NLC? It's not NLC without a bit of regional bias. Like we've had that forever. We've always had the regional bias. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you've got a team that can heavily snowball in this LeBlanc Ezreal. On the other side, though, you have some really good scaling through that Jace, through that Ziggs. Once the Jace hits 3 items, once the Ziggs hits like that Ludens plus, you know, a little bit more AP, waves are going to disappear. Pressure's going to be there and available. And remember, Gwen, absolute monster on 3 items as well. So there is some serious scaling angles here over to Leo. And this was hit on going into the game, but Leo are a team who do play a little bit more for that later game. So I think it's very much on Volda to try and get themselves ahead early here and take it off.
Yeah, absolutely it is. As we've been talking about, right, these ERL teams, we don't necessarily hold them in quite the same level of regard as the NLC teams. Usually there's a reason that one's in the regional and one's going to be here in the NLC, but this is one of the closest matchups that we have been looking at. And I agree with the Norwegian bias. I think this is you putting yourselves in a very nice spot. Obviously, you're very excited right here about the LeBlanc. I'm very excited about just having this Ezreal Karma as a potential lane to try to bully your opponents around with. I like a lot of what it is that VES have grabbed for themselves.
They have got themselves a really nice, mid and top. Mid and bot, sorry. I think top's a bit interesting, actually, when you really, really look at it, because you've got things like, obviously, Sion can be a bit of a meat shield, and kind of gets to a point early where it's going to be harder for them to go for the pressure.
Oh, he hit the tower!
He autoed the tower! Nobody
Is he going to die for this? Oh.
I don't think they expected him to get that low. And
I think I just heard the entire nation of Norway groan. Oh.
Dovindir's been able to use the passive to heal up. And no! Meteor first blood into the hook. Can Thanax dodge it? Yes, he can. Gets himself the mantra W off there to heal up. So he's not going to be under any threat. That was
Hipbrain,
scary.
that's devastating. That's a truly devastating turn of events right here. As we were talking about, right, the Ezreal Karma can put so much pressure down early on. The extra range that you get, just how annoying you can be. But the fact that you over-aggress right there and then lose out as well onto one of the bouncing bombs really puts you in such a bad spot right here. And it's the perfect member of Leo to grab this early kill. Oh my god.
Valiant flashes forwards, gets the QW off, secures himself the kill. Very, very nicely played in response there. Get a kill in the mid lane, solo kill at pre-3 minutes as well.
Yeah,
that accelerates that. But we'll have a look at this dive because Sunex flashes with the W, and jumping all over the place here. But yeah, I think it was a W. Yeah, it was W plus Meteor.
Oh, the Comet just taking that kill down. And I mean, if you hit that hook right there, could potentially have been another kill. You were highlighting earlier as well about the fact that this is going to be a pretty tough matchup for the Jace. It needs to be pretty careful. Could potentially be some sort of gank here.
Yep, they've got the 3-man. Valiant has no flash. And that is a very hard wall to clear. So, nice little kill. Gave it over onto Matt in the jungle. So, it somewhat buys off some of the pressure, especially when Valiant had just TP'd to lane as well. So, gave up a lot of pressure. Wasn't prepared for that early roam. And honestly, that is a snowball effect of what happened bot lane. Because I didn't expect to see Duvendir rotate around the map this early because there was just going to be too much pressure being built up on the bot side.
Yes.
But getting that kill opened them up for the rotate, which then shuts down the LeBlanc kind of earlier snowball. And, you know, coming back with the Dark Seal, with the Amp Tone as well, you know, you're getting some of the early start and the early items you want on that LeBlanc, and just slows it down ever so much off that one. And Buddy Beast, a big thing as well. We talked about how the Lost Chapter is kind of like the big pickup here for this Ziggs. It really starts to swing the lane a little bit more into their favor once they've got that almost infinite mana pool from it. Bit of cooldown reduction, a bit of AP. It means wave clear gets cleared. I believe you're almost able to one-shot the back wave as well with like QW when you have Lost Chapter. So it just opens up a window for easier and earlier shoves, which means that now the Pike is able to rotate a little bit more, and suddenly this little Blanc life gets a little bit harder.
And after that initial kill goes down as well, things could have begun snowballing out of control. You've seen it all in your solo queue games, I'm sure. LeBlanc gets 1 kill, and then 2, and then all of a sudden you're looking at a grey screen on repeat, and an exploding Nexus in your base. So being able to snap that in half is going to be really important, and with VES having a bit of a timer on them, with them having a composition that they really want to get rolling as quickly as possible, and with such brilliant first item power spikes, this is great to see early on.
Oh, I missed the W there, so I didn't get the sigil off. Sundax is going to try and get the snare off in response. Get a little bit of damage off there. Valiant's going to try and answer out, but supports have very much been forced into the mid lane to try and recover this this lane state here for both of them, really.
Which is fine. Overall, obviously, both of these ADCs, well, APCs as well, are going to be safe enough by themselves down in the bottom side of the map. At the moment, you are going to get this Udyr down in the bottom side too, potentially looking to pick up this early Ocean Drake, and I'd love to see the early Ocean Drake coming out here from VES. As much as early Drakes, you know, not necessarily the most impactful overall, you've got a lot of tankier champions looking to sustain their way up through this game, so it'd be nice to see them grab this one. Leo, though, going to recognize that, rotating over as well. Let's see if the hook lands. Bone Skewer does tag.
Oh, they just instantly jump in. There goes the Mega Inferno Bomb as well coming in from Bunny Beast, but there's going to be an answer out. They trade 1 for 1. Nomi's not quite made their way forwards. Valiant is low, and they answer out with a second kill. It was a 2 for 2 at the end of the day, but one of the key ones is the fact that the jungler is down. Makame down makes the dragon impossible for Volder to take.
And that was really nice right there from Densega Camille, just jumping on in, picking himself up another couple of kills right here. This LeBlanc really is rolling along. Obviously the level 6 from Bunny Beast really helping out in that situation. Overall the gold, not really too much of a gap in it, about 1,000 gold at the moment for Leo. The majority of that will be sat down in the bottom side of the map, so that's somewhere you're going to need to turn your focus a little bit more. Plenty of vision around the bottom side of the map, but nobody going for this Drake quite at this point yet. Not too surprising really after that previous fight.
Yeah, it's I kind of want to actually just briefly go back to your Ocean Drake point, because you are right. Typically, early Drakes aren't that important, but when you've got something like a Scion, like you get Ocean Drake onto Scion early,
beautiful.
He is just chilling in topside. It's going to really slow down Cap's lane to be able to kind of retake over there. But have a look at this mid-game fight, this mid-lane dragon fight again.
Really nice Bone Skewer to be able to pull on in. Obviously, Mega Inferno Bomb as well to pick the kill up. But Desera Kame, just really strong at the moment. Flashing forwards, just able to get enough going on through that one. And everybody making what needs to happen right here. Valiant as well. Again, happy to just keep jumping into the danger. Now, looking potentially to pick up this Ocean Drake. It's not quite as early on as you would have loved it 5 minutes into the game, but still, if you can grab this one 8 minutes in, you still got plenty of laning phase left available to you. It would be really nice to have it for.
Alright, well, teleport's coming in. It looks like there's going to be some level of a contest here. Bunny Beast has made his way over. He's got his support in the area. Throws down the W. There's the hook into the stun. Valiant's here, though. Here comes the Solar Flare. Not the Solar Flare, the Starfall, but they're going to answer out. Dragon has been secured. Valiant is now making his way to safety. Sunax has already gone down, and Kami think they're going to be falling as well there. As it does look like Sealax can chase Valiant. Able to distort to safety. There's the bomb coming out as well from Bunny Beast. Not enough to secure a kill. As Valiant makes his way to safety. And yes, they lost their support and their jungler. So the gold swing is pretty good in Leo, but the early dragon hopefully makes up for it in the laning now.
Yeah, we'll see how much that early Ocean Drake is going to do, and if it's worth all of those kills going over. 3-0-1 now onto Matt, 3-0-2 onto Bunny Beast as well, and first item completed for the Pantheon. Having that initial item is massive. That Thunder Sky is so much of your fighting power, so much of your survivability as a Pantheon at this point in the game. And now with the grubs up and available as well, you can see a collapse coming on through, and this Scion, maybe a bit tanky, but taking a good chunk.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage here. They are so set on fighting for the objectives. It looks like Krabby is going to be going down there. Nice little pick up there. Pick up onto the side here. Just clear the wave with his passive. And yeah, Valiant wasn't in a position to contest because the wave was just awkwardly put in the mid side. So he had to catch that.
Yeah.
And this should just be a pickup. Although Sunax making his way over. Sundax seeing if he can find an empowered Q off onto Matt. Was able to get a little bit of damage, but it's too risky. They got the dragon. They should be happy with that. As Valiant jumps here and onto Zillax, catches him with the chains, but no follow-up. They're going to get another tether through onto the pike. He goes for the bone skewer.
Oh!
Valiant W'd a bit too early, but was able to ping back with the second cast of the distortion.
That was risky right there. Could have gone very, very wrong. You can see Valiant using the correct amount of restraint to not go onto Zillax initially, but then decides, hey, I think I can go for it anyway. Nearly gets himself killed, but everybody's going to be able to limp away from that one. The gold lead continues to expand out, though. About 2,000 gold at this point. It's not massive. It's not the biggest gold lead we've ever seen, but it's reflecting in the items at the moment in a way that's really tough for VES. They want that first item breakpoint to have come first for themselves. For an Ezreal, for a LeBlanc, for an Udyr, those are massive item breakpoints, and they have yet to hit them. Whereas over on the other side, you've already got that Sundered, already got that Blackfire Torch coming on through. And this is Leo just plastering over some of the weak points of their composition and helping themselves get into the mid to late game where they're really going to come online.
Yeah, if we take stock at this point at the 10-minute mark, look at where the gold distribution is. A 3-0 Ziggs, Blackfire Torch. So at this point, the waves are always going to be shoved, which means Dovindir is going to be able to move around the map as much as they please and look for those early ganks, but it's going to be hard. Remember, Pyke, he doesn't actually get that much HP. He's a very squishy champion, and it's a 2-1 LeBlanc in the mid lane. Got that Hextech Alternator, got himself almost the Ludens now finished up, to be honest, at this point, and that's when the burst truly comes online. I think with this Ocean Drake, that Scion is going to be quite happy just to tank a little bit of damage and heal it back up. So I'm going to question where Dovindir is really going to be able to go, as it looks like they're going for a potential here for a top lane gank. Cap's been able to flash away to safety. Did not get caught as the Grand Starfall comes through, but that's going to be one dead Gwen. The shutdown picked up, and the quick flash out from Matt's in. The LeBlancs in the area. They peel away, and it's going to answer with a lot of damage on to that tower. Bunny Beast is going to try and go to safety, but he gets caught by the tether into the slow from the Q. There's the W. There's the auto attack. There's the shutdown, the flash out, so he doesn't get caught by the stun. And Dovindir is also low. Nomi now needs to be careful because Zillax is in the area. He flashes over the slow, but the tether's going to catch on, and Sundax has been able to peel his ADC to safety. Dodges away on that bone skewer as Valiant's making his way forwards as well. They get sped up. There's the double distortion. And it looks like Zillax is going to be able to get to safety.
Yeah. Recognizing that there was no way to keep making this play happen at that point. Although
there
flashing forwards now.
Sigil's on the snare into the bear slap, or the ram slap nowadays. I'm not going to try and say the full name. Kami secures the kill.
Really well played between the two. I like the Valiant knew he was not going to find that kill on the initial play and instead waits a second, uses that flash to be able to land the chains, and now going to be able to just pick himself up a ton more gold, head back to base, and you'd have to imagine first item should now be completed. 4 stacks on his Dark Seal as well. And as things were beginning to slip away from VES, they fight back, find a way back into the game, close that gold gap up just a little bit for themselves as well. And this is a critical time for them to get that first item breakpoint. 20 seconds now until the next Drake will spawn.
Yeah, we'll see where the vision is right now, because it's not that great. But Nomi now with the Triforce is doing a lot of damage. Again, Pyke's squishy, so it's somewhat warped just by how little health that champion has. But we now also got the Hollow Radiance on to Sion top side, so a lot of wave clear available to them. It does look like Volda are happy to give up this second dragon. Chemtech, not the most important. A little bit of extra healing shield power. Bit of tenacity. Genuinely, actually quite good for Pyke, because his passive heals, so it gives him a little bit more healing there.
Yeah.
The tenacity means he's less likely to be caught. So I guess it's something, but nothing too major. Valiant's happy just to play weak side for the moment. As Cap gets a hit up here.
Nothing too much at this point. Kind of just waiting at this point for Zensakama to come on in. Could potentially look for a gank if he steps out of this bush. Also, Dovendir heading towards the top lane as well. You don't really have too much up here to really be fighting over for a little bit, though.
Oh, another the Udyr is there. Just going to ram stance away. And it looks like there's potential for a gank being set up. Sunax just flashes, tries to get the tether off. They're going to get one chain down. The second chain actually goes wide. He misses the Mimic chain.
No.
Oh, Sunax flashed and Valiant missed both chains.
Yep. That's one of those situations where Sundak's you're like, come on, man. Come on. I mean, I've given you everything right here. Unfortunately, not going to quite work out into picking up a kill. Still, this Jace hasn't been able to get into a particularly good spot. As much as we were talking about the early items coming through from Leo, not been the case for the Jace so far. In fact, kind of across the board, things are beginning to even back out overall. Small CS gaps forming here and there. The biggest gap really is still going to be down in the bottom lane at the moment. Feeling really good is Bunny Beast in this game, but it's pretty tough to translate feeling good in a game at this point as a Ziggs into actually finding good team fights. It can be very tricky to weave your way through and get close enough to deal damage and not to get caught out by champions like this LeBlanc or this Udyr.
Yeah, Silax definitely has struggled a little bit. I will say he's countered LeBlanc with one item. Murtred's absolutely dumpster that champ. Especially the upgraded ones. The magic shield's nice. But I assume we're going to be seeing the components of a Shadow Flame coming in fairly soon onto Valiant. And it does look like a collapse is coming in. They're going for the contest. Not much mana onto this Scion, but he does commit the ultimate. There's going to be the full engage teleports breaking through, and that's the end of the Scion. They are going to try and zone him off as in comes the chains from Valiant. He's able to get the damage. Gwen is immune, though, so doesn't get too much more firing into them. As Kame going very low as well. Those bombs doing a lot of work as the needlework comes out as well. Silax, it's a little bit of poke. Not too much. The Grand Starfall comes forwards. Matt's going to look for the stun. Valiant's going to be able to flash or W away to safety. It's the clone that they're chasing onto. Valiant's played the old bait and switch as he jumps to safety. Dove tries to go forwards as they're going to put a little bit more damage out from that Phoenix stance. Trying to cook them out as much as possible. Silax finally goes down and the team fight has just turned around. Shut down for Valiant. Cap's going to jump away to safety. And there it is, a double kill coming out. And somehow Volda turned a really dicey situation back around.
Things would have gone so much better if it was not the clone being chased onto right there, but this is really emblematic of how these team fights are going to go. The team being chased onto has so many kiting tools available to them, and when the chase is coming out from VES, they end up losing out. But when Leo are jumping forwards, desperately trying to deal their damage, you can kite back so incredibly well as a Karma, as an Ezreal. And then once again, we're just seeing how much aggression you can put down from Densikama. And he's able to step up into the backline, just cooking them. Like you said, I mean, the Phoenix is crazy in this team fight.
You got the Leandris, it's AP. So yeah, it's gonna do a lot. Bunny Beast losing a little bit of chunk of health HP there. Looks like flash out from Sile. Does not want to be getting caught.
No, I mean this Sion's squishy. This is now 2 fights in a row where we're seeing Crazy Boo just go down, not be able to stand up to all of the damage coming on through from his opponents. And Leo recognizing this is good for them. If you don't have the Scion as that front line, it makes these team fights so much harder. Still, they've been able to fight their way back into this one, and now the gold has gone back to even 17 minutes into this game. 1 minute now until the next Drake.
Well, Zig should be able to start cracking towers fairly soon. Nomi's trying their hardest, but there it is. Satchel indicator goes down. Tower will fall. Rift Herald is secured, though, by Kame. Able to pick that one up, and Unending Despair picked up. So this is just maximum, I'm standing in the middle and burning you. Build coming in from the Udyr. Gonna get a bit of healing off the back of that one. And I actually do think the best place to use this Herald is going to be mid lane. If this tower stays up, that Ziggs has always got a safe place just to play wave clear and artillery for the team.
Absolutely, and it also makes you a little bit more hesitant when stepping up because you don't know exactly where it is. The Pantheon could be Grand Star falling in as well. Getting this tower down will very much be critical. They also just need the injection of gold, right? Already down by a tower. Leo doing good work at taking out this top lane tier 1 as well. Teleport into the mid lane coming through from Christy Blue, so looking to potentially play around this Drake. 4 seconds until that one spawns. And you've still got that Jace top lane. No teleport available, so this is going to be a 4v5.
Yeah, I think if Leo are smart, they're not even going to think about it. They're just going to give it up, get some more tower plates onto Jace on the top side. He's got the W, so he'll be able to really chip through that tower. And actually, they're rotating Bunny Beast over as well. I think they feel comfortable to use the Satchel to go for it. He's got the passive lined up, so one auto attack's going to do a fair chunk. There it is. Clears through the wave, throws down the Satchel. And that's 2 towers for a Cloud Drake.
Oh,
and they do answer out, though. Looking in for Matt. They do get the tether off. They're going to go for the slow as well. Valiant's got a nice flank angle to come through. Double Distortion is going to shred through them. There it is. Shut down onto LeBlanc. They go for the acceleration gate just for the movement speed. Dovendir is trying to break away to safety. And this is now a very, very exposed Jace and Ziggs. They get popped. Double kill over to Kame. And finally, some towers should fall here for the side of Volder.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. 2 towers versus the Drake will house a couple of kills alongside that Drake as well. I really like this collapse. You could have picked up that tower down in the bottom side, but you needed to turn tail and run much quicker. The fact that Matt tries to start Grand Starfall away was never going to work right here. Be interesting to see just how much pressure happens on the top lane when we jump back out of this replay. Because the replay is pretty nice and simple. They did. They should have at least gotten one. Let's see if they were able to grab the second, though.
They're going for it. Grand Starfall's coming in. Valiant's going to be the target. There it is. X marks the spot. He's taken down. And I don't think this healing build is going to sustain through that much. Double kill, double cash out coming through. As Celax does lose a lot of HP. Doesn't get hit, though, by the ultimate, by the True Shot Barrage from Nomi. And I don't know if I like the use of the Herald topside. I think they could have taken that regardless. I think Herald mid is so much more valuable for them here. As Dovendir loses so much HP. I mean, that's an upgrade in Muramana. And the Triforce. Nomi is slapping people right now.
Nomi is so strong at this point, obviously. Like I said, with the Muramana, just doing so much damage. Also into a Pike. Really, really squishy at this point in the game. So is this Jace, though. So is this Zig. So if you're able to just step up enough as Nomi, could put himself in a great spot. I agree with you. I dislike having that Rift Tower go in the top lane. You were going to get that tier 1 tower anyway, and the overpush does not help out. Still, over on the other side of things, you end up getting the double TP. Xylax and Bunny Beast both teleported to try to stop this tower going down, and it means you've now got all 3 of the teleports available to you as Leo down and not up right now. The Baron is up. You know, we've got ourselves some Drake coming up in a while's time. If they're able to use this advantage in some way, that could be another way to accelerate the pace of the game.
I think, well, I think I know the reason why I don't like the fact that mid tower has survived is Volder's kind of big win condition through the LeBlanc is the ability to use her in flanks. And being able to ambush, like we saw in that last fight, even though that wasn't a flank, being able to find an ambush onto the squishier targets with double distortion, or if you're going for the single target kill, it's QRW. But it's hard to find those flank angles with this mid tower up. It gives always a safety net for Leo to be able to place wards down, sweep around, and just kind of mark the entrance to their jungle. And I do just think it makes it a lot harder for them to find those flank angles, which means as we get later into the game, because LeBlanc kind of nosedives in value without map pressure. It's just going to make it a little bit harder. And now I will lay off the LeBlanc for now, because I think the attention is Celax on this Jace. Gets caught here by the slow. Kaime's going to jump forwards, and yeah, I don't think Celax is going to be able to do enough damage to either of these two, especially with the empowered Q hitting. And there he goes, cooked up by the Phoenix stance. We've got 1 minute till Dragon as well, so that's really good timing for a kill, actually. I mean, Celax, he'll have to, choose pressure on top side or Dragon for his team.
Right now, Leo trying to push through the bottom side of the map as well. They really have been just cooking their way through these towers, but Felicia needs to be careful. Valiant does a bunch of damage and a teleport flank coming in as well.
Yeah, they're really sending it on for this one. Decide not to pressure on for the tower. There's the flash, doesn't land the slow. Cat throws down the ultimate, but they're going to get caught out here by the Ram stance, and Valiant, that's another kill. Also with the... is it Spirit Bloom? I can't remember the name. Crypt Bloom, that's it. Crypt Bloom gets the heal off of the team.
It's nice to have in this situation as well, when you can just blow people up, heal your team up. It works really well alongside that Ludens. And I really like the response that Leo wrote here. The second that they lose those kills bot side, they immediately move up towards the Baron, cover that one off just in case VES decided that they could potentially have gone towards that side. Still, all these kills going over to VES, but they're not actually turning it into very much, right? They haven't been able to turn it into that mid lane tier 1 tower. As you said, they're at least getting this bot lane tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
None of these highest priority targets.
I think this is actually fine because they turn it into a dragon and a tower. And yes, there's still this safety net of this mid lane tower, which is always going to be an issue. The fact both of the two other outer towers down, it does give another slight window over to Volder, I forgot the name of the team there, to be able to get into those jungles and find those flank angles. I do think this LeBlanc build's weird. It's that max cooldown build, because you go Crypt Bloom not for like the damage, but for the fact it builds out of two Fiendish Cone Dexes. Normally you just see a Shadow Flame second and just kind of maximize damage, but this is a lot more like I'm going to do a lot of damage, a lot of instances of damage, more than like I'm going to one-shot someone.
Which I think is fair enough in this situation, right? Because you've got a lot of sustained damage coming on through from the other components as well. Somebody's going to be able to pick up those kills. You just need to get them low enough to be able to do so, or they're going to get them low enough for you that you'll burst them out no matter what. And I like the death cap coming in second as well. 2 needlessly large rods in the inventories of both of Valiant and of Bunny Beast, so these champions going to get some big boosts coming on through very, very soon. Obviously, we're 25 minutes into this game. Baron is going to be the next big focus for both of these teams. The small god advantage for VES is going to make them a little bit more confident, as right now they're looking to punish onto this Jace again.
Oh, Celax is absolutely having a horrid time. Well, not yet.
I mean, maybe with the flash, okay.
He's able to get away. There's a lot of threats right now that are being built up against the side of Volder. No, sorry, the Volder are building up. They've got the threat of this Baron, which is just spawned up. Valiant's going to be able to clear the wave, use that distortion, tries to break away. They've got the ignite. Good flash away from the ultimate. You ignite to mark which one's the real LeBlanc, but if they flash, you're okay. So Baron's going down. You got Dragon Soul in 3 minutes 30, which means in 8.5 minutes, Soul is on the board.
Yep.
That not Soul, sorry. Elder is on the board. 3.5 minutes till Soul. Elder in potentially 8 minutes time. That's a terrifying concept to be playing, because one of the biggest weaknesses of poke teams is getting behind. Poke teams, if they can't turtle safely, they just get absolutely eviscerated. They get blown up. And, you got a fed LeBlanc, you got an Ezreal who, he's not fed through kills, but, like, he's got a good farm. He's got his Endless Hungers. He's just finished up as well. Like, that's a scary Ezreal. He's going to do a lot of poke damage. I don't see how they find the answer. And Celax is desperately looking for the LeBlanc. They're just going to distortion back here. Valiant, no flash, no teleport. Is going to W away. Has that bone skewer, gets hit by it. Doesn't get hit by the stun portion. Dodges out. Oh, no, does get hit. Bunny Beast is coming in. There's going to be the distortion. They're sending 4 people for the LeBlanc.
I mean, you gotta, right? At some point, the LeBlanc's gonna jump over one more wall, and if you don't have enough members, will they be able to get this mid lane tier 1 tower down? Finally, though. The Ezreal does lots of damage to it, but Kaplisha is here, and no, just gonna be able to keep this tower alive. This tower has been a real thorn in the side of VES so far. One of the biggest problems Volder has faced throughout this game, and they just simply haven't had an answer.
There was a lot invested to kill that LeBlanc.
Oh no, not again. Celax, run.
Celax.
Run.
No ultimate as well.
He's okay. He's done it.
Sorry,
He's
no,
done
Flash. They had ultimate. They're a Jinx.
Yeah.
They always have ultimate.
Yeah, recognized that he was under some pretty big threat. Will be able to just get back away. I like the highlight of how much this Elder could potentially mean to both of these teams. Obviously, the Baron as well. Going to be super important right here for Volder to crack the towers. We've seen how much struggle they've had with them previously. Whereas for Leo, not so much of a big deal. Will want to pick it up eventually, but it doesn't feel like they have quite so much of a timer on their hits.
That was borderline a one-shot, to be honest. That was terrifying. The empowered Q does so much damage from Udyr. If he was lethality, you one-shot him there.
Yeah, agreed. I still do think that you're correct to be going for the tankier build
100%.
overall.
100%. Yeah, I just want the fun stuff, but yeah,
Hey,
no.
it's fun.
This is the right build.
It's fun in theory. Watching the Udyr get blown up once every 2 seconds and unable to do anything, maybe actually slightly less fun in practice, and crazy just how much damage he's able to do at this point without it. 8 stacks on his Medjais as well. On his Dark Seal, not Medjais yet.
Yeah, I think that'd be a little bit optimistic to go into the Medjais at this point.
I'm surprised that
the...
Valiant doesn't have it yet, though. Obviously, he's been bouncing back up and down on these Dark Seal stacks over the course of the game, but still, pretty surprised.
It was the early crit room rush, I think, which was kind of like, yeah, I'm not Medjaising. I'm going item efficiency ASAP through that one. As Bunny Beast does take the Q, put a bit of damage in onto Matt. He actually W's in the wrong direction as he's just getting cooked by the Phoenix zone. Redemption's going to come through, heal them all up. They are going to get the flash out from Sion to safety. Kaplika trying to get away to safety as well. Throws up the W. Gwen is immune. As teleport's coming out, they're looking for the Sion smash. Doesn't make the hit. Another cook coming forwards as Dovendir, he's getting absolutely melted. They forced the Guardian Angel out, and that might just be the Pantheon flashing away. This Udyr is such a menace. That's absolutely going to be soul for the side of Volder. And now they're going to be even harder to deal with the amount of move speed they're about to get.
Oh my god. Then Sega Kamel really needs to take a bow with this one. Has just been such a nuisance in this game. The amount of survivability, as we were talking about with the build that you get, was just massive. And we'll have a look back at this one. Just watch the Udyr. Watch the Udyr's health more than anything, and how much people are actually trying to hit onto this champion, because there is no ignoring this champion. You are constantly trying to deal damage to it. This is 3 champions that do a lot of damage, hitting onto the Udyr. Nothing happening. Nothing at all. Really well played. And whilst we were in that replay, of course, that's going to be the Cloud Soul picked up right here for Volder. More importantly, potentially, Hitbrain, they did it. They got the mid lane tier 1.
And remember how Cloud Drake interacts with Udyr, by the way. Because I believe, if I remember right, it reduces the cooldown on his passive. If I remember right.
Yep.
So he's going to get more stances off. I mean, he is unkillable. He's got Unending Despair, he's got Jack Show, and he's got Spirit's Visage. So that Unending Despair healing is going to kind of be buffed up by the Spirit's Visage. The shielding from his W is going to get buffed up by the Spirit's Visage. The Jack Show gets plenty of time to then stack up and give him loads of resistances. And the Leandries just slow cooks the whole time. So
exactly.
It's
beautiful.
Absolutely disgusting build, to be honest.
He is a menace at this point. Once we get into this next team fight, you really do want to be watching this Udyr. Let's see what Sega Kamel is able to do for himself, because he has set himself up throughout the course of this 30 minutes beautifully.
I will say Cielax has built the Serpent's Fang, which is really good into a Karma and Udyr. A lot of shielding to reduce, but I don't think you're going to be reducing that much, unfortunately, my friend. Down he goes, 0-7. You called it. You just called it a little earlier.
Indeed. He just steps a little bit too far forward, and to be honest, has kind of gotten run around the rift so far. That's also going to be the Baron started up right here for VES. They are looking to pick themselves up a win. Win versus one of these NLC teams. Kritibu gonna jump on in as well with that unstoppable onslaught, and I just don't know if Leo can step up to try to steal this one away.
Oh!
Whoa!
Jumping over, that's a lot of damage onto Valiant. Bunny Beast is going to just put some up to stay away. The Baron gets secured, and a quick flash over from the Udyr to make sure that Matt is put in the oven. As down he goes, Nomi secures the kill.
Look at the speed.
And another slow comes in. It's not going to be enough. They've got the teleport coming in from Valiant off to the side. Bunny Beast is trying his hardest to survive, but that is one tanky Udyr. Down goes the Ziggs with the Sigil of Malice, and Dansk does not fall. That is absolutely disgusting from the side of Volder. They are just too tanky, too quick. And Leo, they're out of options, I think, at this point.
They really are. Then Siga Kamel has just done so beautifully right now. That's going to be the inhibitor tower, top lane falling. The inhibitor soon to follow. With only 3 members remaining, what can Leo do? How can they get themselves to get another 5 minutes into this game?
Alrighty, well, I don't think that's going to really be on the cards. Unfortunately, Valiant's got the chains. Celax flashes away, and that is another kill for the LeBlanc. Healing coming through as well. Caught up by the Scion. Double kill picked up for Valiant on the LeBlanc. 8 and 3. That's going to be Nomi securing a kill on the back as well, as the towers are falling just off to the side. The Nexus has been laid bare. 33 minutes on the clock, or just under. That is going to be the Volda victory in game number 1.
I mean, we talked about it, right? This is something we highlighted early on, that if there was going to be a chance for one of these ERL teams to win versus one of these NLC teams, this felt like one of the most available to do so. And Leo, they fought back, but that was so much closer than almost any of the other games that we've seen between the ERL and the NLC teams. A really, really back and forth game that just started going further and further into the favor of Volda, and a huge part of that was just beautiful Udyr gaming.
It was, I mean, huge Udyr gaming, but I think they played very well around early objectives. I think they understood when that game started to slip, that they just had complete control of it. You know, that mid tower fell, and I think that was curtains at that point. Genuinely huge game. Let's see if they got it in them. I'm excited to see this. You won my heart, the LeBlanc, and you absolutely sealed it with the gameplay. We're going to throw ourselves over to a break and be back with game 2 of this series in a second. See you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We just saw a 1 up there for Volder. Skipper, I'm sure you're feeling very happy right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling blessed. I mean, I got to see my Udyr, I got to see NLC come and play something really cool, and also Valiant playing that LeBlanc, which I'm sure that you guys also are really happy about. I heard something about that.
I'm a LeBlanc man. Like, what can I say? I'm so happy to see some LeBlanc action in that game. And genuinely piloted really, really well. Absolutely crazy game from Valiant. Also, his jungler played very well. Like, all in all, really cool to see one of our National League teams perform that well. Versus one of the more kind of like mainstay teams. Yes, it's Leo, so there's a bit of kind of like of wiggle room there. But yeah, overall in all, genuinely just a really good game. Like, I think we had a very stompy series in the first series. I felt like Volder took a lot more control of this early, but they genuinely handled it like, very well. It was a really interesting game.
Yeah, and they fought back off of what could have been a bit of a risky situation early on, right? You've got that early pressure coming through from Nomi and Sundax that they over-aggress into. You suddenly give a kill over to Bunny Beast, and things could begin to go wrong for you right here. We talked about how this Volder composition had really strong first item power spikes, and they didn't hit them as fast as their opponents did. That could have been enough to take a worse team down. That could have been the end of that one. Leo go up 1-0, and we're talking about a very different game. Instead, they're able to fight back. They find Valiant a bunch of kills. Then Ziga Camille is able to play incredibly well on this Udyr as well. And overall, just a really nice team win. I enjoyed the individual components, and I enjoyed the macro that they were able to play across the entire map.
Yeah, no, genuinely, they had a really good read on that. I think that was probably the biggest strength, was their ability to read the map and, recognize where to play for. I think they were very good around objectives. That was the big thing. I mentioned in Champ Select that this was a team where, like, if that Ziggs can set up on an objective, it's very hard to get in because you can just close off entire choke holds and choke points, and kind of funnel them through a different area where you can have more control. But they just never got the opportunity to look into that. And remember, the Ziggs started strong. They got a kill. They kind of got their early items online very early, but the map just slipped away. So, Skipper, going into game number 2, what are your expectations? What do you think we might see, if you've got anything spicy that could come out in this second game?
I mean, it was something that I prepared here, a little bit spicy, and I don't know if people are ready for it, but is it time to unbench the Kench? I mean, it was something that has been shown before when it was the fasting meta with the Senna, and there's also a lot of mages being played now, so maybe there's a potential to bring that up in here. We are showing a clip here of actually Nomi himself playing this champion in the bracket finals of the Norwegian League this split. So, looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening next. There's a chance.
Yeah.
It would be very cool to see. It would be very, very cool to see. And, they were able to do well into the mages. I mean, we saw, today, mages have a 0% win rate bot lane. So it'd be cool to see a different answer other than an ADC into those mages.
Yeah.
Cool to see they got that as something up their sleeve. Obviously, still got a little bit of time before we go into Champ Select. So obviously things are changing up. Bloxer, is there anything that maybe could get pulled out here as an answer? Because the real question for me, actually, not about Champ Select, maybe I should pivot this question a little bit. What did Leo do wrong, and what do they need to now improve going into game 2?
So I think there's a couple different potential answers to this one right here. First of all, I think that their draft was fine, but it was a little bit disparate in its parts. You've got the Pantheon, which wants to be going in, getting a lot of ganks off, but you didn't have a winning lane in the mid. You did kind of have a winning lane top lane, and they were able to get a couple of kills onto the Scion, but it's a Scion, and who cares? He's going to be useful to the team at some point. And so they were instead trying to play a little bit more around the bottom side, but didn't really fully commit to that. As much as we did see Matt and Dovendir play together, they weren't together making things happen a lot of the time. They were commit to that. I think either they need to play themselves a proper early game composition and meet Volder where they're at, because Volder have proven to us that they like playing early and they can play it very well, or they needed a proper late game scaling composition to potentially play around. First of all, I'd like to not see an APC, as you've been talking about, right? Hasn't been working out for them so well. And I also think I'd like to see Completion play a little bit of a tankier champion up in the top lane. I think trying to have carries in all 3 lanes made it so there was not actually any lane you could properly ignore, and they all started feeling a little bit rough and beginning to fall behind.
Yeah, and they were To be fair, they're also very gold-hungry carries as well.
Yeah.
All of them kind of spiked on multiple items other than the Ziggs. And even the Ziggs still needs to get those items because, you know, you pick an APC so that you get that 6th item and you can hit the 1000 AP kind of breakpoint of mega damage out of there. So it was definitely, I agree, it was definitely a bit more of a weaker draft coming in. So yeah, I would like to see, you know, some tanks coming out. I want to see from the side of Volder, like maybe a slightly different comp, because like we saw in the first series when we saw Ruddy play, we saw a bit of a Clown Fiesta game and then a controlled game. I want us to see Volder play. You know, I still think they should maintain the control game because I think Clown Fiesta games are a bad way to establish your credentials. But I would like to see them play, you know, a comp that is maybe a little bit more, maybe slightly different, just so we can see that they've got versatility in them and they're a team that could run the distance. Because for me, a team is very much defined by their ability to adapt and change more than just be like, okay, we're the late game scaling team. And we've seen many teams in the NLC over the years who have either done well or done poorly because they don't adapt their playstyle. I think, I can't remember their name now. I can't remember who it is. We've had teams who have been very good at late game scaling and would win every fight late game, and then they go to E Masters and get absolutely rolled because they have no ability to play early game versus some of the LFL teams and stuff. So yeah, bit of waffle in there because I'm trying to get us into draft, which hopefully will be popping up fairly soon. Oh, there we are. Look at that. Wonderful timing. I bought us time, guys.
Even
Have we got a
sweating, I
2-0?
see her.
How we got a 2-0 is the question.
It would be a real big upset. As much as we have been talking about Leo as, like, not necessarily the best of these NLC teams, it would still be a really big upset for Boulder to be able to do it, and I'd be looking at higher aspirations for them still coming on through, so it would be really cool to see. Right now, Ban's already completely different. We saw in the first series that Ban's kind of stayed the same between the two games, but this is a complete departure from what we saw previously.
Alrighty, well, Silas getting banned away does lean, but this may be a team that are going to be looking a little heavily on the ult department, and Zilla Blanc's gone, so that's an old one. Locke getting banned away here from the side of Leo. Final ban coming in from Volder. It's going to be the Nautilus. I think all in all, that's apart from the Silas,
pretty
it's
similar,
pretty much the same bans. Yeah.
Gone back to similar again once. And we'll see if it is still just going to be, the Syndra taken away. So Volder, again, they've got the option to grab themselves the Orianna first, but no, straight into the Bard. Okay.
I like
Yeah, whenever I see Bard, I usually think about things like the Caitlyn, for example, is something that Nomi has played together with the Bard here. So that is a potential avenue for them to play. Bard also just a really strong champion.
You know, if they did play Tahm Kench, the combined name is Bench as well. So, there'd be no. I don't think Bard Kench is a lane, so I think they're going to avoid off that one. The Corki getting locked in, most likely for Bunny Beast. Been a while since seen the Corki mid now. Moving over now towards, obviously, Matt's picking here. Probably just going to go for a strong bot lane off this, to be honest, and just try and get himself as comfortable there as possible, then answering whatever jungle pick is probably picked here by Volder. There's the Nami Corki coming in for Leo. So what are they going to be answering into on the side of Volder? I have not seen a Corki for a while, so I'm actually trying to remember what counters it. Tristana was like a go-to, but I don't know if Tristana Bard is like a thing. I can't think of a world where it's that solid.
I'd rather not see that. I wonder if we're going to see the jungle pickup locking in right here instead. No, it's just going to be the Lux right here.
It's
now
Lord.
It could very much be Lux Bard. It could also move around. We've seen the Lux going into the mid lane a little bit, usually as a counter to some of those very long-range, bursty mages that you can end up with. Densigo Mill has a really interesting champion pool. We saw the Udyr earlier on, but also plays a ton of the Hecarim and loves this as well. The Shyvana, the new look Shyvana that we've got here. Gonna lock this one in. And hey, you're asking for a potential Clown Fiesta right here, Hipbrim. We might end up getting it with this draft so far.
We really might actually get locked in. Do you know what? If Valiant plays this Lux, my original main was Lux, so that'd be like this guy will literally win my heart with that one. Gonna be the Seraphine being hovered. Sorry, I didn't see that the picking was still going on there. No, okay, thank God for that. Gonna go for the Zahen here as the last pickup for Leo. Now we'll be moving down that down into the second ban phase and see what these guys are going to be looking to pick up as the next bans. The Anivia once again has a denial pick here from Leo.
Yeah, definitely looking for that one. Looking to see what else they would end up banning here for this second ban phase. I'm kind of looking at to see what they will go for the top side here. We have had some spicy picks as well from Pretty Boo, being declared actually coming into the finals in the Norwegian League. So but they're gonna go for the for this champion to ban away here. Yeah.
I mean, in the previous game, we saw a lot of bans coming on through, targeting towards the top side of the map during the second phase, and with there's a hen locked in right here, you'd have to imagine you want to take away another one of its potential counters. We'll see how much aggression really wants to come in through this one. I do wonder if you maybe want to get rid of the Gragas once again. It was banned out previously, and this is one of those champions that can completely disrupt. Instead, no, far more focus in this game around this mid lane. Worried about what Valiant is going to be able to do to them on this one. Orianna taken off of the board. Now, there was no real great specific ball delivery systems here already. Could potentially have come through as well as we got later on in. And the Shyvana's a decent enough one. For Leo, this composition right now, very short range for doing its actual big damage. And I don't know how much you want to be like that, jumping straight on into a Shyvana, into a Lux. It's pretty tricky to actually get close enough to these champions to do your damage.
They got on it with the Bard as well. They got a lot of tools to kind of shut down that that shorter range. Now we'll be finding out exactly where that Lux is going. So a lot of mid lane bans. Maybe Leo were scared, but also directing that Lux to make sure it does go in the mid lane. See what they can answer out with. Shame the little Bronx Skonks. That's another good matchup for her. Probably just looking towards their mid laner here. Nope, you can't pick it, guys. They are looking towards their mid, so we'll see what they decide to go for. The Ahri is the pickup here. I'm assuming the Zahen goes into that mid lane, into the top side, so it could just be something like a Vi. Again, a Vi Xin Zhao. Actually, Xin Zhao does really well with the Ahri here onto that, onto if it is the Lux in the mid.
Oh, we talked about it.
Is it happening?
Come on, do it. Do it.
Come on,
Do it.
do it
Do it.
for Norway.
Come on.
Okay, love it.
I don't know if I like the idea of a time Kench with this roster.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's the Lux bot lane then. Wait, no, it could be Yone bot lane.
Kasante to
I
round
don't
things
know.
out.
Life is absolutely crazy.
It is. Things can definitely move around right here. Obviously, it's going to depend a lot on what it is that we end up with as this final pickup coming on through right now. You're going to need yourself something that can really play aggressive up in the top lane. Unless, of course, you're going to put the Zahen there and then you need a jungler. It's just going to be the Vayne. Hitbrain looks like he's in pain, but I'm excited for this one. I think this could be pretty fun.
All right, I've been here before. NLC Vayne top lanes do not have a good history.
That's true.
I think the only person did Baus play it at some point last year. I feel like he's the only one who did well on it. I know he did a lot of Quinn, but Vayne top lane in NLC has a terrible track record. It does not go well.
This will be different. Surely this will be different.
I say that every time. You know, it's the one time I doubt it. I always get excited by it, and I'm always let down. It's the one time I doubt it is where it will pop off. So it's actually the Yone in the mid lane, by the way. So Leona, Lux going in the bot lane, Yone in the mid lane here. So a lot of range, a lot of kind of poke coming out from the side of this bot side. It's going to be hard to play into early. I want to see how the junglers synchronize up with their mids, because this mid will snowball terrifyingly depending on how the early skirmishes go out. So that's my thought. Now, Skipper, sorry, we have yapped and we haven't got long. Who's winning? Why? Go.
I really like the counter pick that we got here from Leo, and we could say that this is a team that come from another league, like you were saying, 5 players coming in there, Bloxer. So maybe I'm also on the Leo side here. I want the game 3 too.
It would be fun. It would be fun. I mean, I think both of these compositions are really interesting. This could be exceptionally bloody. For Leo, I want to see them playing through that level 6 spike as much as possible, specifically between the Zahen and the Ahri, just getting involved, finding themselves those fights, but you've got to be really careful. The catch potential, the teamfight potential, there's so much to like from VES.
I think the big thing for me is the squishiness on Leo. They have a team that will snowball dramatically if they get ahead, but the big but is this is a squishy team. Like, your tankiest thing is Zahen, and he has to kind of get his passive scaled up so he can get the revive off. Where on the other side, you know, Cassante, very tanky. Syndra, very tanky. And both of them also have a lot of disruption, which can then enable your Yone, your Lux. But you are also lacking in the consistent damage, where on the other side, they have a lot of consistent damage with the Vi, not with the Vi, sorry, with the Vayne, with the Corki. So lots of things to play with. And Matt opening up with an invade here. Kame, I don't think he's aware this is happening, so he may just be losing 2 camps if the smite comes through from Matt. Oh, he was too early. Oh, he got it.
Okay, yeah, that could potentially have been a little bit risky. Instead, is just going to lose out onto his chickens now. Matt heading straight towards mid lane as well, and Valiant for some reason not recognizing that that was a distinct possibility, losing his flash early on, and that's a really worthwhile little invade right here from Matt.
I genuinely think they had no information. I don't think they knew he was at the
saw
Crux.
him. They might potentially have not. I thought he saw him. I really thought that he had stepped a little bit close enough.
There's no wards.
Oh, well, Densikamel looked like he saw him because he suddenly stepped back towards the buff when he'd been walking away, but that might have just been an interesting click. He may well have not seen him, and either way, it results in the flash right here, and we know just how rough it can be early on in the laning phase for a Yone. Not necessarily the easiest champion to make punishes happen with as the Ahri, but if you land the charms with that electrocute in your pocket as well, this could potentially be an explosive lane.
I think Cry's got one of those things going on where they've actually done a very good job of, not falling bait to the kind of like the ego top lane angle here. Charm makes a connection. Valiant gets Q3 charged up, pings back. Cielax is just going to be forced out of lane. He flashes. He doesn't have Ignite. What's he flashing for? He gets Cielax's flash, I guess.
Yeah, I respect that.
Wild.
That's Bard gameplay right there, baby. That's exactly what you want to be doing on this champion. Just be annoying. That is your main job. Now, Densikamel may also look for a gank top lane. Not the easiest ganks at pre-level 6 right here, but still could potentially look for it instead. Just gonna head down and pick up this Scuttle Crab. Off the back of all of that explosivity, flashes galore blown.
Absolutely crazy mid lane opener. And we said it was snowbally. A flashless Ahri, a flashless Yone. A lot easier to punish, especially pre-6, as Cielax already eating a pretty rough trade here. Dodges out on the charm. As you can see, Sundax is waiting for a window. Does see Dovindir here. Also does have Matt in the pocket. No support from his jungler. Gets pulled in by the W there. And yep, that's first blood going over to Matt. A little bit too over-eager from Sundax.
Indeed, things just feeling a little bit antsy at this point, and Sundax going on down. As much as, you want to be aggressive and annoying, not exactly ideal. Soul Bound just going to be able to snap back right here is Valiant, and we'll see how much that kill is really going to impact. In terms of ideal places for the early kill to go, I'd say getting the Sehen rolling is one of the most critical things for a Leo win.
Yeah, I think you're totally on the money there, because he is the guy who's going to tank everything. And if he's too squishy and he doesn't tank everything, he's in real danger. Quick charge forwards here. Cielax just going to lose a little bit of HP. This champion is ridiculous, by the way. Oh, cheeky pause. We did have a DC, actually. It was Cielax who DC'd, so maybe that's why he got hit. Yone W. I know there's a lot of things about Yone, but Yone W is straight up the most broken ability on his kit. It's so ridiculous how big that shield is. Yeah, so ridiculous.
You're thinking about everything else that gets given to this champion as well. Just an insane amount of damage, insane amount of mobility, some great crowd control as well. And then you get the shield. This is one of the most modern champions, I think. Unfortunately, it's really cool to watch. Like, I'm not even mad about it, because when it pops off in competitive, it's so fun to see.
And we're lucky. It's one of the picks which does get played quite a lot in NLC as well. Oh, no. I can't remember their name. Oh, they flamed me not that long ago, actually. But they were a really good Yone player. Used to pull them out mid all the time, so... we're back into game. So we do actually, while we have a bad Vayne track record, we have a very good Yone track record coming in. Now,
as you said, good fun.
Ooh, nice little catch there. They get the double stun off as well into the luck passive. Nomi has to flash. He over-greeded for that auto attack. He could have been happy with just the E. They are just going to back away. Now, Kaplika has actually got a fairly healthy CS lead over Cry, but you would expect that from the... I forgot the name of the champion. Cassante lane. There you go. Cassante versus Vayne lane. Wow. My brain is not functioning at all, apparently. I'm doing bad at this one. Also, quick update, because we didn't talk about it in the pre-game. Deer are 1-up over TM at the moment, over in that series. It's happening off stream. If you do want to catch it, get your second monitor, put one of the co-streams up.
Absolutely, and this is a pretty big one as well, as we've been talking about, right? Deer, one of those teams that with some moves around between splits, we weren't really sure how exciting they were going to be, if they were going to be able to keep the form on from the previous split. So far, looking so good. Obviously, with this one as well, potential for an upset coming through. VS, so far, in this early game, nothing too much happening for it. Obviously, 1 kill going over in favour of Leo, but they're not exactly with a composition that simply has to get everything going within the first 5 minutes, but they would like to maybe find some sort of gank, some sort of potential kill. Level 6s for the junglers coming through very soon.
I love these Bard ganks where he doesn't actually do any damage, he just puts the W's down. It's like, there you go, put some Coco down for you, you can heal up when you need it. It just means you have that little heal, so you have a bit more trading capability versus Solax, who doesn't have the healing. As looks like Matt wants to start up the Dragon. Sandax will spot it out. There's no level 6 on the Shyvana, though, so I think that's what's really going to shut this down.
Yeah.
Don't really want to fight without it, as they instead turn their attention towards Bunny Beast. He does get hit by the Bard Cosmic Binding, but the Lux Q goes a little bit wide. Nice sidestep there from Valiant.
Beautiful.
Damn, this guy's clean, man.
Yeah, I mean, already just through this early laning phase, looking pretty good right now. Obviously, already got those boots, so looking for as much mobility as possible. It is going to be that initial Drake going over to Leo. Oh no.
Fate Field did
was
ping
clean
back
till
from
then.
the charm connection, though.
Yeah. Clean up until that point. Unfortunately, not quite going to be able to land that Fate Sealed. Otherwise, Zelax was going to be in a world of trouble. Yes, still has the ulti available, but Flashless could well have gone down.
Yeah, really solid step there. As Sunlight just can take a magical journey to safety. Gets Cosmic Binding off as well. Non finds the Q, finds the E, finds the ult. Can they find the damage? No, E was on cooldown, so Bunny Beast doesn't get 100% zeroed. Some of that early Lux damage can get really nasty. Is now level 6 is hit on this Shyvana. If they can stop the reset, which they can't, the dive potential was there. Matt's also in the area. They're going to look for the bubble, gets dodged away. And looks like Kami's going to be able to make his way to safety. Just get a little bit of damage onto his tower and deny some minions from Bunny Beast.
Indeed. Just being able to get that nice little bit of early pressure coming on through. And yeah, as much as you would have loved to be able to potentially find that dive, pick up that kill, still, I like to see the fact that we've got Nomi playing aggressive, doing well so far. Very different look than what we've been talking about, right? Oh, I'm bench the Kench, put the Kench in the ADC role. Instead, playing an APC with this Lux. Looking good as, yeah, this Vayne getting beat down, although, of course, in the more extended fights, we'll be able to turn back around and open up.
I thought there was a world where we'd see the all-out come out there, but no, plays it tempered, doesn't want to risk it. And Plika is going to be forced to use the exhaust, which I think was the big thing that stopped the all-out. And now, much more susceptible to a gank. A magical journey could come through. There it is. Sundax is going to reveal himself, gets caught by the condemn. And Devendir is also in the area. Nice amount of damage out from that electrocute. Healing comes in from the Nami, though.
They need
As
to respect
grubs are going
this.
on. Kame's more interested in getting the grubs to the team than fighting. As Matt failed to clear the wall, they're going to flash forwards there. They're going to look for the kill, but they're going to find the knockback onto a couple of members. As there is the all-out. Dovendir falls as they take down the Nami. Crystal Blue's trying to get as much damage off as possible, but here comes the Shyvana. Ultimate connects. Sundax goes down. They tried to put the magical journey out as Steelax is making their way over as well. They've got the revive available on Matt as Valiant's making his way forwards. He does have the fate sealed. He needs to find a good window. Kaplika is going so low here. He pings back, and there it is. Leo destroy that top lane fight.
Just a mistake after mistake right there. Not bringing Densey Camel over quickly enough. Making a couple of misplays in terms of missing skill shots as well. And just the mistiming on that play. Valiant teleporting in, got there so late. The only thing you get away with is 2 grubs for VES. And then you give over 3 kills to Matt. Caplicia's in a good spot as well. Zelax too. And this whole map has just sort of collapsed in on VES all of a sudden.
I feel like the issue there was either mics weren't on or headsets weren't on. Because, like, this was kind of criminal. Like, look at this fight starting. Shyvana's only just started moving. They tried to get the grubs instead. Teleport, like you said,
Look how long the teleport takes. Bro, he could walk from there. Look at where he is. You can walk from there and you put yourself in a better spot at the bottom of this team fight, potentially find the fate sealed up across the team fight, instead of teleporting into the backline, expecting the champions on your team to survive a little bit longer. The fact that they don't get away with any of those kills off the back of that play is devastating, potentially. Leo, great early team fighting.
Yeah, very good. I think that was a massive miscommunication, though. Valda are going to have a lot to do off that one now. Making their life a lot harder. Silax. A lot of shutdowns available. So if they can find those shutdowns, this game becomes very different. Silax is taking a fair amount of damage here from that trade. The pingback healing as well, or the damage from the pingback. Really stacked up a lot there. I'm interested to see what's going to happen when you see Nomi and Sundax join a fight. Because there's a lot of anti-melee with these two. With the light binding, with the cosmic binding as well, actually.
A lot of binding coming through, and the Luden's already going to be completed right here for Nomi, so getting on with quite a lot of damage potential for the squad. Still, I mean, if you do manage to close that gap, if you get us ahead into the backline, if a charm lands out of Silax, that is going to make things just impossible to play for Nomi. So he's going to have to sit very far back in these team fights and hope that the tanks in front of him are able to keep up. We've got 30 seconds until the next Drake will spawn. We'll see how much both of these teams really want to go for it. Obviously, with the Shyvana, you want to be getting involved around these. You really do just want to play around this Lux. That's where a lot of your power is at this point in the game.
Oh, I don't know if it's that or honestly, it's a Valiant. He's forced Silax's ultimate out, which is 10 seconds before buff comes through. They look for the lockdown. There's going to be the Fate Seal. They find the ultimate in response, but Bunny Beast is here. Where's Nomi? Where's the Lux? The communication is lacking. Valiant finds himself in the middle of everyone, and he goes down. Nomi was just farming waves. They find the binding. They find the lockdown. There's going to be the blast! The passive! We need to see a replay. It timed out on the frame. Yep. That was disgusting. Give me a slow-mo replay.
Oh, what a beautiful play right there just to be able to pick that one up. But still, you're correct. The communication in this game just feels like it's gone away. After we're praising the overall map macro from VS in the previous round, suddenly it's just going a little bit more wrong for them. And not bringing Nomi up early on in that fight when you've sent everybody forwards, not even able to layer the final spark down over the top, means that you're able to get that kill back for Leo. It's lucky that you're able to find one back for VES.
Alright, this part of the fight doesn't matter. I mean, it was a good buffer from Matt on his ultimate to break away from the Fate Seal.
The war is cultivated.
Oh.
He's ready.
Down he goes.
Matt's ready. He doesn't care.
Look at this. Literally on the frame. On the frame. Absolutely nasty. Pop. There it goes. That's okay, maybe not on the frame. But like that was
it's as close as you can get, right? You are hoping and praying as Nomi that one is going to work out as it does. Off the back of that, though, still going to be about a 2,000 gold lead for Leo. The majority of that, again, still going to be concentrated onto the mid lane, onto the jungle. Bot lane, very, very strong for Nomi. Just constantly throwing out these light bindings, landing a lot more of them than you often see.
Yeah, doing a lot of work. I mean, obviously, it goes through the first minion, so it makes it a little bit harder to dodge. Not quite Nico ridiculous.
Oh, God.
My beef with Nico is her Q's undodgeable, and her E, and the way it works, it's so anti everything you learn when learning League. Like, you're like, I can't stand in the minions to dodge this. I just have to actually click to dodge.
Yeah. It is really a skill check. Same with the having to count minions. Nico is a champion that if you're not 100% switched on, going to lose to it. Kapleisha might well be losing to this, yeah.
There's the all out. They're going to throw down the E. Valiant, is he going to hold the R this time, or is he just going to pull that trigger? He's going to have a very small window. As there it goes. Kapleisha falls shut down on to the top side. They will give up the dragon, though, to Leo. Dragon number 2. So they get himself a Chemtech, which is actually nice for the Nami. That's the amount of healing you're giving people.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's a Hex Soul. Oh, that's a nasty one.
Okay, that you're really going to be wanting to compete for, especially when you've got your team composition with the Vayne and an Ahri, Yone's, Luxes, all of those. You would love to pick that up for yourselves. And so a little bit of a deficit right here for VS that they're going to have to overcome. A couple camps stolen away on the backside of that play from NLC Camille. Just able to get himself some level of gold back, staying within touching distance. Still, first items completed across the board right here for Leo, whereas things a little bit slower overall, specifically for Valiant, hasn't been able to grab himself that first item.
He's full build now.
There it is. Okay, chilling. He's ready to play. He's ready to rock and roll.
To be fair, that champion's full build when he gets his boots. Like,
that's
absolutely
also
ridiculous.
True. Also true. Interesting as well that we are seeing this build coming out of Densigo Camille. not usually going towards the Trinity Force, although I like it in this situation. Trinity Forces are plenty in this matchup, actually. 4 already completed.
What we really need to do is, again, Vest are very slow on the tower objectives. They were like this in the last game, very slow to take them. Once they take them, they do seem to get a very good read on the game, but Sandax is actually magical journeying forwards as Valiant looked for the opening. Matt's come through for the flank. Valiant, he may have to just go for the flash away to safety. Goes for the ult to safety instead. Can he find that flash? The charm's going to be important to dodge. Is able to do so. Is Densky Gaming able to make his way over as well? They'll be able to clear the wave. He's got Bork. He's going to heal back up to full. And there's a Shyvana ultimate ready to throw down. Nomi's here this time on time. And I think that's going to be the big difference maker. Teleport available to topside. I think we could see a fight here, you know.
Could potentially.
No, they're backing off.
I feel like for the most part, though, yeah, Volda going to be happy enough to just sit back on this when you've got plenty of push going on from Kitibu down in the bottom side of the map as well. And kind of need that champion about to make things happen. So again, things slow the pace of the game.
Did Nomi stop the teleport?
Must have done.
No, I think it was a recall. I think I missaw.
No, I was going to say, right, Zilax still has, Completion still has, No, it was just a reset back to base. That's going to be the full tower going down on the bottom side of the map, as we were just saying. And the gold back to even right here from VES. And with these item breakpoints coming on in, the Shyvana's really strong with that first item. So is the Jonas, so is the Lux. This is a potential situation right here for Volda to be able to properly fight back. And God, the map rotation coming through from Leo just isn't quite ideal. They're losing a lot of turret plating. That's a big part of why, despite having 3 extra kills, they haven't actually been able to get themselves that much of a real advantage.
I think that was very much a snowball effect of how much they invested into getting the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Was they used a lot of people on the map and then they all kind of recalled at the same time. As Kaplika finds a nice chunk out from the Shyvana there, but can't make... It's just going to move away to safety. Silax needs to be careful because Blue is going to force the ultimate out. I mean, Silax has 0 kill pressure. Charm, everything. He's getting multiple rotations to kill.
Yeah.
Even
he would need
armor
Critibu
build
to
Cassante.
DC for that to work.
Yeah. He has no magic resist. I still don't think he has the damage.
No, absolutely not going to be coming on through right here. And so, just a pretty free lane coming on out. Teleports available for both Valiant and Krithibu for when we get a little bit more aggression coming on in. Minute 30 seconds until the next strike, and this is a critical one. If Leo are able to grab this, put themselves on soul point, it takes so much pressure off of them to play around the next couple. If they don't have the correct setup, they can take a couple off and just makes VES have to keep committing to this one. So likely to see some beginnings of setup of vision around this objective. As we've been talking about, right, it could be pretty tricky to play into a Bard with just how much vision the Bard can get into the backline. So far, haven't really been able to see that through from Sundax.
I mean, the really big power of this Lux lane is you just have... Oh, wow, actually, there's the exhaust into the all-out as a response. Can they find a response? Complete the amazing way over. That's going to be enough as the Shyvana comes through. Flash out! He gets hit by the E-slow. Can they find the kill? Another smite for the slow, and he's going to get the kill. Down he goes, but Sundax will pay the price in the meanwhile as he throws out the ultimate. There's the lockdown into the ultimate as well. And double kill picked up for Matt, so a lot invested. Tower, but Dragon number 3 is definitely going over here.
Absolutely, there's no way that you can fight back into this one, and I'm busy looking at the fight in the top lane, seeing if Completion was going to be able to get away, and kind of miss the collapse that's happening here. It's just an egregious overpush from the bottom side of the map here. There is no reason whatsoever for Valiant to be in this situation, for Sandax to be right there. They get collapsed upon behind from 4 separate members, and yeah, you get the kill, you get the Drake, but the tower, but what could have been a good play right here for VS to start establishing a lead just goes wrong.
It looks like Volda are actually happy to play the contest game. Obviously, no Shyvana ultimate. Krybu's just taken the portal through blast cones to make sure there's no wall for them to clear. Nice little cosmic binding there. No follow-up, unfortunately. Silax will take that tower, but I think the attention really should be on this dragon. They're going to get the knock up. Going to try and interrupt the Rift Elf. It's probably just going to get used as a big old bumper car here. Nancy Kame not got the ultimate quite yet, as there's a good charm onto Valiant, but Valiant's not going to get chunked out enough to die there. Going to commit the Spirit Rush, as now Valiant has to use the E, but that's him in some serious danger. He will go down. They get the charge off, and that's a double kill picked up for the Vayne. 3 members of Volda go down. There's going to be the ultimate out from the Shyvana, and this could just be another tower falling here off the back of this one. Are they going to fall for the bait and go for 3?
An entire game right here of Volda pressing a little bit too far to grab themselves a kill or an objective and losing out so much on the back end of that one. Mid lane at tier 2 tower will fall as well. We'll have a watch back. The initial play, taking their portal through and then going aggressive here onto Matt, I think makes a lot of sense. You are fully in a 4v5 situation, but I don't feel confident enough to fully pull the trigger. Instead, just try to commit here onto the Drake, and I really like the Rift Herald play right here. It means you have to turn tail and run as the members of Volda, and in this situation where you're running away and Zilax is on the back end able to cut you off, it's just a recipe for success.
I don't know why Valiant E'd there, to be honest. It guarantees he dies. It was a real mistake, and yeah, Yvain's getting ahead now off that as well. But this is very much the match show. 5-1. 8,800 gold this game to the 7,400, so a 1,400 gold lead in the jungle right now. Valiant, not quite the performance we saw in game number 1 from them. They are struggling here on the Yone. Again, it is a bonkers champion, so there is a window.
Of course. It could potentially get itself back online. But so far, the Yone, we said, hey, pretty good usually in the NLC, not doing so well. And the Vayne, chilling. Not necessarily the biggest part of this game, but has able to get critically down quite a lot. Not being able to get caught out so much. And I mean,
it's a short enough cooldown.
Yeah,
I'll allow it. They're going to reset. It's a short enough cooldown, whatever.
Yeah, fair enough. But still, I mean, that is 21 minutes into the game, right? You don't want to be using too many of your cooldowns willy-nilly. Otherwise, you could potentially get turned on, burned away from this one. 4-11, the kill score. More importantly, 3k right now, the advantage for Leo. Not massive right now, but it does kind of feel like VES. There's just very little for them to do to get into this game.
I think there's a big condition. The likes of a Baron and the Lux one-shot. They've got the Shadow Flame, you've got the Luden's Echo. Like, Nomi will blow up pretty much anyone other than Matt with a single combo. They have just been... honestly, Nomi's just been quite lost in this early game and into the mid game. They've not really been at the right position or turning up to the right objectives. And being down your one-shot potential is costing quite heavily here. So I think, with the right vision, the right setup, I think there's still a window for Volda to bring this one back. Leo, on the other hand, they just gonna have to continue as they are. They're doing good getting set up for objectives, getting the vision down, translating that into, into the objective, into a teamfight victory. So it is definitely still going in favor here, but it looks like they're going to be looking for Silax. Silax does have the Spirit Rush, though, so I don't think it's really doable. That is a lot of damage from the Shyvana, though. Damn. Gets the fear off. There's the Spirit right. What are you doing? Okay. That's playing tilted, my friend.
Yeah.
Fate
yeah,
sealed.
it is.
Fate sealed. He's found it. He's found it. He's found it. He's found it. Can he get it? There's the flash. Okay. Shut down for Valiant. He's in the game.
I mean, you really need to pick that kill up, otherwise that is an absolute tilter still. Now you need to turn tail and run as well. Valiant sprinting away right now, teleporting to potentially jet himself away. Does he get caught by the bubble?
He might actually have the flank for the kill here onto Completia. Crystal Blue trying to break away. Valiant's making his way over. No flash, remember, available, but he has got the backup of Sundax to keep the damage on. This could be another kill for him. No, he pings back, and it's just looking like Sundax is the one to receive the kill. But Baron is happening elsewhere. I said there's the window.
Yep.
This is Nomi's moment to save the game.
Hey, it's a Hextech Rift. It's a Hextech Rift. The Hextech portals are available. And then Skiggamil has respawned, so he's going to be able to get himself back involved. And the back offer does come on through. Couple quick kills coming through for VES. They lose one in the process. But, hey, they're finding things. They're making stuff happen. This game still very much feels Leo favored. Despite the fact that the gold lead is not massive, 3k or so. They just have themselves a great spot right here. The breakpoints for these champions have fully come online. I mean, you've even got the Seekers as well for Zilax to just keep him that little bit safer.
Sundax just ran away from any backup.
Yeah.
Throws the ultimate out there. Matt's going to commit his ultimate as well.
Yeah.
Bubble comes through. And that should just be Dragon off the back of that one. Matt has Revive. Oh, they're barrening. Actually a smart decision here, but the problem is that has been read
fully on vision
by the side of Leo. Nomi has flash, is going to have to flash,
Nomi's
but he flashed too late. Nomi able to jump away. The tidal wave comes in. They're going to find the knock up as here comes Valiant as well. Krybu tanking a lot of this hurt. Baron was dissuaded. Dragon was dissuaded. Neither team gets too much yet, but I think it's going to turn into the Dragon for the side of Leo.
It is indeed. Once again, every single time that you get chased away from one of these players, it hasn't felt like we've seen a single 5v5 team fight come through from VES, because they've had moments where they're getting called out constantly, different member almost every single time. And there's no big explosive play that leads to the Drake right here, but that is going to be sole point right now for Leo. Gotta feel that they, again, have control of this game. Their composition is fully online at this point.
Going to be a tall ask. But you do have the scaling elements. You've now got the Immortal Shield bow, and a kill onto Kaplika might be the difference maker, but the bubble's huge. The Condemn is also huge. They miss everything. Completion played that so beautifully, and the backup was there. Leo are prepared for every scenario, and Volda are just desperately trying to make picks happen.
Yeah, now at this point you just need to blow somebody up. Nomi not even going to use the final spark. Didn't have it available. Big damage though, landing onto Dovendir, so things may be a little bit easier to play.
There's the charm into a little bit of damage onto Completion, but they're not going to go down in the middle of that one. That's like all out thrown down. Sundax has also made his way over. Tidal Wave comes down. Nomi, final sparks available. If he can hit this binding, it's going to be big. There's the burst, but it's not enough because the sun just came through. Bunny Beast chunked out. Has that dissuaded them from the Baron? Remember, people are respawning, and like you said, it's a Hex Tech map. People will be able to find those windows. Dub dodges away. And this Baron is getting chunked out. Crystal Blue has a lot of work to do. Dodges away on that bubble. Completion has made their way forwards. It's all 5 members available. There's the binding. They haven't got that damage though. Bunny Beast getting chunked out, and I think the Baron is going to be dissuaded. He flashes over. There's going to be the ultimate thrown in. Nomi, no ultimate available to him. Completion's going low, but the bubble is too damn big coming in. As here comes the Yone. Can he play tidy up? He's able to answer out with a single kill, but it's not enough as Matt's now chasing onto Valiant. Valiant limps away. And it looks like game 3 is very much on the cards here. But Valiant, he's sending it in. Finds the knock-up, pings back to safety. Does have the Bard coming through. He's going to get his Q charged up to get over the wall. But no, he actually just sent it onto Matt once again. He's feeling comfortable with the Bard back up.
Yeah, it's continually running on force. Has shield bow available. Gonna go forward with the Fate Shield as well. Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I'm seeing why this team are a national team here.
Yes.
They are getting way too overreached
Yes.
in these fights.
And we said it just a couple minutes ago. It hasn't felt like we've gotten a real team fight out of Volda, where they've set up for themselves correctly, where somebody's not sprinting back to the team fight after having died before it kicked off, or at the start of the team fight that's then gone long towards the end. Diggus Camille, why are you jumping in at this point in the fight?
That was pure tilt, by the way. That was an emotional ult because they flashed the wall to try and see if they could smite Baron.
Yep.
That was full emotional. And like
now,
Valiant also, that was a real mistake in that one.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, we're also going to see again as Camille has died whilst we were looking at the other replay as well. So now with the Baron empowered, cannon minions pouring in towards the base, things are looking really rough for VS. Like I said, 3rd game on the cards right here, unless we can get a miracle out of Volda.
Alrighty, well. There's the all-in. Oh my word, that Bunny Beast damage is absolutely disgusting. Give him a window. Once that death cap's online, we will start getting one shot, but I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity as Matt splashed over and Nomi goes down. That's the damage coming in from the Vayne. And it looks like the curse is finally broken for Vaynes here in the NLC. Leo making it work and forcing it into a game 3 scenario. They didn't know when to stop. They didn't know when to cool off. Volda struggled in this game, and there it is. Beautiful turnaround from Leo. Really, really nicely played.
Absolutely. Real nice to see that one picking themselves up that win. And again, with another composition that we were talking about not potentially liking, where you've got carries in all 3 lanes. It does not seem like anybody in this squad knows how to play tank duty. They want to go in, they want to be aggressive, and you know what? In game number 2, it looked so much better.
Yeah, genuinely, that was a very lost team in that second game, unfortunately, for Volda. But we're going to have to throw it to a break. We're back with game number 3 to find out who wins this series. So see you in a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our final game of the day as Leo were able to turn it around in that game number 2. Skipper, we got all very hyped after game 1. Game 2 was a bit of a disappointment from the side of Volder. Well, what happened?
Yeah, it just looked like they fell apart a little bit there. It was kind of rough for them. And then that Wayne also came into play, and that was a really good counter pick, I feel like, from the sides of Leo there. So they really don't want to make you get your food soon, basically.
I'm so hungry, man. I'm so hungry right now.
They're like, no, we're making a series out of this.
Yeah, I do feel like, especially Jungle from Volder, got quite emotional there, to be honest. That was like flashing into like over the wall to be miles away from Baron Pit and then to ult into a fight for like no one to back you up. Like, I don't know. I think there was a few issues where they got some issues. Now, some moments where there's some issues. Brain farted, brain engaged. Wow, apparently not. Game number 2 that was happening off screen was the Deer game. That concluded with a 2-0 for Deer, so they smashed their way through that one. And we can now go back onto this one. Bloxer, what needs fixing? What needs to stay the same going into this second game? Is this third game?
Let's see if the mentals are feeling good and strong right here. Because as you said, right, there are a couple moments where we were like, okay, I'm not so sure that you want to be flinging yourself in right here. I'm not so sure that you want to be playing it like that. Beyond that, I didn't love the draft overall. I thought it had some interesting moments, but it didn't feel like Volder were playing around their strong points when they popped up, right? The Lux was huge. The Lux could potentially be played around really well. I think they also really need to recognize the fact that Leo are very much playing this 3 carry style, and you can't match them in all 3 lanes. I don't think you need to do what you were able to do in game 1, which is pick a lane and really try to bully onto it and make things work there.
Well, what we will see coming into this game is Volder will be taking red side, which is the first time this series, but as we're kind of going through these replays, I mean, the big thing is like every time we see a replay, someone shows up at the end of the fight. Like, Nomi showed up at the end of this fight, multiple fights where someone just didn't show up until it was too late. Like, this was the hypest thing they did all game. Just took him out perfectly to shut down the passive. But again, this is actually what I talked about off stream, but like, why, when you're getting a kill and a tower top side, are you 2v4ing bot side? Like,
why are
they
they
had
so
no
far
business.
up?
They should have just been catching waves and playing it chill, but they just overextended and made what was a good play topside a complete disaster globally.
Yeah, I guess it just ended up being equalized every time they tried to go for something. Should have just tried to play a little bit more safe there, find opportunities where they can
feel like
find
it was
stragglers,
equalized though, is the thing. Like, it was, they would get a kill and then like lose more elsewhere for it. Like, that was the big issue. It was like, if they were trading equally, you could at least take like a positive from it, but like they would just, it was never that, unfortunately. And you know, it's obviously a team who play in, you know, a lower division. They play in tier 3, so they don't have quite the amount of like experience. But you know, even though Leo are one of our historically weaker teams here in the NLC, you do learn a lot even from your losses versus some of the higher up teams. And I think, you know, communication was kind of the big red flag for me in this game. It felt like the communication was majorly off. Where in
which was
game
interesting.
1,
it was fun. Yeah.
I think the thing is like in game 1 they were so far ahead that it's easy to kind of win a game when you're smashing it, right? Like, like mood's high, every play works because you just got a massive wallet diff. But when you're equal or behind and communication's off versus a team who have good communication, it makes all the difference. And I think that was probably the big issue here. And obviously now moving into game 3, a lot more champs are banned. We're seeing 10 champs out of the pool total. No, 20 champs out of the pool total. So, you know, we still got things like that Mordekaiser in the pocket, right? Coming out.
Yeah. There's a lot of potentially really fun picks. We've been talking a lot about him, but we could potentially see some really aggressive potential plays coming through. We could see some really potentially aggressive jungle looks. I mean, I feel like we've seen some insane looks throughout this entire matchup already. The Vayne top lane was crazy. Something I really would like to see is the Hecarim coming out in the jungle. I think that could be really fun.
Yeah, it's been a moment since I've seen a Hecarim, and I cannot remember what does well into it. I think things like Graves are okay into Hecarim, because you kind of just out farm him. You just giga clear, and also you got really good skirmishing early. Oh, we have a clip of Hecarim. Oh, sorry, I thought that was someone else talking. Let's roll this. This is actually the jungler
Yeah.
from Volda on Hecarim.
Yeah, it was a little while ago, but yeah, essentially he's just finding his groove here on the Hecarim, really showing off why he loves this champion so much.
Yeah.
And
And hey, you're in game number 3, playing up against one of the NLC teams, right? You are throwing everything that you can at this game. If you can find a way to make it work with one of your fun, slightly different champions, that could be really nice. And I mean, as we talked about, right, in terms of counters, something that it does really pretty badly into is the Zahen. Well, that's gone. You can't be playing that one anymore. In terms of other things, there's not really that much that's sat in terms of the champion pool. The Zyra, potentially, is something you could pick into it. That could leave us with a really fun matchup in the jungle as well. I'd love to see some extra explosivity there.
Yeah, I think jungle is going to be fun, because even with a slightly disappointing Shyvana game, like, it's a really cool champ pool and genuinely seems to have some pretty good knowledge of how to play it. The big thing for me is how well they handled that loss, because that was a rough loss. They got smashed, and I do see, especially with teams from like tier 3, you know, they do get a little bit emotional after a loss like that, and it can cause issues down the line. So you know, it's very much on them to kind of hold a strong mental going into this last game and making that big you know, making that this game 3 work, because you could just, you know, be in your head too much here, have too many concerns, and play maybe a little bit too over eager, as we saw in the previous game. I think the big thing, one of the things that I've been really enjoying, is actually the top lane for Volda. I think the guy's been pretty good at just being like, right, I play weak side and I'll play for the team off that. And he's done very well, where on the other side, Kaplika, they've been playing, you know, ego picks all game. Like Gwen, Vayne, like just full, like, I'm going to play something that's going to smash and I'm going to be a big carry.
yeah, definitely. Looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing here. And one small little tidbit of information is that Nomi has talked about it before, that throwing has been a thing that's sometimes happening for them in recent games, even in Latvia when they play there. So hopefully they can recuperate.
You hope so. Let's have a look at the bans then. The Syndra, the Swain, the Aphelios, the Jarvan. I'm assuming ban 2, phase 2, we're going to see something like an Onivia get banned away as well. Lots of the same bans have been showing up. I can't remember what the last ban is, actually, from the side of Leo.
They've been banning
it was
away
the lock, but
yeah.
they can... Okay, they're not going to first pick it.
No.
They're
I was
just
going to say, yeah, maybe they're going to leave that one up and available so that they can grab it for them on blue side. No, they are clearly not comfortable with it.
They rate it and they hate it at the same time. Like, they obviously don't play it, but they don't like playing into it. So
yeah, absolutely. So what will the final ban coming on through be? We've been talking a lot about the Orianna sneaking through as potential first pick material. The Akali has also been hitting the ban table quite a lot, and it will be the Akali as that initial decision.
Alrighty, well, what's the first pick here for the side of Leo? What is their roster, really? Obviously, 2 power picks can get picked up by Volda in response. Going for the Victor here for Zelax.
Really?
Okay, I want to see Valiant on an aggressive mid. Not that aggressive mid. Like, he's...
Instant Cassidy.
We've been seeing it a lot. Like, you laugh, but hey, it has been popping up more and more. I don't think I love it in this situation, not this early on.
I just think Valiant's been very good early. I think that, like, he's been good at early and snowballing off that early, so I feel like, you know, Cassidy's not the champion. Actually going for something less flashy, just locking in the Orianna. So this is an old school matchup, the Victor Ori, and ball delivery system is there with Hecarim, so there you go.
Bloxer got what he wanted.
There it is. I knew exactly what I wanted. And Zigo Camille will pick that one up for himself. And let's see what the response is going to be. Because once you pick the Hecarim up, it really throws down the gauntlet. It means your opponent can't afford to just sit back and play slow during the early game. I think the Lee Sin would make plenty of sense in this situation. If the Jarvan hadn't been banned, that would have been pretty good. The Xin Zhao we've also been talking about. It will be that Lee Sin picked up right here, though. Lee Sin, a champion where, again, a lot of risk to it early on. If you aren't able to find those early couple of kills, how are you really going to be able to play this one out? As a potential to pick up your top laner pick here as well would give a lot of freedom over to Volda if you grab your top laner at this point.
Yeah, looks like they are thinking about locking in some kind of a top. The thing is Kaplika really umming and ahhing what they're going to go for. Going for the slightly safer option in the Narc. It still gives you situational team fight, gives you that kind of lane bully, which is what Kaplika's kind of been playing for, is that lane bully. Now, I'm trying to think of like old Gnar matchups. I feel like Renekton is one, and I feel like I'm crazy. Maybe it's just Aragon, years of Aragon, cooking my brain on it. Trying to sell me on the crocodile.
Renekton's fine.
Yeah.
Renekton's fine here.
This is also pretty fine. Oh, that's a wombo, actually. That's a wombo.
This is my favorite kind of League of Legends right here. I'm boring. Please just give me some kind of like standard hyper carry ADC to play alongside this, or if you really want to go ball, give me the Kai'Sa. Give me the Kai'Sa. Something to go leaping in alongside it. I think you don't necessarily need it in this situation, though. Like you said, ball delivery system supreme. I really like this Sylas ban as well. I was going to say the Sylas needs to go, otherwise things could potentially go wrong for you. Obviously, the Sylas would love to go into the mid lane, but you can move things around. We've seen plenty of APCs coming in as well. And Leo, they've got themselves a far more disparate composition, right? You've got some level of teamfight ability, you've got some level of potential picks. They really need to solidify their composition into one focus going on, or they're just going to do what they've done in the previous couple of games, which is say, hell no, we're just going to play through all three lanes and see if you can beat us.
You know, I actually really rate the Kai'Sa here. You go Kai'Sa Rakan, you just have like full dive with the Ori ball on the back. Like, that's a nice little pickup there. You could go something safe and just play like a Caitlyn lane and just have someone who plays it at like max range and just really pushes out. But you're on the money when it comes to Leo. These guys need to round this comp out, because right now it's a bit all over the place. It's not really got like a set thing, and reading the Kai'Sa potential there, locking in the Rakan. I think you just go support. Something like the Nautilus is up and available. Gives you still a bit of flexibility. Obviously does mean you could be matched by a double ranged bot lane, but I think Naut is a safe pick here.
Yeah, Kai'Sa Nautilus could be something to look for here, potentially. Or even Senna Nautilus, if they want to go for that. I know he's been playing a little bit more Senna than Kai'Sa here in Army, but what can Bunny Beast pick up against it?
He needs some survivability, man. I mean, like, the Ezreal... Okay, that's risky right here. I understand it's taking it away from Volda, and I understand that, yeah, you've got some dive-in potential too, alongside your Gnar and alongside your Lee Sin, but as much as there's some level of mobility out of this, you are in such a risky position right here as this Kai'Sa.
I actually do rate this Xayah. I was trying to think of what would be left open at this point. Xayah obviously has an answer to the Kai'Sa because she ults onto you. You just ult that way. Gives you a bit of safety, gives you a lot of lane pressure as well. Kai'Sa early struggles to shove those waves, so it makes skirmishing a little bit easier for you. And yeah, I think these do round out these comps very nicely. I didn't give you much time last time, Skipper, so break these down. Pick a team, tell me what they do and why you think they're going to be strong.
I mean, I have to say I'm a little bit of an NLC Summer fanboy, and I do love that Hecarim. Plus, like we were talking about the ball system delivery here, and honestly, just also the ease of draft, like the ease of execution, I feel is more so here on Volda Esports. It's pretty easy to hit that ultimate for Pretty Boo unless they flash. And yeah, and the Xayah is on our side as well. So yeah. I do believe that Volda Esports has that one.
Bloxer, what are you thinking? Give me Leo's win condition then on the other side. What have they got to be doing here?
In this situation, Leo, they're playing through all of their lanes once again. I think Matt's going to have a lot on his shoulders right now to find a potential lane to gank into, and also just to not get overrun by this Hecarim. Top lane could potentially be it, although obviously pretty tanky in that lane. I think more likely is to find some explosivity down in the bottom lane, and I'd also be interested to see what happens about the invades. In both of these games, we've seen one of these junglers invade, try to steal away camps. I think both of these junglers could end up doing something similar, and we may end up in a split map situation. If, as Leo, you get the bottom side of the map as your split of the map, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I feel like obviously the big issue right now is that Lee Sin. That's your big concern. If it doesn't get ahead, if it does struggle to get going, you're going to have a really, really hard time. So on the other side, I feel like Volda, you know, even if the Hecarim doesn't get ahead early, as long as he's not getting absolutely slammed, he'll still be able to find some value. Same for the Malphite. Like, Malphite is a champion, which is the only win condition that champion needs is level 6. Like,
yeah.
the amount of items they get changes the outcome of a fight dramatically, but like they can still do something as long as they use the unstoppable force and just slam down. So it's one of those things where I do feel like Skipper was on the money, where you're looking at ease of execution, and that ease is very much there for Volder. But the question going into this game is, are they emotional? Did that game 2 get to them?
Let's hope not. Let's hope not, especially if you are a Norway fan right here, looking to see Volder pick themselves up a win. We've seen some of the other National League teams find wins, disparate bits here and there, but actually taking down one of the NLC teams would be a massive boost to them. Give them a hard opponent in the next round as well. Of course, this is going to be Swiss, remember, so the winner right here keeps themselves in the tournament for that much longer. 3 wins to move on, 3 losses to go home. Huge right here for this first round.
Yeah, definitely all to play for here as we're going to cut into the action. Lane started up. Sundax opening off with a hook. A little bit of early pressure that you can buy with this one. And I do expect, looking at the lane matchups right now, obviously expect Cryblue to, unfortunately, have another lane where they don't win that lane. On the other side, I feel like, you know, you go towards the bot side, and providing there's not some early shenanigans from Matt here, we are going to see a pretty strong bot lane from the side of Volder. But Matt with the early invade, trying to set Densuke behind. And honestly, the big thing as well is they're not doing a good job of covering this. This is multiple games in a row where Matt's done this invade, or done an invade, and it is actually just set them behind. They have no free information about it. They don't know it's coming.
And then Skier Kamel is going to walk straight over the top of a ward right here as well, so you're well aware of what is happening right here as Matt. Interesting to see what the decision is. Are you going to go straight towards your wolves? Yep, the second you do that and don't take the blast cone over the wall into the blue buff pit, this one will just be taken away. And as we were talking about, right, split map situation where you get the bot lane, that's huge for them. They may even collapse on this Hecarim.
Well, they see it. Oh, they go for the kick. They tried to find him. They actually used a bit of pressure early to try and get the invade off, but Valiant doing a good job of getting this early damage in. The problem he has is there's 2 people hovering. That Ori, very susceptible to getting caught by a gank.
He's really low right now. I mean, if the Sonic hit, he would most likely go down, even with the flash available to him, but they are just going to back off, so it is going to be the top side of the map given over.
Come
Oh, I like this.
Go for the E.
I like this.
They bait it in. He gets the shield off. It might just be first blood for Celax. Celax has flash. Can he get underneath his tower? But it looks like Kame's going to secure the kill. Matt misses the Q. And there it is. A kill over to the Hecarim. He's going to try and just shove this wave in. Has got himself a lot of damage thrown in onto him. Throws up the W for the sustain. It's too much. Can he secure it? Yes, he can. Invade be damned. What a turnaround.
Then Sega Camille just going to be able to pick that one up for his team. And like you said, what a turnaround. The healing coming through from this champion is disgusting. And this is something we talked about early on, right before the draft even happened, when we talked about things we'd like to see. I like the Hecarim because it forces your opponent to come play to you, but it can overrun you at this point. Now, 2 quick kills, able to grab himself the rest of the CS on his side of the map as well. And as much as that invade came on through, you're already at 12 CS right here as Matt. He's not been able to complete the clear on his side of the map.
Yeah, he is, unfortunately, struggling a little bit on that front. What I'm seeing from Kame is they're a player who is very good on someone who can just stand in front of you and just heal. They're just very good at playing lots of healing. That's their thing. And he's not running Conqueror as well. That's Storm Raider Surge. So he didn't even have like the Conqueror sustain that you sometimes see from Hecarims.
Oh, indeed. And over on the other side of the matchup, right, losing out on what could have been a great early game off of the back of that invade as Matt is really unfortunate for him, right? The Lee Sin needs to get going early on. You've got yourself a bunch of lanes that do well for themselves, but don't necessarily win super hard in any real way. The top lane's kind of your hardest winning lane. Everywhere else, you can see smaller CS deficits beginning to form.
Well, looks like they're thinking about finding Celax here, but they have got the hook coming forward, blocked out by Devendir. Gets himself the stun off onto Sundax. Sundax, though, W shield is going to keep him nice and sustained. And Valiant, he's okay. He didn't really lose too much for that. He's just happy to catch the wave safely.
Yep, everybody just going to be able to walk back away from this one. Looking at the break points coming through for all of these squads as well. First item's going to be critical, especially for this Hecarim, especially for this Lee Sin. Whichever's able to get to that first item first
Sundax
is going to be in a good spot.
He's on the ward, he gets the flash, he gets the hook. There's the 6 coming in from Zelax, but it's not enough. Valiant secures the kill. Beautifully played.
And this looks way better out of VES. We talked previously in the game about how it looked like a lot of their communication had been wrong, and it looked like the tilt has been beginning to come on through. But instead, in this third game right here, the critical one, looking a lot calmer, beginning to start up this Mountain Drake as well. And although the fact Bunny Beast and Dovindir are here makes them pull it out, I don't think there's any real wait for the steal. Matt could potentially try jump over the wall.
Oh, he's got the Q, remember? The execute should be enough. That's going to be the steal. There it is.
Oh,
nice
steal!
and easy. Sundax also going down, but Valiant's free firing away on the side. They're going to answer out with 2 kills. And that was reminiscent of game number 2, but the other way around. Leo doing a Volda special there.
Exactly. Jumping in, picking up an objective, and losing everything else on the back of it as well. That's now going to be 4 kills going over to this Hecarim. And this Hecarim is well and truly rolling at this point. Should be building towards the spear and just ready to just run through the opponents. We'll see how much tankiness he's going to build in as well, because right now, he'd be forgiven for just going full aggression. It's difficult to try to take away the smite right there. Unfortunately, Lee Sin, like you said, just pretty good at being able to steal that objective away. But the fact you get 2 quick kills, I don't think you're going to be too mad right here as VES.
No, so Wallop comes in. He's got the Nara as well, but just going to trade out. There's not really much you can do into the old Malphite. Bit of a brick wall. Oh, hits him with the Nara and another round of the Wallop. Actually, Cryboot. Oh! That was a very, very quick flash. Very fast reaction speed coming in there.
I mean, I assume Completion had his finger on the flash button right there, because that's one of the quickest reaction times that I have seen. Absolutely necessary. If he gets knocked up right there, Dennis Camille is very close by, has himself the Ghost as well, ulti available too, and things could have got from bad to worse very, very quickly. Instead, it's just going to be a trade of those ultis. Obviously, going to be a little bit of a benefit right here to Completion.
We're looking for him, but Densky's not going to get caught. It's going to be A-OK. We're just trying to catch this wave as much as possible, and it feels like a bit of that early temper, a bit of that early aggression is somewhat dissipated here. Volda happy just to let their Orianna sit up comfortably and just farm up now. And wait for a window in which they can find the punish.
Indeed, indeed. If they're able to find one and begin to get a foothold back into this game, it would be pretty nice. Really could potentially be getting caught right here, but I think he should just be able to walk this one away. Indeed, bit of fancy feet, a little bit faster. Domindir doesn't actually land any of that crash down. Instead, that's 3 members sent towards the top side for basically no benefit. At the same time, it looks like Dennis Camille just going to look to get his way into his opponent's jungle, potentially steal something away.
Duplica, I think you're in danger, my friend. Sundax doesn't have D6, but he's able to find the lockdown. There's the Blade Caller from Nomi to get the lockdown, and a 5th kill over to the Hecarim. Leo will be able to secure the Grubs as well, so Dragon and Grubs is a good early start, but again, it's like these teams have swapped names, because Volda are the ones securing objectives through towers and trying to open the map up that way. I think it's been a major issue in both of their games, is map control via being able to get into the enemy jungle. So taking these down is huge. There's the ultimate from Densky Kame. Comes in for the shockwave. And there it is, another kill. But he gets the insect off here from Matt. But it's going to be a turnaround. They get the depth charge off, and they're going to be able to secure the kill onto Matt as well. Denvir, he's able to break away. Oh my word, what a fight.
Really nice shockwave coming on through right there, and the fact that once again you managed to push him underneath the tower, and then Sega Camille is just able to keep himself alive. Nami as well, alone bot lane, picking up waves, pushing in towers to get some plating. Everything in this third game coming up VES.
Huge ult over the wall just to break away from the stun. That was just, again, it's like a different team. They're communicating. They were all on the same page and ready for this fight. Beautifully played.
Really, really well played. And if they could keep this pace up, things are going to get harder and harder to play against, because we've now got these first items coming on through. It will be the Spirit of Shojin for this Hecarim. You've also got the Young Tal Arrows completed for Nomi. So these champions really beginning to get online for where you want to be playing. You still haven't got first item for this Gnar. I mean, barely even the components in inventory for this Gnar. Same thing happening in the jungle, in the mid lane as well. You are well and truly online as VES.
It's a 1,200 gold lead in the jungle at sub 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That is a bonkers lead. And Lee Sin, we mentioned it. He kind of needs to get ahead early or he's kind of useless. And I think, unfortunately, at this point, Leo are just down a champion. Like, the best thing Matt's going to be able to do this game is find an insect. That's going to be a hard pause. Bunnybee's taking a lot from the Blade Coolers there. They do get the stun off from the Q onto Nomi to stop the onslaught, because that was getting a little dicey. Matt gets his reset interrupted by Valiant. And Matt's losing his red side, by the way. Hecarim's just happy to chill, happy to grab.
He hasn't had his red side in a while at this point.
Wait.
Matt is beginning to fall behind. Oh, Zillax.
He's dead.
Is he dead?
Clockwork wind up.
Oh, my lord. I mean, we talked about how Game 1 was a pretty convincing win, but a lot of back and forth. Game 2, again, Leo, pretty convincing win, bit of back and forth. This is a stomp so far in this game number 3. That's going to be the bot lane tier 3 tower falling as well. You can see extra minions being starved away. Valiant getting chased on too. Oh.
He's going to get killed with a kick as... Oh! Bunny Beast chases in with the killer instinct. Gets himself the kill. It's summon and it's a shutdown.
That's an ult to use just before this Drake is going to spawn up. The first one was picked up by Leo, but VS should be able to grab this second one nice and easily. Like I said, it's a kill, it's a shutdown. It is something to put some gold back into your pockets, but you're still desperately trying to pull together enough gold to make things happen. Your mid, your bot lane have now got those first items, but the key first item breakpoints are onto Caplicia and onto Matt. Now you finally got it for Matt. Let's see if you can actually fight back right here. Obviously, next thing to really be playing for is up on the top side of the map. As VES, you're kind of just waiting for the big team fights, because that's where your composition actually comes online. So far, they're making it work just in the laning phase.
Yeah, I think that's the scariest thing about it. Is this isn't when they're meant to be winning, and they are. So if you're Leo, you're probably really scratching your head on going, okay, when do we start actually winning the game? And it's going to be through skirmishes. This is a team who are going to be playing not for the 5-on-5, because honestly, with the wallet difference right now, VAS have, and just the comp difference as well, it's not going to be doable. Oh, Sundax misses the hook there. They went for it. You're going to be able to get this Gromp. Nope. That's Matt securing the Gromp as he finds the knock-up. He delivers it onto multiple members. Valiant waiting for that shockwave window. Oh, he threw it down, actually. Doesn't matter. They got a kill. On to the support. Could have been more, to be honest. But you know what? They'll be happy with it.
No reason to overcrest in that situation. You can already see, oh, Bunny Beast, okay, should be able to get away. At least didn't get caught by those feathers. Just desperately trying to arrive in the mid lane and pick these waves up. Then Ziga Camille has just played 2 brilliant games. Like you said, the champions who just sort of run at you and sit there, the Udyr, the Hecarim, seems to really fit into his wheelhouse so far. But more importantly, I think, is not the fact he's gotten ahead specifically, but the fact that this Lee Sin is beginning to fall behind. Look at the CS gap that has formed in the jungle, that has formed in the bot lane as well. These are not insignificant leads.
No, not at all. I mean, it's a multiple-headed threat. That's the biggest problem. It's not like, oh, we shut the Hecarim down and we win the fight. I mean, shutting the Hecarim down is a tall enough task in its own right, but you then got, you know, a very, very strong Xayah. She might not have, like, lots and lots of kills, but Nomi, he's gonna be able to do a lot of damage at this point. He's got the BF sword, he's got double bows, not bows, double daggers, got the Yuntal, which is probably stacked at this point as well.
Yeah, should be.
And you got the Knight's Vow attached to him from his support. You know, it's a tall ask because the gold is just on so many fronts, and you somehow got to get through the Nautilus and Malphite to even find these windows to get these shutdowns and these kills.
Yeah, indeed. It just makes it harder and harder to play out as we get further on into this game. The 5k gold deficit just looming over their heads at this point. And so, what can be done? Will Leo be able to find their way back in? I think they really need to play around the picks, because as we've been saying, the straight up 5v5 probably not going to work. But between this Lee Sin and this Kai'Sa, you've got plenty of dive potential onto one member if you can catch them out alone.
I'm thinking about going for a dive. Sundax isn't fully against the idea, to be honest. Goes for the hook. Doesn't hit. More of a zoning hook at this point, I guess, as looks like they're coming in. There's a Magnet Storm with the 3. That's pretty big. Good kickback onto Valiant. Valiant's just going to go for the flash away. He does get the shockwave off. And
wait,
somehow,
does he live?
Valiant survives. He gets the kill on the back end. And 2 go down. Valda lose no one.
Hey, Prim, what the hell is that? I mean, there is no way Valiant should be able to survive through that one. Relax
No
as well.
damage.
Huh? I mean, I understand previously when Denziga Kamel was able to survive. You're a Hecarim. Sure thing. Okay. This is an Orianna. Let's have a look back at this one, because the initial play is great. Dovindir is able to grab 3 people in with the Magnet Storm, and the kickback is beautiful. Just stunned at the right time, rooted at the right time. The Blade Comma from Nomi is what actually, in the very end, keeps Valiant alive. And that's a tilter. That is a mega tilter right here for Leo.
I saw what happened. Big Magnet Storm. Bunny Beast actually carried on auto-attacking Sundance instead of changing to Valiant. And he got exhausted anyway when he switched to hitting Valiant. So the damage just nosedived coming out from the Kaiser.
Still
like, it
should
was
have
split
hit.
too wrong.
Yeah. The fact that everybody's able to walk away is kind of criminal right here, and is just going to be the Rift Herald being picked up as well. Again, everything coming up at VES. Folder trying their best to pick up their win, pick up a National League win right here over one of the NLC teams. Mid lane tower will fall right here, using this Rift Herald, and this opens them up to a lot of different places to use this one. Could get yourself a mid lane tier 2, could use it to crack open the tier 1 in the top side of the map, or potentially even just as another engage option right here. That's certainly the most fun of the options.
Yeah, it would be very cool to see a national team take themselves a victory. But here we are, seeing the Ocean Drake getting started up. No way Leo are going to contest this, to be honest. I honestly, it's going to be a miracle. The problem is they're looking for skirmishes and they can't even find the skirmish damage now.
No.
And it's like, okay, that was your real win condition, because you can't 5v5. You have to skirmish.
Yep.
But it's hard to skirmish when there's a Hecarim on the map.
It really is.
Pony
I mean,
gets around. He's basically just a walking teleport. He gets around the map
so
so
fast.
quick.
And you've then got the teleport to deal with from Kritibu as well, who can jump in from super far away with that ulti too. And I mean, now they're just setting up death brushes to potentially catch people trying for invades out. Things definitely getting rough right here for Leo. As you said, right, it's hard now to find these skirmishes. It really is just going to have to be individual picks, but where can you even go with this one? Ziga Camille going to look to just steal away a blue buff right here, and he has no fear at this point, and for good reason. Why would you be scared of this composition?
I mean, even Nomi's stepping up when he doesn't have everyone in exactly the right position. He's going to look to try and get the feathers off. Not going to find them. Bunny Beast dashes away to safety. And yeah, I mean, this is like, Matt is out of the game. He's been out of the game since that mid lane fight.
Yeah,
it's so quick
agreed.
for him. He's getting like a quadrant every clear.
He's getting nothing every single time. The just gold income is not there. That's 2 fully completed items right now for Denstiga Camille. You've got 2 items as well right now onto Nomi, and big ones at that Yongtals, and having that eye edge. I mean, I don't even know who you can even kill Kritibu at this point as the other problem, let alone all of the healing that's coming through from this Hecarim. The whole composition so strong, and potentially even looking for a collapse towards the bottom side of the map right now. A while until the next Drake has spawned. More importantly, Baron coming up in 2 minutes. That's going to be the main focus as sort of the final piece of the puzzle here for VES.
Very well, pretty good. Stepping up. It's going to get hit a little bit up. A lot of damage coming out from Valiant, actually. Just from the Blackfire Torch. I guess there's very little magic resist on Caplica at this point. Just the boots.
Yep.
But yeah, 18 minutes in. Gold lead, 6,000. Think we're in for a fast final game, to be honest. I think the windows to really punish are just not there. Matt, you know, like I said, he's getting a quadrant to clear. He's already 2 levels down. To Densukame, he's not going to get this. There's no way they're going to give him the
He's
crown.
70 CS down as well.
He
70.
can't get anything.
No, there's absolutely nothing available to him whatsoever, and it's kind of the same thing across the whole rest of the map as well. The places where you do have some sort of small gold lead individually just hasn't really reflected in terms of being able to make that work for your team, do anything with it particularly. I mean, the Trinity Force came in pretty early for Caplicia, and you were just not able to do anything with
by the way.
it at all. Yeah. Oh, if they see him.
Yep, he's dead.
He is. Yeah, he's dead.
He's got nothing to do. He's just going to get ulted out of his own slow. Nothing he can do to those 2. Down he goes. That's an 8th kill. 7th kill, actually, sorry.
7th kill. 7-0-3 right there. The response, at least, is going to be a top lane tier 1 tower for Leo, so they're going to be able to grab themselves some kind of gold on the map. But now you have to send somebody bot lane to stop this push. It just doesn't matter. They don't do any damage.
They don't do any damage.
Do not be trolled by thinking they're going to do something here.
Come on.
There's nothing to do.
Tokyo Drift Herald. Don't go for the inhib. It's too early. Open the map
I'm not
up.
even going to ride it out.
Nah,
just going to
okay,
let it
that's
die.
fine.
Fair
And
enough
losing
in this situation.
taking an inhib tower here is actually so troll.
Yeah.
It just
all
means
you want to
like,
do is pick up
you'd
all
lose
of the
that
outer
wave.
towers. All of the outer towers, leave the inhibitors alone at this point, go get your Baron, go and win the game. It's going to be the name of the game right here for VES, and once they were able to do it, they were able to close out game number 1 from a gold lead, so they clearly do have the ability to do so, and at this point they're up by about 6,000 gold at this point in the game. The Baron really has to be that main focus, although a minute now until the next Ocean Drake will spawn. Could be sole point for Voldo if they want that.
Yeah, they got no vision set up for it, but it looks like the attention right now is going to be on the top side and taking Silex down again. Does have a tower to work with, but I think that's very hard for the robot man. Down he goes.
Nice tower.
And remember, it's a Hecarim. He'll get bot lane real quick. And in fact,
Yeah.
the attention will probably go towards Baron.
Yeah, indeed.
This will
They are
open up
not
the
going
last
to
of
decide
the
to head
outer,
bot
but-
lane.
This is the Baron that will take all of the outer towers. And then the next Baron will be the one they take the base with.
Indeed, indeed. And it doesn't even look like there's going to be any real response coming through out of Leo. They can't look for a steal onto this Baron. They can't even necessarily go and coalesce around this bottom side of the map and quickly pick themselves up a Drake on the reset because, like you said, the Hecarim is so fast. Look at him steaming out of base right now. We'll return to the bottom side of the map very, very shortly. We haven't gotten to see another big straight-up 5v5 from VES because they simply haven't needed one yet. They might as well be in all 3 lanes. There's no real threat to them at this point in the game.
That's so funny. Matt standing on the dragon is just recalling. He's like, there's absolutely no way I can do this. Sundax, healed. Not healed. Hooked onto the tower. Wow, he lost a lot of HP there. In comes the teleport. Massive chunk out of the support. Bit of a over-eager hook just to get the auto attack out. But he's got Baron. He'll be able to reset fairly quickly. Nomi should be nice and safe here. Gets the blade cooler in onto Matt, and that should just be Dragon going over to his team. Second Dragon picked up to the side of Volta. One off Soul. Ocean Soul Hecarim. He was already pretty unkillable with the Death Stance and, you know, just the general healing.
It just gets worse.
It gets worse. And Matt, again, losing a quadrant of his jungle.
Yep.
It's very hard to do analysis of a game like this. It's so smoked
It
for
really
them.
is. The game has been ground to a halt right here by VES. They have fully stopped everything that Leo wants to do. This is an incredibly impressive win from them. Yeah, we could criticize, you know, Matt going for that play into the Hecarim, thinking that he wins versus Hecarim early on in a 1v1 and simply not, was the starting point. He had a good invade early on, and then he loses out just the decision-making, not understanding his champion versus the Hecarim and the healing that can come through early. And from that moment on, it's never gotten better.
There's the Magnet Storm. They don't have their Zaya nearby, but, I mean, it's an unkillable Hecarim. He's going to get kicked back. They're doing a fair amount of damage onto him, but he's going to heal
he's
up.
dead.
Down he goes. The shutdown for Bunny Beast. Nomi has joined into the play, though. He's going to try and find some damage. Get Zilax with the exhaust. He actually doesn't have any real backup here. Does still have his ultimate and his flash to reposition if needs be. That's exactly what he's going to do there. As now Sundax looks for the lockdown onto Zilax. And that was a massive throw from VES.
Overconfident. I mean, that's
Yeah.
really all you can say about it in this situation, is they just felt overconfident, felt like they had a wallet diff, which they did, but that's going to be the first death of the game coming on through onto Densville Camel.
It's
Just a little
Rageblade,
bit over-aggressive.
Kraken, Kaiser, man. Like, he will
Nomi's
cut
not
through you.
here. Nomi is not here, even slightly. And neither of your Malphite. The Malphite is, I think, the slightly more egregious bit. If your Malphite is here, you can reposition in this team fight and get your Hecarim in a point where he can keep healing up and make this play happen a little bit longer. Instead, you know, as much as we have been praising VES National League team, there were likely to be a couple of issues coming on in, not necessarily the best decision making the whole way through. Other than this, it has been a very clean game. But let's see, you know, this could be the beginning of a fight back into this game.
That would be straight up illegal, honestly. If you
would
lost
be
this
shocking.
game, that would be illegal. I think, yeah, you're on the money as well, because, you know, Leo, they want to skirmish. Volda won a 5v5, and they just didn't have two of the key units for 5v5 in there. Their consistent damage and their frontline tank.
Yeah.
So that definitely changed a lot more than it maybe should have there. But, you know, that's one mistake. I think they're probably going to learn. If they make that mistake again, then I'm going to start to get a bit concerned. But there is still a 4-level deficit on top of Matt. And honestly, that fight started because Densky Kami was like, I'm just gonna full clear your entire jungle. Like, Matt, this is his first camp since like mid tower fell, basically.
First
He is
bot
so
lane camp in
Actually, his ADC's getting it as well.
Yeah, he's just
Oh,
not
they're giving
being
the
able
gold
to
to the
get
ADC.
I mean, you have to. You have to. Like you said, the Kaiser is going to be a big part of your ability to fight back into this game. 3-0-2. Really impressive so far at Bunny Beast not to get caught out when so much death has been happening across the rest of the map. Now VS just need to keep pressure up right now. The game has really stalled out a little bit. 1 minute 50 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and 1 minute 50 seconds until the Baron spawns. Interesting decision to be made right here for VS. They need the Baron to crack open the base, but it would be Soul if they're able to grab this Drake.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be looking towards. I think Baron is a higher value target. But they haven't really done a particularly good job of getting vision in the area. I mean, I think they've run out of wards on Sundax, so I think he's going to have to go for a reset, get his vision back online, and then try and play around this dragon. Ocean Soul makes Baron 50-50s or Baron attempts way safer, because you go for it, you just heal back up.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think Ocean Soul is the most high value thing. Also, it puts the timer of Elder on the board.
Yeah, that is one of the big thing as well, right? Having Elder as that, hey, we know we're stronger than you, this can pop up, fight it, take it, make the game work from there. Of course, it's still not 100%. We saw the steal coming through on the early Drake from Matt, otherwise it would have already been Soul picked up by VES. It was only from a steal. That meant they didn't have that at this point in the game. And so you have to be careful. You have to make sure your setup is good. And right now, there's really no vision out of Volda. They have not put themselves into a particularly good spot for vision at all. Couple wards down on the bottom side of the map, none really on the top side. So they do need to be careful to not potentially walk into a pocket of darkness and get caught out.
Alrighty, well, getting himself the crab. Make sure they got the vision. There's the insult. There's the big wombo combo. We waited all game for it. They found it. Leo left limping away. Bot lane down. Ocean Soul secured.
There we go. Beautiful play right there. And like you said, exactly what we had been looking for. That's that unstoppable boom onto everybody. And all of a sudden, you've got everything. We talked about, hey, which one do they want? Do they want the Ocean Soul? Do they want the Baron? I mean, I think in this situation, you could just take both.
Absolutely crazy. Oh, well, yeah, no, they 100% go for both now. It was just Ocean Soul was the high value. Big permanent buff to the team. I don't think that 6 minutes until Elder is really going to come into play. In fact,
No.
Kaplika, they're about to lose Gnar, which is like the worst time. They get the Gnar back onto a couple of members, but they are so low. They stopped the Baron, but I mean, Kaplika, no teleport. They're going to have to just go reset. And again, Ocean Soul onto Volda. They're happy to take that. They're happy to lose the HP because they could just get their mana and HP back. There's Baron, and I think that might be the final nail in the coffin here for the side of Leo in this series.
Indeed, indeed. Volda, they get a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit cocky early on, and have a little bit of a whoopsie in this game, but they're able to recover nice and quickly. And you posed the question, Hitbrain, in the previous game. Can they mentally recover? Because that was a bad game, especially in the jungle. Denska Camille just had a really bad time on the Shyvana, was ulting in out of rage, it looked like, but his head screwed back on straight. 8-1 and 6 right here on this Hecarim, looking good.
Yep, they definitely showed some mental resilience in this series. What I will say going forward is I'm excited to see more of Volda. I think they're actually a very, very exciting team. Might have to hold that fort, though, as they're looking for the potential big wombo combo. Crystal Blue looking for it. There's the Magnet Storm onto multiple members, but he's already lost his life. Can they find that window? That's the opportunity. There's the knock-up. There's the shockwave onto 3. Down they go. Bunny Beast will fall, and this is just easy as you like. Leo fall. It's a clean ace to the side of Volda, and they are going to take this series. No coming back from that.
No, absolutely not right there. Volda, they do it. We knew that this was going to be a close matchup. We had questions about this new look Leo squad. but Norway's #1 seed are going to do it. They're going to be able to knock down the Nexus right here. It takes them 3 games, but it's a convincing game 1 and a great look game 3.
Well, it's a convincing game 3 as well, to be honest. Really clean stuff. Absolutely superb performance there from Volder Esports to take themselves that victory. And, you know, I'm very impressed. Color me impressed. I will say, I want to see a game from them where they're not like giga ahead, or like it felt like gold leads in this series were like really slanted one way or the other. I want to see a close game from them. I want to see what they got when, you know, when things are tight, because that's where you'll see like a really good team be defined on how they can handle a close game. And I feel like some of our other teams, some of our more mainstay NLC teams, are going to be very capable of doing so. Now we'll bring Skipper back in to break down this series while we get our interview prepped and ready. So how you doing, Skipper, with that victory? That's a bit of a dub for you there, mate.
Yeah, I guess we finally we beat Sweden. It was a good feeling. So we lost to Denmark, I do believe. It's now where Ruddy's from, but we won to Sweden.
Ruddy?
Ruddy
British, mate.
Oh, we're British. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, my mistake.
Don't take the good things away from us, Jesus.
Yeah, we were such a good trio up until now. No, but
Don Jake backflipped out of like a fish and chip fryer, man. Like, he's so British.
Okay, I see. Yeah, but no, that was a great showing from Volda. I love to see that. It's so good to see the wombo combos come through, like Bloxa was talking about earlier. It was just so enjoyable.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I literally did that, like, behind camera. So it's such a good game. It looks like you guys enjoyed it as well.
Yeah,
no,
it was a great series there coming in. I mean, series 1 was very one-sided, but I mean, we had the expectation that was going to be the case, right? Like, you know, we knew Ruddy were going to absolutely smash that one. On the other side, you know, this was an interesting one because, you know, while it is, you know, a weaker team, you are playing, you know, Leo, who are kind of towards the bottom and have been for a while of NLC, and on the other side you've got the tier 1 from, well, the first seed from a tier 3 league, going toe to toe. And, you know, it was way more one-sided than maybe it looks like on paper. So do I think this means they could beat a team like Ruddy? Probably not. I think, you know, there's definitely a lot of mistakes being made there, but what I do think is it means, I think there's a world where you could see them actually contest towards some of the kind of middle bracket teams of NLC and see if they can actually show up. I think realistically, communication is going to be a big thing to look at. I think, you know, maybe getting a little bit too emotional in game 2 might also be something to look at, but I'm convinced. I'm also their mid, man. I'm so impressed with their mid. I mean, the LeBlanc game 1 was sick. The Yone was devastating. Like, that was a bad performance, but they brought it back for the Oriana in game number 3.
Yeah, you became like a fanboy, Norwegian fanboy.
Yeah. Hands up.
Hey, look, if there isn't a UKL or a British team available, you know, I know who I'm supporting at this point. I really enjoyed the way that Volda played. I thought they were a really fun squad to look at, and I liked the fact that it felt like you could kind of play through your mid, through your bot lane, through your jungle, and I liked the fact that Creative was like, yeah, no, it's chill. I'm a tank player. Don't worry about me, because that was something that Leo didn't express to us. Completion didn't show us that he could just not play something aggressive. They were constantly trying to play at least semi-aggressive through all 3 lanes, and it just meant that the resources were pulled so thin.
No, I think you're absolutely on the money there. I think the top lane, you know, it's a very standard thing for like, especially in like the ERL level, to have like ego top laners. It would just pick, you know, the Renekton's, the Quins, like stuff that is exciting and stuff that like makes them look good, but like it's not for the team. I think what I was so impressed by Volda's top lane was their ability just to say, I will play weak side this entire series. Like, I will just play tanks, I will take it, and I will do my job for the team as that frontline menace in the mid to late game. And they absolutely hit that on the mark. Honestly, even in their loss, that Cassante Vayne matchup was probably the closest and most exciting of all of the matchups. It was genuinely really impressive to see. Yeah, so Skipper, how are we feeling? Like, hopes, how deep of a run do you think these guys have got in them?
I mean, we have hopes and dreams here, don't we? Plus, Nikolai, the head coach, also did say that he definitely wants to be the best Norwegian team in the tournament. I think we can get far. I hope so. Maybe at least we can build us up from every fight that we take, every game that we take. And maybe throw a little bit less. You know, that has been something they talked about before. So looking to improve every single game going forward. So yeah, at least get a few more games is what I'm hoping for. If not, go all the way.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to be completely fair, I think a playoffs run is probably the best they can hope for. I think, like, if you can make it to playoffs, even if you go out first round, I think that's honestly a massive dub for Volda. I think they've done very well. It's obviously, as you get further in, it's going to get harder and harder. Like, you know, you look at like Deer, who are looking very good. They went 2-0. Verdant, who are, you know, the back-to-back champions, I think, now at this point.
Yeah.
No, because we've only 3 seasons
back.
in. So they have 3 seasons of NLC they've got under their belt. Because, yeah, LR were before that. So, yeah, they got 3 titles under their belt right now. It's, you know, there's a lot of very, very solid teams. I think we can already start to kind of figure out a rough power ranking of our, like, top end of the table. It's this bottom to middle end of the tables where things can really get shaken up, and I think Volda could actually be the spanner in the works, but maybe upset some of these NLC teams. You know, there's a world where they could actually force out a team from one of our mainstream teams.
Yeah, because it's a brutal schedule. It's a really brutal schedule with it being Swiss. And the fact that there's 8 teams from the NLC and there's 8 teams from the regional leagues, and there's only 8 spots in the playoffs. So there's a real possibility that we get all 8 of the NLC teams going on, and the National League teams. Hey, it was fun for you to be here. And throughout the first couple of days, the first couple of matches, it felt like that might well be the case. But now you've proven to yourself as Volda that no, you can do something different. What could also potentially end up being interesting is the fact that DMG had to forfeit their first round. That goes down on their record as an 0-2. That could be really unfortunate to them as well once we get later on into Swiss, into tiebreakers, into determining which teams people are going to be able to play up against. And even if you do, as Volda, not quite make it, if we do get all of the original NLC teams making it up into that top 8, but you end up best as the rest, best of the National League teams, there's a lot of pride in that too. We know how much the National Leagues love to compete against each other. They'd be missing having the RPS properly to compete in as well, so that would still feel really good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, this season of NLC actually really strikes me of, like, the Telia Masters from way back when, where we had like NLC as kind of like the big goal, and then we had like Telia Masters underneath it, where you got to see some of this regional talent. And I think it's one of the things where, like, it's sad that we're doing it now because this is the final season of NLC, but I feel like for a long time we've really been missing the acknowledgement of the other, like, parts of the region, because it kind of just felt like a melting pot of everyone, and then nothing of what was going on the side. Like, the whole time things like UKEL and all of the other national leagues have still been running in the background, like our tier 3 leagues. Yeah. So, very excited. Anyway, we've been waffling for a while. We have actually got Valiant, the mid laner from Volda, standing by. I'm very excited to speak to the man, so bring him in. Volda, Valiant from Volda, how are you doing, mate? You all right? Have we got audio? Ah, there we go. Now you can hear me. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good too.
How are we feeling? First question. How are we feeling about that series? Do you think it should have been a 2-0, or, you know, are you still happy with the result regardless?
I mean, I'm not really happy with the result because it's always good to win, right? But I think we should have won it 2-0. But I think we kind of cooked a bit too much in draft in game 2, and we made it kind of hard. It was still definitely winnable if we didn't mess up with some of those skirmishes, but yeah, still happy with the win overall.
Yeah, and that LeBlanc that you played there in the first game looked really good. How does it feel to play with this team here in the NLC?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's we played our first warm-up 45 minutes before the official together. We haven't played together before that, so but I mean, so far I'm liking playing with these guys. So
yeah, and I mean, like you said, looking really good. Leo, when we were looking at them overall, not necessarily looking like the strongest of the returning NLC teams. Where do you guys see yourselves right now? Having picked up this win versus Leo, do you see yourself as the best of all of the National League teams, or do you see yourselves even above that and in the conversation of one of the better teams just in the league overall?
I think we are the best of the national teams by far, and I do think that we can beat and compete with a lot of NLC teams, but especially the moment when we get to play some scrims together, I think we have the capability to get top 3 at least, maybe top 2 even. We'll see.
Okay.
Are we gonna get to see more of the LeBlanc? That's the real question. I'm a LeBlanc main, so you literally won my heart on game 1. Are we gonna see more of it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I really love to play the champ, so it's gonna be more of it.
All right. Well, I hope you win the tournament, mate. Honestly, for that one.
Thank you.
Now, so I mean, are there any mid laners here in the tournament that like you either like aspire to beat or like are friends with that you just want to beat? Like, is there like a kind of like at least like a micro goal within the tournament in that sense?
I mean, I'm particularly interested in like how I'm gonna do against like Nano and Sajid, I think it's called. I think they're both pretty solid mid laners, and I played against Nano a bit in solo queue with like mixed results. So yeah, I'm hoping to beat those.
Lovely. And just a quick question about the meta. Obviously, you played some pretty aggressive picks overall, and then you had a few more of the slightly more standard picks. How do you feel like the mid lane meta is at the moment? Because from our perspective, at least, it's pretty wide open. There's a lot of different playstyles you can go towards.
Yeah, I think like the mages are especially popular, but it's a lot of it with like the flexes with bot lane that are very powerful. But I do think you have like a lot of options, especially mid, with like certain counters against the mages, where like you can see like LeBlanc is good against like the Orianas and the Syndras, and yeah, you have like options for Yone and stuff like that, right? And I think Locke is been doing very, very well in like the Kesper Cup,
yeah.
so I think it's very
Awesome.
varied.
Well, congratulations on the win, mate. Like I said, you've won me over. I'm always a big fan of anyone who's willing to whip the LeBlanc out. Congratulations on the result, and good luck with your games coming forwards. Thank you for joining us for the interview. See you later, mate.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Glad we got his webcam working. That was definitely a phone call, man.
Oh,
like he was holding the phone up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the updated bracket before we round out the day. If we got that one ready, I hope. Yeah, we go. Ready. So this is where we are standing at the end of the day. We'll now see who's going through into the next round. Right, so opening up on this top side, which is Verdant versus Light side, and vice versa. I'm going to go to you first of all, Bloxer. Next week, what game has caught your eye?
I think there's a couple that are really exciting to me, but straight away, I'm fascinated to see what is going to happen between Arctic Panthers and Bulldog, because Bulldog struggled a little bit with their matchup versus Broad. Obviously, these are players that know each other, all orgs that have known each other for a very long time. So if Bulldog aren't playing on their best, I can see Arctic Pandas picking that one up in a pretty convincing 2-0. But if they are able to fix a couple of their problems, you know, keep the int bug away from them for a little bit, that could be a really explosive matchup.
What about you, Skipper? Any games you got excited by?
Yeah, first off, I actually see that there's Ruddy against another Norwegian team. That's going to be exciting. Looking forward to that one, as now it's essentially time to avenge Rich Gang the next time around, when it's going to be Volda versus Ruddy. So yeah, looking forward to that one. Also DMG against 2 Massive. We can finally get to see a DMG show what they have in the bag, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think next week's going to be absolutely sick, so do make sure you join us for that one. I will give a big old thank you to both Skipper and Bloxer for putting up with me today, especially when I was doom scrolling at the beginning of the show. Forgot to even see that we were going live. We'll be back next week with more NLC action. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you then. See you around. Bye-bye.
Bye.